Feng Ninghua opened her eyes and felt a splitting headache. Everything in front of her was familiar yet strange. She was reborn back to the year when she was in junior high school. She once again stood under the shadow of her father Feng Daxing's betrayal of the family. The father forced his mother to divorce in order to have the son with his mistress. It tore apart this once complete family and even pushed her into a desperate situation. After his rebirth, Feng Ninghua is no longer the child who allowed his father to torture him. Seeing her mother being tortured, she gritted her teeth, stood up without hesitation, and determined to sever all ties with her father. However, what she did not expect was that Feng Daxing's betrayal would provoke such a strong counterattack. Feng Ninghua sneered. Feng Daxing, you can't escape today. She knew that the next step of decision-making will determine the future of her and her mother. This struggle has just begun. Part 1. Feng Ninghua vaguely heard a quarrel coming from outside. The voices were harsh, and the crackling sound of things hitting something woke her up instantly. Feng Daxing, if you want a divorce, leave the house with nothing. The mother's roar was deafening. It was you who betrayed the marriage and gave birth to a son with Widow Chow. I will divorce you even if I don't divorce you. Pack up your things and get out now. Feng Ninghua's heart was shaken when she heard this. She struggled to sit up, her blurred vision illuminated by the sunlight, and everything in the room seemed both familiar and strange. She never thought that she would be reborn and return to this moment, that year in junior high school, and that everything would happen again. She took a deep breath, her head splitting, but she knew she couldn't sit there helpless like she did last time. She had to do something and couldn't let her mother suffer this humiliation again. There was still a lot of noise outside, and Feng Ninghua's heartbeat quickened. She knew that Feng Daxing was about to make a more despicable request, and his torture of her mother was not over. She quickly stood up, clenched her fists, and prepared to change everything. In the living room, Ning Huilan was shaking with anger, her eyes full of uncontrollable rage. Feng Daxing was still sneering, and the porcelain plate on the table had been smashed into pieces. His eyes flashed with greed, and his voice was cold. Divorce if you want. Go and complete the formalities, but you have to pay 1,000 yuan, otherwise don't expect your daughter to leave it to you. This sentence pierced Feng Ninghua's heart like a knife. She clearly remembered that Feng Daxing had used this method to force her mother to ruthlessly exploit her savings last time. 1,000 yuan? What kind of money is this? How dare Feng Daxing threaten me like this? Feng Ninghua's eyes flashed with a cold light. She walked out of the room, kicked open the bamboo curtain, and walked towards the living room. Her heart was extremely determined. When her mother saw her, a flash of worry flashed across her eyes. No, why are you up? Go and rest. You are not fully recovered yet. She wanted to walk towards Feng Ninghua, but Feng Ninghua waved her hand and said firmly, Mom, I support your divorce, but we can't give him this money. Feng Daxing raised his head and looked at Feng Ninghua with disgust in his eyes. Feng Ninghua was not moved at all and continued to say to his mother, he cheated on his wife. This is already evidence. If we don't want to give him a penny, there is no need to compromise. We have evidence that he is the most evil party. Feng Daxing was furious and pointed his finger at Feng Ninghua. If you dare to say that, I will make you regret it. Feng Ninghua sneered. We can sue you for bigamy and arrest you. You and Widow Chow will both have to go to jail for a few years. Her voice was as chilling as the wind. We have the initiative now, so don't let him deceive us. We don't owe him anything. Instead, he owes us. Feng Daxing's eyes were filled with anger and reluctance, but Feng Ninghua was fearless. She was no longer the child who allowed her father to threaten her. This time, she wanted to completely sever all ties with Feng Daxing. Divorce. But Feng Daxing, don't even think about taking a penny from us. Feng Ninghua's heart was as hard as iron, and he did not waver at all. She decided to write a severance agreement, completely cut off all contact with Feng Daxing, and no longer be responsible for any of his actions. She knew that this time, Feng Daxing would no longer be able to control the lives of her and her daughter. Feng Ninghua's calmness and determination stunned Ning Huilan and Feng Daxing. She had always been a well-behaved and obedient child, and no one expected her to stand up and fight for her mother. This change filled Ning Huilan's eyes with astonishment and emotion. Her heart was filled with regret and pain, and tears welled up in her eyes. She couldn't help but think, if Feng Daxing wasn't that hateful man, if he hadn't cheated on her, If he hadn't torn the family apart for his own pleasure, perhaps everything wouldn't have turned out like this. Unfortunately, Feng Daxing's betrayal tore the family apart and made Feng Ningnua completely lose all trust in him. At this time, Feng Daxing's anger had completely erupted. He did not expect that Feng Ningnua would dare to stand up for his mother without mercy. He had always thought that Feng Ningnua was just an obedient daughter who could be manipulated by him. But today, Feng Ningnua's words made him completely angry. He glared at Feng Ningnua and cursed with gnashing teeth. "You ignorant money loser! You dare to plot against your father. Are you looking for death? This is between me and your mother. Don't meddle in other people's business here." Feng Daxing threatened viciously. "Don't let me do it, or you'll regret it." Feng Ningnua remained calm and was not moved by his threats. She knew that she was no longer the child who allowed her father to beat and scold her. She was no longer afraid of Feng Daxing's violence, but began to fight back, determined to fight for a fair future for herself and her mother. "If you dare to do that, I will sue you for abuse of a minor." Feng Ningnua responded coldly, his tone firm and undaunted. "All the scars on my body were left by you. If you dare to hit me, I will go to the hospital for an injury assessment and have you jailed for a few years," she said word by word. There was a hint of hesitation in Feng Daxing's eyes, but his anger made him unable to control his emotions, and he wanted to take action. But Feng Ningnua still looked at him indifferently with a slight smile on his face. "If you really want to take action, then I am not afraid of counterattack." Feng Ningnua lowered her head to pick up a stone from the ground and clenched it tightly, as if she wanted to crush it. This action made Feng Daxing's eyes instantly alert. He realized that Feng Ningnua was no longer the helpless girl before. She had learned to resist. Feng Daxing's fist paused in the air for a moment, and a hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes. This daughter who used to be so humble now stood so firmly, which made him feel an inexplicable fear. He realized that if he really took action, Feng Ningnua would no longer sit idly by, but would retaliate. "You want to hit me?" Feng Ningnua smiled coldly, his eyes sharp. "You have to think clearly about the consequences of taking action. If you dare to hit me, I will call the police, take all the evidence I can, and send you to jail." Feng Daxing's face turned ugly, and he had no place to vent his anger. Feng Ningnua's words completely made him lose his confidence. Feng Ningnua continued firmly. "If you want to marry Widow Chow and raise her son, then you should divorce my mother. Sign the divorce agreement today, and don't even think about having any relationship with us anymore." Her tone was cold and direct. "Write down the certificate that you have severed our relationship. I will no longer have anything to do with you." Feng Daxing's face became even gloomier at this moment, and his heart was full of unwillingness. But facing Feng Ningnua's iron determination, he could not say anything. "If you want to continue to embarrass us, give it a try." Feng Ningnua sneered disdainfully. "I'm not afraid of fighting you. I can also gain an advantage through legal procedures. In the end, you will still pay a greater price." Her words pierced Feng Daxing's heart like a knife, leaving him a loss as to what to do. "You'd better sign it quickly and sever ties with us completely," Feng Ningnua said mercilessly. "Otherwise, I will not show mercy." Feng Daxing's heart was filled with anger and powerlessness. But facing Feng Ningnua's determined gaze, he finally realized that this time, he could no longer control the situation. Feng Ningnua turned around and prepared to leave, and finally said coldly, "See for yourself whether you can bear all this with the child in Widow Chow's belly." Live again, Feng Ningnua looked at Feng Daxing in front of him and knew that he had always been a timid person who looked fierce on the outside but was actually afraid of things. This time, she decided to force him to back down by calling the police, threatening him with bigamy and domestic violence charges to put fear into his heart. The effect was surprisingly good, and Feng Daxing instantly became timid. He was no longer as arrogant as before, nor did he dare to take action. Although he was furious, facing Feng Ningnua's cold eyes, he chose to retreat. Feng Ningnua finally realized that Feng Daxing had always been a cowardly and incompetent guy, and no longer worried that he would do anything evil to herself and her mother again. Feng Ningnua stood beside her mother Ninghuilan, looking at Feng Daxing coldly, showing no weakness. She knew that Feng Daxing was a hypocritical man who could say anything cruel, but once he encountered a counterattack like her, he would immediately retreat with a look of trepidation on his face. Seeing Feng Daxing's face turn pale, Feng Ningnua was proud. She knew that Feng Dasheng was afraid of the law, and she also knew that she had learned a lot of legal knowledge and could clearly list all the charges for him, letting him know that he had reached a dead end. Feng Ninghua decided that she would no longer tolerate this man who had abused her mother and herself, and would completely sever ties with him today. Feng Dashing stared at Feng Ninghua angrily, but when he saw her unyielding look, he suddenly felt guilty. When Feng Ninghua told him about hiding the private money, his face suddenly became extremely ugly. Feng Ninghua was not afraid of his threat. Instead, he sneered and added, "I know you hid 2,000 yuan in the old house. It was the family savings, and you secretly took it away." Feng Ningnua's calmness and rationality made Feng Dasheng even more frightened. She mercilessly pointed out the money he had hidden and threatened him to hand over half of it. She knew that Feng Dasheng had tried to conceal the property during the divorce in order to further exploit her mother and her. But today, Feng Ninghua would not allow him to succeed. "Do you think extramarital affairs and domestic violence are nothing?" Feng Ninghua said coldly. "These crimes are enough to send you to jail. Don't think you can still take advantage." Her voice was firm, and every word she said was oppressive, as if Feng Dasheng did not obey, the consequences would be disastrous. Feng Dasheng looked at Feng Ninghua, and his anger burned even more fiercely, but he knew in his heart that Feng Ninghua was not afraid of him. She even knew all his secrets, which made him even more uneasy. Feng Ningnua's eyes were cold, without any family affection. She was no longer the daughter who allowed him to manipulate her, but had become smart, strong, and fearless. Feng Ningnua continued, "You'd better hand over the money, otherwise we will go to the court and the police station and wait to see how you deal with these legal issues." Her tone was calm, but Feng Dasheng felt greatly threatened. He knew that Feng Ningnua had already learned a lot of legal terms and could easily quote them to put him in trouble. Feng Dasheng began to feel anxious. He vaguely felt that Feng Ningnua had completely changed and was no longer the person who was easily bullied. Her counterattack made him unable to resist for a while, and he was filled with anxiety. He even began to fear that Feng Ningnua would reveal more of his hidden secrets. If those things were known by Feng Ningnua, he would be completely in an irreversible situation. Feng Ningnua saw that Feng Dasheng was becoming more and more flustered, and his inner pride was becoming more and more obvious. She continued to exert pressure. "You'd better think it over carefully. If you continue to hide it, I will expose everything, including what happened in the vegetable market and the old ancestral hall. We can tell the police about it." Feng Dashing's face became uglier. He didn't expect Feng Ningnua to push him to this point. All his plans were destroyed by her, and all his secrets were about to be exposed. Feng Dasheng was stunned and didn't know what to do for a moment. Feng Ningnua looked at him and continued to put pressure on him word by word. "You probably don't want to see things get out of hand, do you? You don't want my mom and I to tell people about your shameful deeds, do you?" Her words made Feng Dashing's heart beat faster, as if he could already foresee a disaster. Feng Ningnua knew that Feng Dashing had threatened her and her mother countless times, but today, she was in a dominant position. She was no longer afraid of him, and no longer cared about the so-called father-daughter relationship. Feng Ningnua was ready to completely sever her relationship with this man and never allow him to continue interfering with her and her mother's lives. "If you really want to fight, then just try." Feng Ningnua sneered, "I am not only strong, but I have also learned Sanda. If you really want to fight, you'd better be careful." Her provocation made Feng Dashing stop all his actions instantly. As Feng Ningnua spoke, she crushed the sand and stones on the ground. Those were the stones she had crushed earlier. She did this on purpose to put pressure on Feng Dashing. Feng Dashing has always been a bully who only bullies the weak and fears the strong. Feng Ningnua's move immediately made him fearful, and he dared not act rashly. Seeing the sand and stone fragments under his feet, Feng Dashing's anger was instantly extinguished like cold water, and he completely lost the courage to take action again. He realized that Feng Ningnua in front of him was no longer the rebellious girl who could be easily suppressed by him. Now she had broken through the shackles of filial piety and was not afraid of him at all. Feng Dashing knew that if he continued to fight head-on, he would probably suffer. After all, he knew Feng Ningnua's strength, and he could not deal with him easily. In order to protect his health, Feng Dasheng decided to keep silent for the time being. The only thing he could do now was to calm down. However, every time he turned his head to look at Feng Ningnua, Feng Dashing's fear became stronger. The situation that he could control at will has now completely changed. He felt extremely unwilling, but didn't know how to resist. He took a deep breath, trying to stay calm, and turned to Ning Huilan again, unable to help but angrily scolded. You just stand here and watch this rebellious girl provoke me? How dare she treat me like this? She is so unfilial and completely ignores me as her father. Is it you who is backing her up? She dared to do such a thing. What else will she dare to do next? Did you arrange this to force me into a desperate situation? When Feng Dasheng said these words, he kept his eyes on Feng Ningnua, fearing that she would suddenly attack him. He knew that Feng Ningnua had always been strong, but because he was her father, he had been able to suppress her. Now the situation was different, and Feng Ningnua was no longer afraid of him. However, Feng Ningnua still did not take action. Feng Dasheng could not vent his anger and could only continue to roar at Ning Huilan. For the sake of divorce, you actually did this. It's too much. You are such a loser. You can't help me at all, but you want to cheat me. Now you are even ready to fight me. You are such a useless, ungrateful person. Feng Dasheng tried hard to keep himself calm and avoid taking more extreme actions. The situation was irreversible and divorce was inevitable. He knew that if he didn't resolve it quickly, Feng Ningnua would never let him go easily and would even threaten him with Chao Baihe and his unborn child. Feng Dasheng regretted it very much. If he had known the situation today, he should not have filed for divorce when Feng Ningnua was at home. But now, he has fallen into a completely unfavorable position. The entire situation was disrupted by Feng Ningnua, and he suffered a great loss. Ning Huilan was not willing to be outdone and immediately hit back. Feng Dasheng, you are such a failed father. When have you ever cared about Nuonuo? You have never cared about us mother and daughter, and you always beat and scold us. Do you still want me to be nice to you? No is right. You should immediately sever ties with him, and we should all go our separate ways. Don't get involved anymore. If you want a divorce, do it now. Don't put it off any longer. If you want a son so badly, do it now. This time, the divorce should have been resolved by their parents, and Feng Ningnua should not have stood up for his mother. However, Ning Huilan also knew that it was because she was too weak that Feng Ningnua was so worried. Since she has decided to divorce, she should resolve it quickly. She doesn't want to have any contact with Feng Dasheng anymore. Since you decided to divorce, just get it resolved right away. Don't drag it out. It'll only make things worse. When Feng Dasheng heard this, his face turned pale and he was completely enraged. He stood up angrily and shouted, Okay, I promise I'll get a divorce now. I'll give you half of the money for the old house, and we'll be even. But you have to promise not to talk nonsense anymore and don't say anything you shouldn't say. Let's write the agreement now, sign it, and I'll go get a divorce immediately. I don't want to have anything to do with you anymore. Feng Dasheng only wanted to stay away from Feng Ningnua and Ning Huilan and didn't want to be dragged down by them anymore. He knew that if Feng Ningnua lost control, he would suffer. If Ning Huilan also supported Feng Ningnua, the situation would become even more difficult. Although Feng Dasheng was unwilling, he had to give in. All he wanted to do was to resolve the matter as soon as possible, marry Chao Baihe, and allow his son to have a normal household registration. That was his goal, and he no longer cared about anything else. This time, Feng Ningnua's reaction surprised Ning Huilan, which was completely beyond her expectations. She knew that Feng Ningnua did this for her, which was why he broke up with Feng Dasheng. At this time, Ning Huilan had decided not to delay any longer and said to Feng Dasheng directly, Stop talking nonsense. Let's write the divorce agreement now, sign it, and put our fingerprints on it. Your relationship with Nuonuo and Yi is also severed. Go live with Widow Chao, and we will completely cut off contact. As she spoke, a fire of anger began to burn in her heart. Feng Dasheng was not worthy of being a father, let alone a husband. He was just an extremely selfish, irresponsible bastard. Ning Huilan had already decided that there was nothing to be nostalgic about with such a man. Divorce might mean some adverse consequences for her, but it was worth it to completely sever ties with Feng Dasheng. She didn't want to be involved with him or anyone in the Feng family anymore. If Feng Dasheng dared to cause trouble again, Ning Huilan would have prepared these agreements long ago to prevent Feng Dasheng from taking advantage again. In particular, the widow Chao beside Feng Dasheng is not an easy person to deal with. If it is really her who has cheated Feng Dasheng, Ning Huilan will never give Feng Dasheng a chance to turn back. Feng Dasheng's true colors have been revealed, and Ning Hualan's disappointment with this man had reached its peak. She knew very well that living with such a person would only cause her more harm. But Feng Dasheng was thick-skinned and behaved like a scoundrel, so Ning Huilan still wanted to resolve the matter quickly before he got carried away and cut off possible entanglement with Feng Dasheng in the future. Feng Dasheng was not a person who abided by agreements, and Ning Huilan knew that she needed more preparation. Even so, this agreement had to be signed in order to have an explanation in the future and prevent Feng Dasheng from making trouble. Feng Minghua then took the pen and paper and drafted the agreement himself to ensure that there would be no loopholes. These agreements must not only include divorce matters, but also clearly state the severance of relations between Feng Dasheng and the three of them, especially the issue of child support, to prevent Feng Dasheng from relying on them again in the future. Feng Minghua wrote quickly and clearly without any delay. She knew that although these agreements might not be fully effective, they would at least give her an advantage in the dispute with Feng Dasheng and prevent him from taking advantage of her easily. Feng Minghua was ready to lead her mother and sister out of Feng Dasheng's shadow and live a better life. She didn't intend to let him affect their future. After writing the agreement, Feng Minghua handed 3 copies to her mother and Feng Dasheng. Although she was a minor and her mother had to make many decisions, she hoped that her mother would understand and agree to the terms. Seeing these clear and concise agreements, Ning Huilan was so shocked that she was speechless. She didn't expect that Feng Minghua could not only help her solve these problems, but also handle them so calmly, and was not as weak as herself. Feng Minghua's strength surprised and comforted her. She suddenly realized that her daughter had grown into a mature and capable person who could face the challenges of life independently. However, Ning Huilan began to worry that Feng Minghua would be too radical because of Feng Dasheng's matter and would be too emotional when dealing with these issues. She planned to have a good talk with Feng Minghua later to prevent her from being too impulsive. Although he felt that Feng Minghua was now very capable and would have a greater future, his approach of divorcing, giving up custody, and severing ties with his 2 daughters might not be appropriate in the end, and he would regret it in the future. But when he thought of the son in Widow Chow's belly, Feng Dasheng remained firm in his previous thoughts. No matter how powerful these 2 money-losing girls are, they will still have to get married in the future. Once they become someone else's wives, how can they have the trust of their sons? Especially Feng Ningnua's actions this time seemed too strong, and there was a lot of hostility towards him, which made Feng Dasheng even more cautious. Feng Dasheng suffered a lot this time. He never expected Ning Huilan and Feng Minghua to be so tough. He originally planned to get more money from Ning Huilan so that he could have more money on hand, but now he was forced into a desperate situation by Feng Minghua. Although Feng Dasheng was unhappy, he knew that if he continued to make trouble, Feng Minghua and Ning Huilan might call the police and sue him for bigamy and abandonment. In that case, he would not only suffer a great loss, but also face serious legal consequences. In the past, he always used Ning Huilan, who had a weak sense of law, to suppress the situation at home by relying on her not daring to resist. Now, Feng Minghua not only understands the law, but also dares to threaten him with tough means, which makes Feng Dasheng feel extremely uneasy. At this time, Feng Dasheng realized that he could not get 2,000 yuan from Ning Huilan, but if he could sever his relationship with her and Feng Minghua and waive the child support, his loss would not be too great. He began to plan to give up the alimony option to avoid disputes with Feng Minghua, and this would also prevent his relationship with Chow Baihe from being affected. Feng Dasheng looked at Feng Minghua with dissatisfaction, and then said to Ning Huilan, "If there is no problem, let's just sign it. After signing and pressing the fingerprints, we will go to get the money and go through the divorce procedures, and we will completely sever our relationship." Feng Dasheng was stubborn, but he knew that he could not change the situation. Ning Huilan and Feng Minghua were no longer threatened by him and ignored his unreasonable accusations. Although he tried to put the blame on Ning Huilan for not being able to give birth to his son, Feng Minghua and Ning Huilan were not moved at all. It was not the mother's responsibility to give birth to a boy or a girl. Feng Dasheng's old tune no longer worked. Feng Dasheng was somewhat frustrated. His attack methods had no effect on Feng Minghua and Ning Huilan, and he became increasingly dissatisfied. At this time, he recalled the son he was about to have, and his mood improved a little, but then he became angry at Feng Minghua's tough attitude. Feng Dasheng has decided to sever his relationship with Feng Minghua and Feng Ningyi. He does not intend to continue to support these two money-losing guys and is ready to use this opportunity to completely cut ties with them. He no longer wants to be dragged down by them. He looked at Feng Ningnua and Ning Huilan and continued, "Since you have decided to sever your relationship, then we will just divorce, sign and stamp our names, and stop contacting each other in the future. We will completely sever our relationship." Feng Dasheng became more and more confused about Feng Ningnua's changes. This formerly unknown girl had now become so strong, as if she was full of hostility towards him and was determined to break up with him completely. He decided to give up guessing. Since Feng Ningnua was no longer the girl she used to be, he would no longer care about her emotions. He just hoped to keep a distance from them in the future and not provide any help at all. Feng Dasheng firmly believed that without him, the mother and daughter would not be able to live a better life. After all, the two children were still in school and needed money a lot, and Ning Huilan could not support them alone. However, Feng Dasheng underestimated the determination of Ning Huilan and Feng Ningnua. They didn't care about his opinion, and Ning Huilan said firmly, "We have decided, let's sign here, and after the divorce, everyone will go their separate ways and no longer have any relationship." Ning Huilan signed the agreement without hesitation. Feng Dasheng was stunned, not understanding why Ning Huilan suddenly became so strong. But he also knew that there was no turning back now, and he had to sign. Feng Dasheng reluctantly signed and pressed his fingerprints, and Feng Ningnua did not hesitate and quickly signed the agreement. As for his sister Feng Ningyi, she was too young and did not sign for the time being, so her guardian Ning Huilan signed on her behalf. After everything was done, the three of them prepared to go get the money and then go through the divorce procedures, trying to resolve all the problems today. After the agreement was signed, the three of them went to the old house to get the money. Ning Huilan felt even colder when she saw that Feng Dasheng had hidden so much money behind her back and was still planning to squeeze more from her. Feng Dasheng's selfishness made her completely disappointed, and she no longer wanted to continue to be entangled with this ruthless and ungrateful man. At this moment, Ning Huilan finally made up her mind and considered taking her two daughters away from Luolin village and even away from Shuangli town to completely cut off contact with Feng Dasheng. However, moving is not an easy task. She needs to discuss it with her daughters and get their consent before making a decision, rather than making the decision alone. She knew Feng Dasheng well. Although she had thought about leaving a long time ago, she knew very well that Feng Dasheng was not trustworthy and that he would most likely break the previous agreements and promises. The conflict with Feng Dasheng this time was entirely because he invested all his money and energy in Widow Chow and her children, completely disregarding the feelings of his two daughters. In order to fight for his mother, Feng Ningnua used legal knowledge and charges to suppress Feng Dasheng, making her determined to break off relations with him. Ning Huilan decided not to rely on Feng Dasheng anymore. Her two daughters were enough to support her, and she no longer needed the help of this useless man. Ning Huilan remained indifferent throughout the whole process, collected the money that belonged to her and her two daughters, and did not say a word to Feng Dasheng. She knew that this was what they deserved, and Feng Dasheng did not deserve anything extra. Even though Feng Dasheng saw the money hidden behind him, he was still treated coldly by her, and anger burned in his heart. He wanted to fight back, but seeing Feng Ningnua's cold eyes, he finally endured it. What he wanted to do most now was to divorce Ning Huilan as soon as possible and completely cut off ties with these ungrateful people. The three of them went straight to the Civil Affairs Bureau to go through the divorce procedures without saying a word. The moment she received the divorce certificate, Ning Huilan finally breathed a sigh of relief. She knew that this meant that her relationship with Feng Dasheng had come to an end. Feng Ningnua remained silent the entire time, and only felt at ease when he saw that his mother had not suffered any loss. Ning Huilan didn't want Feng Ningnua to work so hard, and wanted her to rest at home and not have to go on this trip with her. It was hot outside, and she was worried about Feng Ningnua's health, but Feng Ningnua insisted on following her, wanting to see the procedures completed with her own eyes. She no longer had any trust in Feng Dasheng and was afraid that he would do something weird again, so she had to go there in person to make sure everything went smoothly. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. After completing the divorce formalities, the three went to the village chief and several elders of the Feng family to go through the procedures for severing their relationship and ask them to sign as witnesses. Feng Dasheng is not trustworthy. Ning Huilan and Feng Ningnua hope to do things more safely to avoid Feng Dasheng playing tricks and going back on his word in the future. After Feng Daxing's attitude was confirmed, the village chief and the elders had no choice but to sign. They had tried to persuade Feng Daxing, but he insisted on his own approach and finally decided to let him be responsible for his choice. Although they understood that Feng Daxing wanted a son, they did not approve of his doing so, thinking that he had reached the end of his rope. But for Ning Huilan and Feng Ningnua, they have no regrets about it. Feng Ningnua finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that all the agreements had been signed. No matter what the future holds, at least her relationship with Feng Daxing has been completely severed. She, her mother, and her sister will no longer be implicated by Feng Daxing, and their lives will become freer. After finishing the work, the three of them walked out of the village committee. Feng Ningnua saw Feng Daxing leaving in a hurry, and his heart was still full of anger. He couldn't help but taunted, "You'd better go back quickly. Maybe you can see a good show." When Feng Daxing heard this, he turned around and stared at Feng Ningnua angrily. However, Ning Huilan had already stood in front of Feng Ningnua to protect her from Feng Daxing's threat. Feng Daxing's face became increasingly gloomy, but he did nothing else and just continued to leave. He noticed that Feng Ningnua's eyes were full of sarcasm. He was no longer afraid of him, but seemed to be full of gloating. This made Feng Daxing feel uneasy. After what happened today, Feng Daxing finally calmed down and realized that he had been led by Feng Ningnua almost the entire time. All the decisions and actions he made seemed to be under Feng Ningnua's control. He originally thought that he could take 2,000 yuan from Ning Huilan and threaten her with custody, but in the end he didn't get the money, but instead got a lot of property. Despite realizing this, Feng Daxing didn't say anything more. He got on his motorcycle, accelerated sharply, and hurried home. Feng Daxing was now extremely wary of his eldest daughter, Feng Ningnua. He dared not despise every word of Feng Ningnua, especially her calmness and decisiveness when she spoke, which made Feng Daxing realize that she was no longer the girl who could be easily manipulated by him. Feng Ningnua's transformation forced Feng Daxing to re-examine her. He was not sure whether he had fallen into Feng Ningnua's trap, and began to suspect whether she was deliberately trying to sow discord and destroy the relationship between him and Chao Baihe. He began to worry whether Feng Ningnua was deliberately creating misunderstandings to make him distrust his unborn child, and thus destroy his relationship with Chao Baihe. If all this was really Feng Ningnua's careful planning, then he would be at a great loss, and Feng Ningnua would take the initiative. Feng Daxing felt increasingly confused, unsure of how to respond. He had already lost his marriage to Ning Huilan, and if everything was just Feng Ningnua's calculation, the loss would undoubtedly be even greater. However, he still considered the child in Chao Baihe's arms, gradually regained his composure, and no longer let his emotional impulses influence his judgment. Feng Daxing decided to rush back to check the situation. This time, he was more alert. Feng Ningnua's words made him realize that he could no longer despise her as he did in the past, nor could he continue to take her lightly. Despite this, Feng Daxing unconsciously accelerated the speed of the motorcycle and soon disappeared from the sight of Ning Huilan and Feng Ningnua. Watching Feng Daxing leave in a hurry, Ning Huilan frowned, and doubts could not help but appear in her heart. She began to wonder if Feng Ningnua knew the secret between Feng Daxing and Chao Baihe, which made Feng Daxing so nervous. Ning Huilan felt unfamiliar with Feng Ningnua's change, but she knew very well that Feng Ningnua did this just to protect her and her sister Feng Ningyi, and did not want her to be deceived and hurt by Feng Daxing again. Ning Huilan felt sorry for her eldest daughter. She knew that if she were stronger, Feng Ningnua would not have to bear so many responsibilities and make so many extreme actions. She sighed softly, looked at Feng Ningnua, and finally said, "Ningnua, although you have severed your relationship with Feng Daxing, he is an elder after all. You still have to be more careful in the future to avoid giving others a handle. It's not that you did anything wrong, but for your own reputation, we don't want to cause unnecessary discussion from others. Although the atmosphere in Luolin village is relaxed, there are always things we have to be careful about to avoid being criticized. People's words are scary. You still have a bright future. It's not worth taking risks for him." Ning Huilan realized that Feng Ningnua might have misunderstood her meaning, so she quickly added, "I'm not saying that what you did was wrong, but I hope that when you are outside, you will stay alert and protect yourself. After we divorce, most of the Feng family members will stand on Feng Daxing's side, and we must not leave them any chance to take advantage of us. You are still young and have many possibilities. Don't let that rotten man affect your future. Ning Huilan looked at Feng Mingnua and felt even sadder. She felt that she had failed in her duty as a mother and should have handled these matters herself, instead of letting Feng Mingnua bear so much responsibility. Feng Mingnua's persistence and efforts made her feel even more distressed. She knew that her past compromises had put a lot of pressure on Feng Mingnua, which forced her to react so violently. She decided that she would never compromise because of weakness again. She had to be strong for herself and her two daughters and not let Feng Daxing's behavior hurt them again. Feng Mingnua saw the complex emotions in her mother's eyes and understood her worries. So she comforted her, "Mom, I know you are doing this for my own good. We will protect each other as a family." Feng Daxing is a very cunning man. He will only do what we ask if he feels threatened. But now that everything has been resolved, I will be more careful and won't make you worry again. Feng Mingnua knows that her mother has taken on too much for her, and now she has decided not to let her mother sacrifice for her. She will continue to protect her mother and sister, and will never let Feng Daxing have any chance to hurt them again. Ning Huilan nodded, feeling warmer in her heart. From now on, leave everything to me. I am an adult and your guardian, don't worry. She looked at Feng Mingnua with gratitude and made up her mind to provide a good life for her two daughters and never let Feng Daxing affect their lives again. Feng Mingnua was not talking nonsense. She knew all about Widow Chow and also knew the unknown things between Feng Daxing and Widow Chow. She mentioned these deliberately just to let Feng Daxing find out the truth himself and hurt his inner pain. Feng Daxing almost lost his mind in order to have a son. He did not believe what others said, but thought they were cursing his child. Feng Mingnua knew that she had to let Feng Daxing reveal the secret himself this time. Even if Feng Daxing continues to play dumb, Feng Mingnua has a way to expose everything and completely destroy Feng Daxing's reputation. She will not let Feng Daxing and Widow Chow go, especially Feng Daxing. She is determined to shatter his and Widow Chow's dreams. In order to avoid worrying his mother, Feng Mingnua added, "Mom, I did find something wrong, so I said those words. I once passed by Widow Chow's home and heard her conversation with Feng Dagui. It was then that I realized that Feng Dagui and Widow Chow had been in a relationship for a long time. But Widow Chow was pregnant, and she deliberately tried to put the blame on Feng Dagui and force him to divorce and marry her. Her behavior was really disgusting." Feng Mingnua's face was full of disgust. When she mentioned these things, her disgust towards Feng Daxing and Widow Chow became stronger and stronger. The existence of Widow Chow made Feng Daxing shamelessly want to continue to exploit her and her sister Feng Mingyi, and even use the media to discredit them. Feng Mingnua remembered clearly that what Feng Daxing, Widow Chow, and Feng Dagui had done had made her disgust towards them reach the extreme. She knew that when the opportunity came, she would make these people pay, especially Feng Daxing. She wanted to see his and Chow Widow's dreams completely shattered, trapped together forever, unable to escape. Feng Mingnua continued calmly. Although Feng Dagui has a family, he is afraid of Widow Chow's aunt and dares not quarrel with her. Widow Chow then tried to pin the green hat on Feng Dagui's head. In order to have a son, Feng Daxing believed what Widow Chow said and decided that the child was his, but he was used by her. If we tell these things now, he won't believe it. Instead, he will think we are slandering Widow Chow. So, he has to discover this green hat himself. Feng Mingnua looked at his mother and continued. Feng Dagui usually goes to see Widow Chow at this time. If he can get back in time, he might be able to see the truth. Mom, even though you and he have divorced, and and I have severed our relationship with him, he still wants a son. We still have to let him know the truth. Maybe he can still get a son of his own. Feng Mingnua no longer worried about Feng Daxing's fate. She knew that Feng Daxing's body had long been hollowed out and he would never have another biological child. And for him, if he wanted a son, he could only choose from his nephews. As for the three of us, and I have decided to stay away from him completely and move out of Luolin village so that we won't let him bother us anymore. Now, I have the ability to solve these problems. If Feng Daxing dares to make the same mistake again, I will make him and Widow Chow pay a higher price. Hearing Feng Ningnua's words, Ning Huilan felt even more depressed. She knew that Feng Mingnua was just a junior high school student, and she shouldn't know too much about these dirty things or get too involved. Ning Huilan sighed with mixed feelings. She looked at Feng Mingnua, shook her head, and said, Nunuo, Mom doesn't blame you, it's just that these things are too dirty. If you encounter similar things in the future, let me handle it. These are grudges between adults. You shouldn't be involved in them. You just need to focus on studying and doing your own thing, and don't worry about these messy things. Ning Huilan's mood was particularly complicated. She felt disgusted by the behavior of Feng Dasheng, Chao Widow, and Feng Dagui, and was also angry that she had exposed Feng Ningnua to such dirty things. She hoped that Feng Ningnua could remain pure and not be polluted by these dirty things. She continued, "Don't worry. Even if we get divorced, I will support you and Yi to continue going to school, and I won't let your life and studies be affected. I will be responsible for making money and handling these matters. You just need to study hard and don't be distracted by these matters. You and E both have good grades, and the future is full of infinite possibilities. It's not worth wasting your mood and energy on these rubbish." Ning Huilan knew that she couldn't let her daughters get involved in these things full of deceit and deception, especially Feng Ningnua. She was already sensible and shouldn't bear more responsibilities that didn't belong to her. Feng Ningnua nodded in agreement, her eyes firm. "Mom, I understand. I was too anxious this time and didn't want you to suffer, so I did those things. I encountered a lot of problems before and didn't know whether I should speak up or not, but today things have come to this. I decided to tell the truth. Mom, I'm sorry. I will be more careful next time and won't make you worry." Chapter 10, Responsibility. After hearing the apology from her eldest daughter, Feng Ningnua, Ning Huilan couldn't help but be stunned. Knowing that Feng Ningnua had misunderstood her meaning, Ning Huilan quickly shook her head, reached out and held Feng Ningnua's hand, looked at her, and said seriously, "Ningnua, Mom is not blaming you. I don't mean to blame you. Mom knows that you helped me a lot today. That's why I didn't get blackmailed and deceived by that person. That's why I didn't suffer any loss. I didn't let you and E continue to be implicated in the future. I can't thank you enough. You don't need to apologize to me. Mom just said that because she doesn't want you to get involved in those dirty and despicable things. Just leave it to the adults to deal with. Mom is afraid that you'll be affected by these dirty things. After all, it was a dirty business involving thieves and prostitutes. Ning Huilan really didn't want her daughter to get involved in it. Those were too dirty and too despicable, and there would be no benefit in getting too much exposure to them, especially the various entanglements, calculations, and exploitations between Widow Chao, Feng Dagui, and Feng Dasheng. Even she, a divorced person, felt disgusted and unlucky. Ning Huilan was even more unwilling to let her eldest daughter touch such dirty things. Even if they knew these secrets, they could use them to deal with Feng Dasheng in the future and avoid being schemed and exploited by Feng Dasheng and Widow Chao. But it was enough for them to already know them, and there was no need to delve into them to avoid being disgusted. Ning Huilan could see that the changes in the family were probably caused by the dirty deeds done between Feng Dasheng, Feng Gui, and Widow Chao, which had caused her eldest daughter Feng Ningnua to change so much and be forced to grow up. This made Ning Huilan feel even more distressed for her eldest daughter, Feng Ningnua. Now that she already knows all these things, Ning Huilan will give herself the courage to face and deal with these bad things, cut off Feng Dasheng's plans and his intention to take advantage of her. She really doesn't want her eldest daughter to continue to be exposed to such dirty things. It was because she did not handle things properly that her eldest daughter was affected. Ning Huilan knew that she needed to take on her responsibilities better and could no longer let Feng Ningnua face it all for her and be forced to take such responsibility. Feng Ningnua is still young and shouldn't bear all this. Ning Huilan let out a sigh and felt that she, as a mother, had been too negligent in her duties. Looking at Feng Ningnua again, Ning Huilan's eyes became firm, but she was still very gentle to Feng Ningnua and continued to say to her, "Ningnua, Mom knows that you are a very sensible child, and your academic performance is also very good. This time we can use the law to protect the interests of the three of us, mother and daughter. Mom can understand it. I know you are doing this for the good of our family, but Mom doesn't want you to be under too much pressure. You are still a junior high school student. You should live a relaxed and lively life. Just study hard. As for other things, Mom will take care of them and will not let you and E be affected any further. From now on, Mom will protect you and E well. You have to give Mom a little more trust, right? We, mother and daughter, will definitely have a better life in the future. Mom will also work hard so that you can rely on me instead of always thinking about protecting me. You don't need to shoulder all these things too early. This is what Mom should do." Having said that, Ning Huilan smiled gently, patted the back of Feng Ningnua's hand gently, and then continued. Okay, don't misunderstand. Don't think too much. Let's go back first. We have already separated from that person, and our household registration has been separated. We don't need to have any relationship with that person anymore. We just need to live our own lives. It's getting late. You will be home from school soon. Let's go back first. You also need to go back and have a good rest. This time, you follow me everywhere, even though you were sick. You must be tired, right? Go and rest when you get home. Don't think too much. I will take care of the follow-up matters. Just give me a little more trust. This incident allowed Ning Huilan to see the growth and strength of her eldest daughter, Feng Ningnua. But Ning Huilan is more aware of her responsibilities and will try her best to handle these things, to protect her two daughters from wind and rain, so that they can still live a good life even without the company and help of their biological father, Feng Dashing. Without Feng Dashing's burden and entanglement, Ning Huilan wants to take on her own responsibilities, change her lifestyle, and be strong. Making money and supporting the family are what she needs to do in the future. Of course, Ning Huilan has confidence in herself without having to continue to be plundered and sabotaged by Feng Dashing. As long as she holds on and works harder, making money to support her family will not be a big problem, and she will definitely be able to do it. As for her eldest daughter, Feng Ningnua, Ning Huilan also hopes that she can let go of the burden in her heart and not have to bear these responsibilities that she should not bear. She can have a more relaxed and happy mentality and study and live without worries. She will work harder in the future to avoid letting her eldest daughter, Feng Ningnua, continue to worry about her. It's time for her to take on these responsibilities. Thinking of this, Ning Huilan nodded towards Feng Ningnua, her eyes becoming more determined. After listening to what his mother Ning Huilan said and meeting her strong and serious gaze, Feng Ningnua nodded seriously. Feng Ningnua felt sorry for her mother, but she also knew that her mother also needed more trust and recognition, rather than her being responsible for everything. Only when mothers take on the responsibility of their families and become their children's support can they feel at ease and not fall into confusion due to the lack of role responsibilities. However, Feng Ningnua did not ignore everything. Instead, on the premise of respecting her mother, they worked together to deal with the things at home and strive to make everything better and better. She also has other plans. She plans to make some money first to improve her family's conditions so that they don't have to worry about money. Then she plans to start some business, which will make it easier for her to make money. His mother is able to endure hardships and work, but Feng Ningnua pays more attention to his mother's health. He does not want his mother to be too stressed out by the pressure of life and to support the family by sacrificing her own health. Since he has the ability, Feng Ningnua will help deal with these things. Nodding, Feng Ningnua replied seriously, Mom, I know everything. I will definitely not let these things affect me. For that person, it's not worth it. But Mom, I'm well now. I'm very energetic now. I don't need to go back to bed. You don't have to worry about me. Chapter 11, let's go. Feng Ningnua's physical condition has indeed improved a lot. This time, she fell into a coma due to heat stroke. In her previous life, she did not wake up so quickly, so she was unable to help. As a result, the three of them, mother and daughter, suffered a great loss. Later, they suffered even more because they were cruelly schemed against by Feng Dasheng and Widow Chow. But now, Feng Ningnua is different. Now that he knows what will happen later, and knows the selfishness, cruelty, and various calculations of Feng Dasheng and Widow Chow, he understands more things and has more means. These are enough to deal with various emergencies that may be encountered later and destroy the series of calculations and conspiracies of Feng Dasheng and Widow Chow. Even if she wanted to use force, Feng Ningnua was very strong and had some martial arts skills. Besides, she no longer wanted to acknowledge Feng Dasheng as her scumbag father. If she really started fighting, she would not have any scruples and would not let herself, her mother, and her sister suffer. Knowing that Feng Dasheng's cruelty and ruthlessness had been used before, Feng Ningnua would not let such a tragedy happen again. In her previous life, after being morally blackmailed and coerced by family affection, she was still able to kill Feng Dasheng and Widow Chow. This time, starting from scratch, Feng Ningnua will directly cut off the connection with Feng Dasheng and prevent Feng Dasheng from scheming and morally blackmailing her again. Her parents have divorced, and she and her sister Feng Ningyi have signed a statement to sever ties with Feng Dasheng, and they signed these statements in exchange for child support, which should make Feng Dasheng hesitate. Of course, Even if Feng Dashing still wants to cheat or do something weird, Feng Ninghua will not let them have an easy time. In her previous life, she was able to kill Feng Dashing and Widow Chao. So, in this life, she would cut off the hand of Feng Dashing, who was trying to take advantage of her. However, Feng Ninghua couldn't tell these things to her mother Ning Huilan. Now that she had returned home, in order to avoid making her mother worry about her, Feng Ninghua thought for a moment and continued, "Mom, E will be back from school soon. Let's go cook first. We have separated from that person, and we no longer have any relationship with him. We don't need to care about his affairs anymore. We need to take care of our own bodies now. There's no need to worry about that person. Even if that person and Widow Chao still want to do something or want to take advantage of others, we will just counter their moves and not let them succeed." Seeing that her mother had relaxed a little, Feng Ninghua smiled slightly and said, "Mom, how about I cook today? You haven't tasted my cooking for a long time, right? You take a rest today, and I'll cook a delicious meal so that we can celebrate together as a family. My skills have improved a lot recently. I'm sure you will be satisfied." Having said these words, Feng Ninghua turned around and walked towards the kitchen. However, Ning Huilan stopped her in a hurry, shook her head, smiled helplessly, and said, "Okay, Nuo, I won't think about it anymore, and I won't bother about that person. The three of us, mother and daughter, just need to live our own lives well and don't need to pay attention to those irrelevant people. Okay, I really don't think too much about it. Let's go together. You help me pick the vegetables, and I'll cook. That way, when he comes back, we can almost have dinner. I know you're a good cook, but wait until you're fully recovered before cooking for us. There's no need to be so anxious. You should get well first." The eldest daughter, Feng Ninghua, is becoming more sensible. Ning Huilan knows that she does not have time to get bogged down in the past entanglements, but should cheer up immediately, take on her responsibilities, and take care of her two daughters instead of letting her daughters worry about her and need to take care of her in return. Having successfully divorced Feng Dasheng, Ning Huilan no longer had to be on the same household registration book with such a disgusting and despicable person, and they no longer had to be a family. She felt much more relaxed and calmed down after a little adjustment. She no longer wasted her energy and time on such a disgusting and horrible person, so as not to neglect her responsibilities as a mother. Her eldest daughter, Feng Ninghua, had done so much for her today, she couldn't continue to make her worry. Seeing that his mother Ning Huilan had regained her composure and was no longer affected by that rotten guy Feng Dasheng, Feng Ninghua secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Since I have already divorced Feng Dasheng and severed all ties, there's no need to think about that scumbag anymore. There is no point in thinking about him. Feng Dasheng had long placed all his attention and hopes on the child in Widow Chao's belly. He had long since severed all ties with the three of them, mother and daughter, and would not look back. Even if Feng Dasheng was found, it would definitely be for money. He wanted to take advantage and continue to oppress the three of them, mother and daughter. It's really unnecessary to waste time and energy on such a bad person. However, Feng Ninghua still felt that, just in case, it would be better for them to move away from Nanqing Village and stay away from Feng Dasheng and Widow Chao. In that way, they will definitely be able to reduce a lot of dangers and troubles and avoid a lot of incidents. Feng Ninghua is not afraid of Feng Dasheng, but he also doesn't want his mother and sister to be hurt. By staying away from such uncertain dangers, they can also worry less. Moreover, this house was built with the money of the mother Ning Huilan, who rented the land herself, and the house was in the name of the mother alone. When they divorced, although Feng Dasheng wanted to get the house very much, there was insufficient evidence to support Feng Dasheng's request, so he did not insist on asking for the house. What's more, the house is a bit dilapidated now, and is not better than the old house. Feng Dasheng underestimated the copyright of this piece of land and the house, so he did not make a bigger fuss over the house. But Feng Dasheng himself might have overlooked that there was also a widow named Chao, who was even more greedy and cruel. Feng Ninghua did not ignore such a poisonous snake. If the mother and her two daughters plan to move out of Nanqing Village, then they need to start preparing to sell the copyright of this land in exchange for some money. Even if they left Nanqing Village, Feng Ninghua would not leave any benefits for Feng Dasheng to take advantage of, and it was even more impossible for him to leave the house to Feng Dasheng and Widow Chao. Soon, the sound of a bicycle being parked outside was heard. Knowing that her sister Feng Ningyi had returned, Feng Ninghua quickly put away her complicated thoughts, continued to pick vegetables, and quickened her pace so that she could eat faster. Chapter 12 Heartache. After dinner, Ning Huilan and Feng Mingnua told Feng Ningyi about their divorce and severance of relationship. When they were eating just now, Feng Mingnua and Ning Huilan did not mention this, so as not to affect everyone's mood for the meal. They were not sure how Feng Ningyi would react after knowing all these things. So when they brought up these things, they were very careful and were paying attention to Feng Ningyi's reaction. However, after hearing all these things, Feng Ningyi was very calm, as if she had expected this to happen. Such a calm reaction, without any confusion or worry, was still a little abnormal for a little girl, and made Ning Huilan and Feng Mingnua even more worried. They were afraid that Feng Ningyi might not understand all this and would be dissatisfied with their unauthorized decision. Noticing the reactions of her mother and sister, knowing that they were worried about her, Feng Ningyi thought for a moment and said, "Mom, sister, you don't have to worry about me. I knew this would be the result, and I like it even more. I support the decisions you made. That person basically doesn't care about his family on weekdays. There's actually no difference whether he is there or not. Maybe our life will be better without him at home." Every time that person came home, he always looked at us with disdain, beating and scolding us, which made Mom angry. We were always terrified and couldn't stay at home peacefully. I don't have any feelings for a person like that anymore. I want to cut off all ties with him and never have any contact with him again. Feng Ningyi really doesn't care about her scumbag, Father Feng Dasheng, and doesn't like him. Feng Ningyi really has no good memories of a man who liked to do whatever he wanted and disliked her and her two daughters just because they had no son. She wished that man was not her biological father and that she had no relationship with him at all. That would be the best. Unfortunately, their situation here in the countryside is not favorable. They have suffered too much from Feng Dasheng. They are always abused and exploited by Feng Dasheng, making their lives more and more difficult and hopeless. Now, her mother finally stood up, resisted Feng Dasheng, divorced Feng Dasheng, and asked them to cut off their relationship with Feng Dasheng. This situation was indeed beyond Feng Ningyi's expectations and was also the result she particularly wanted. Before this, the three of them, mother and daughter, had been subject to too many constraints and pressures and had been unable to make up their minds to sever ties with Feng Dasheng, making their lives very miserable. Feng Ningyi felt much more relieved now that she was able to sever her relationship with Feng Dasheng. After a pause, Feng Ningyi looked at her mother Ning Huilan and her sister Feng Mingnua and continued, I definitely support this matter, and I definitely like it. I've seen that man hanging out with Widow Chow before, and I know he's wronged the three of us, mother and daughter. I have absolutely no good feelings towards him. It's better for people like that to leave, and it's even better to sever ties with them. I don't have any regrets about letting them go. On the contrary, I'm happy for this outcome. Mom, sister, you don't have to worry about me. I'm really happy. From now on, I can relax a little at home and won't be suppressed and abused by that person all the time. Without the pressure from Feng Dasheng, Feng Ningyi feels very good now. In order to avoid making her mother and sister worry about her, Feng Ningyi continued, Mom, sister, from now on, we will live a good life together and no longer be oppressed and abused by that person. This is the most important and best thing. I saw that man having an affair with Widow Chow, and he threatened me several times, asking me not to say anything, or we would have to pay the price together and die together. I have been frightened for such a long time. Now, I am really happy to be able to leave that man and sever ties with him. Mom, sister, you don't have to worry about me. I see it clearly. We all don't like that person. We have been living under the pressure of that person's shadow before, and we are not happy. We don't want that person. We can live our own lives. We will definitely be able to live a good life. We don't have to let that person take our money away all day long to subsidize Chow Widow and others. We don't have to be angry and sad because of that person anymore. This is a good thing. We must not regret it. We must not go back on our ways or eat grass that we have already turned back on. What Feng Ningyi is worried about now is that they will not be able to stand the gossip of others, make irrational decisions, and pick up unwanted garbage. As for scum like Feng Dasheng, once they want to go back to him, they will definitely not have a good life in the future. After such a change, Feng Ningyi didn't want to go back to the painful days before. After hearing Feng Ningyi's words, Ning Huilan and Feng Mingnua were both a little surprised. They never thought that Feng Dasheng's behavior would be so bad that he even threatened Feng Ningyi and did not treat them as family at all. In order to have a son to carry on the family line, Feng Dasheng is really crazy. The more they knew about these disgusting and despicable things, the more fortunate they were to be able to separate from Feng Dasheng and no longer be influenced by that man. Even when Feng Ningyi refused to call him dad anymore and just use that person instead, Ning Huilan and Feng Ningna didn't say anything and didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Feng Dasheng is truly unfit to be a father, unfit to be a husband. However, knowing that Feng Ningyi was worried that they would choose to forgive Feng Dasheng and go back to their old ways, Ning Huilan hugged her little daughter, Feng Ningyi, distressfully and said, it's all my fault. If I had discovered these problems earlier, you wouldn't have been bullied and hurt by that person, and you wouldn't have to worry for so long. From now on, if anything happens, no matter how dangerous the situation is, you must tell me and your sister. We can work together to find a way to solve it. You don't have to hold it in by yourself, and you don't have to endure it all by yourself in silence. You're right. From now on, we won't bother with that person anymore. We just need to live our own lives well. Gently patting Feng Ningyi's back, Ning Huilan continued, don't worry. From now on, we will protect you well and won't let that person hurt you again. And don't worry, we will never go back to the way we were before. We will never have anything to do with that person again. We will never fall into the bad days like before again. In the next few days, let's go find a new house together. Let's move out together and leave Luolin village. We won't let that person bother us or take advantage of us again. Chapter 13, Moving Plan. After everything was made clear, the mother and daughter felt much more at ease. At this time, considering the possibility of moving, Feng Ningnuo took out a wild ginseng from the house and put it on the table. The current market price of wild ginseng is not low. Feng Ningnuo had learned about it before. Basically, it is several dozen yuan per gram. Those of good quality can reach more than 100 yuan per gram. This wild ginseng is the smallest and most common one in Feng Ningnuo's space. Its medicinal properties are relatively ordinary. It is enough to surprise many people, but it is not too abrupt. When Feng Ningnuo was reborn, the space also returned with him, and there were a lot of supplies and equipment inside. It was also thanks to the special medicines in the space that Feng Ningnuo was able to recover quickly and promised to fight in the previous battle. Although she has severed ties with Feng Dasheng, Feng Ningnuo still hopes that the three of them, mother and daughter, can move out of Luolin village and no longer have to have any relationship with Feng Dasheng in the future. The fastest way to make money is to sell medicinal herbs, especially high-end medicinal herbs. If this wild ginseng can be sold successfully, it should be enough for them to settle down in the town or city. When Feng Ningnuo took out the wild ginseng, both Ning Huilan and Feng Ningyi were really shocked. They didn't expect that Feng Ningnuo actually had such precious medicinal materials. They had all come into contact with some medicinal herbs, so they naturally recognized ginseng. From the smell of ginseng, they knew that this ginseng had good medicinal properties and extraordinary quality. Knowing this, they were shocked that Feng Ningnuo could produce such good ginseng. Seeing her mother's surprised look, Feng Ningnuo said seriously, "Mom, I found this when I went hiking 2 days ago. After I brought it home, I fell ill before I had time to tell you. I also think that if we have enough money, we can consider moving away from these people here so that we don't have to be bothered by them in the future. Let's sell this wild ginseng. With the money, we can find a house and move out of Luolin village as soon as possible. For safety reasons, and in order to completely sever ties with Feng Dasheng and avoid future trouble, Feng Ningnuo still hopes that they can move out of Luolin village as soon as possible." Feng Ningnuo did not trust Feng Dasheng. Only by cutting off Feng Dasheng's opportunities to take advantage of them could they avoid being troubled or harassed by Feng Dasheng in the future. When they make money and live a good life in the future, people like Feng Dasheng will definitely not easily let go of the opportunity to take advantage of them. They should stay away from Luolin village and then move away from Shuangli town and Qingyu city. In that way, Feng Dasheng will not be able to find them, and naturally he will give up the idea of causing trouble and taking advantage of them. After a pause, noticing his mother's increasingly serious expression, Feng Ningnuo continued, "Mom, I did dig this wild ginseng in the mountains. I didn't steal it, so don't worry. This kind of wild ginseng is of very good quality and will be sold at a high price. If we sell this wild ginseng in the city, we could buy a house in the town or city and move away from Luolin village. Although we have severed our relationship with that person, he is not a man of his word. If he gets hurt by Widow Chow and finds out the truth and wants to go back to her, it will be very troublesome." Feng Ningnuo had many factors to consider, and there was really no need to continue to get entangled with someone like Feng Dasheng. Away from such troubles, their lives will surely be more comfortable. As long as they sell this wild ginseng, their family will definitely be able to live a better life. There are so many people in the village, many of whom are members of the Feng clan, and they all stand on Feng Dashing's side. If a fight really breaks out, they will still suffer. Only by staying away from Luolin village can they live their good lives in peace, without having to worry about being targeted by some unreliable scoundrels just because they have money. Especially Feng Dasheng, using blood relationship to argue. Sometimes it is really hard to argue clearly, and proof of severing the relationship may not necessarily achieve the effect they want. Instead of making things so troublesome and complicated, it would be a better choice for them to move away and enjoy a better life, which would also make them more comfortable and at ease. They knew their mother Ning Huilan's worries and that the family was under a heavy burden, but they chose to sell the wild ginseng. Everything would begin to change, and their family's future would only get better and better. Looking at his mother, Feng Ningnuo said seriously, "Mom, let's leave the village and live outside. Then we can do some small business to make money, and we can live a good life. It won't be worse than here in Luolin village. We don't have any relatives here in Luolin village. There's nothing to regret about moving out of Luolin village. On the contrary, it will keep us away from the Feng family and prevent them from plotting against us. If we continue to stay in Luolin village, the three of us, mother and daughter, are not suited to farming, and we have few opportunities to make money. We may also be troubled by the Feng family. These are all hidden dangers that need to be considered. If we move away from Luolin village, our situation will only get better and better in the future. This is a serious matter." So Feng Ningnuo analyzed the matter with his mother, hoping to reach a consensus on this matter and move out of Luolin village as soon as possible to completely sever ties with the Feng family. Ultimately, this matter still needs to be decided by his mother Ning Huilan. Although Feng Ningnuo really hopes to do so and move out of Luolin village as soon as possible, he still has to respect the opinions of his mother and younger sister. When seeing this wild ginseng, Ning Huilan, who also knew some pharmacology, could naturally see how precious this wild ginseng was. The wild ginseng that Feng Ningnuo took out was indeed very valuable and could be exchanged for a large sum of money. After divorcing Feng Dasheng, she and her two daughters need to pay more attention to their livelihood in the future. She has to shoulder the burden of the family so that her two daughters can feel at ease. From now on, they can no longer rely on Feng Dasheng. They have to find other ways to make money and live the good life they want on their own. If the wild ginseng that the eldest daughter Feng Ningnuo took out could be sold successfully, they would definitely be able to make a lot of money, enough for them to deal with many things that would follow. In response, Ning Huilan nodded and said seriously, "Okay, then let's go to the city and try tomorrow. This wild ginseng is of very good quality and seems to have very good medicinal properties. It must be valuable. After we sell it, we'll look for a house and move out as soon as possible if everything goes well." Chapter 14 Support. Ning Huilan was deeply touched that her eldest daughter Feng Ningnuo had become so sensible and had always been thinking about her younger daughter, and the family. She also realized that she seemed to have missed the growth process of her eldest daughter and neglected her for too long, so that she had just discovered that her eldest daughter had changed so much. It seemed that since this illness and her divorce from Feng Dasheng, her eldest daughter was forced to grow up and consider a lot for the family. She really helped her a lot at such a critical time. If Feng Ningnuo had not stood up when she and Feng Dasheng were negotiating the divorce terms, and forcefully exposed Feng Dasheng's conspiracy and schemes, and fought for the interests of the three of them, they would probably have continued to be schemed and exploited by Feng Dasheng. Thinking of this, Ning Huilan couldn't help but feel even more heartbroken. However, things have come to this, and they still need to deal with all the situations and strive for better external conditions so that they can live more peacefully and comfortably in the future. Leaving Luolin village is an option they need to consider, and it would be best if it could be implemented as soon as possible so that they will not continue to be entangled by Feng Dasheng. This time, the matter still has to be handled with the wild ginseng found by the eldest daughter Feng Ningnuo. But in the future, she needs to shoulder the responsibility of the family and protect her two daughters instead of letting her two daughters worry about the family. After figuring this out, Ning Huilan looked at her eldest daughter Feng Ningnuo and continued, "Ningnuo, this time, I really want to thank you. If we're going to move, then let's move to Shuangli town and try to choose a place near Shuangli Middle School so that it will be convenient for you to study. Of course, if we have the opportunity and you consider transferring to other schools in the city, then we can discuss it together. Your studies should be the most important thing. After a pause, Ning Huilan looked at her youngest daughter, Feng Ningyi, again and continued. If you want to move away from Luolin village, then you have to move out and transfer to another school. The transfer procedures for elementary schools are relatively simple, but we respect your opinion. Let's go check out the situation together tomorrow. If there's a school you like, remember to tell us, and we will try to help you transfer there. The situation this time is rather special. We have to ask you sisters to transfer to another school and leave Luolin village. You should also be prepared. We will try our best not to continue to be entangled with those people from the Feng family in Luolin village. Even though transferring between elementary schools is relatively easier, Ning Huilan also respects the choice and decision of her youngest daughter, Feng Ningyi. In order to know how to deal with the matter in the end, they still need to go to the city and town to see what option would be more appropriate. Feng Ningyi nodded and said, Mom, I'm not in a hurry. I can continue studying at Shuangli Middle School first. The teaching quality of Shuangli Middle School is pretty good. I can adapt to studying there and don't need to transfer out in a hurry. Although we're going to sell this wild ginseng, we still need to buy and rent a house after we get the money, which will cost a lot. I don't need to rush to transfer schools. I can wait and see. Having said this, Feng Ningyi also looked at his younger sister, Feng Ningyi, and continued. As for if we really want to leave Luolin village, then she doesn't have to continue to go to Luolin primary school. We have to help her transfer to another school. When the time comes, we'll let choose and see where she prefers to go to school, and then we'll choose to find a house nearby. As for me, you don't have to worry. Even if the distance is far, it's very convenient for me to ride a bicycle to school. It's not a big problem. Feng Ningyi is very confident about learning knowledge in junior high school. He is not worried about his homework and can follow the pace of his family without any problem. However, Feng Ningyi needs to pay more attention to the situation of his younger sister Feng Ningyi and give priority to his sister's transfer to another school. Fortunately, the two sisters had good academic performance and had won awards in city competitions, which was quite beneficial for their transfer. After hearing what her mother and sister said, Feng Ningyi waved her hands and said with a smile, Mom, sister, there is no problem on my side. I want to move away from Luolin village and Luolin primary school with you. I want to study in a new school. Mom, sister, let's go and have a look together tomorrow. It would be best if we choose a place near Shuangli Middle School. This way, my sister and I will be on the same route, and it will be more convenient for us to go to and from school. We can solve the problem of going to and from school by ourselves without worrying about anything. As for study, the primary school courses are very simple. You don't have to worry about my grades falling behind. I will definitely do better in my studies in the new school and won't fall behind. Because she had suffered so much harm in Luolin village at the hands of Feng Dasheng and the Feng family, Feng Ningyi no longer cared about Luolin village, Luolin primary school, and Feng Dasheng. Feng Ningyi would naturally be happy to be able to leave Luolin village and Luolin primary school, arriving in new primary school and a new environment. Without all the targeting, she can study with greater peace of mind and strive to be as good in her studies as her sister Feng Ningyi. Therefore, Feng Ningyi's first choice was to find a house and a primary school near Shuangli Middle School, as long as she could be admitted successfully and leave Luolin village and Luolin primary school. This time, her sister Feng Ningyi found wild ginseng, which can help their family transform and develop quickly and allow her to study with greater peace of mind in the future. So she needs to study hard and strive to get better academic results so that her mother and sister can be proud of her. As for which school to transfer to, Feng Ningyi is not picky now. As long as she can leave Luolin village, Luolin primary school, and stay away from those people, she will be happy. She didn't want to cause trouble at school, but now she had nothing to do with Feng Dasheng anymore, and her family's conditions would soon improve, so she could do as she pleased. After hearing what Feng Ningyi said, Ning Huilan thought about it, nodded, and said, Okay, let's go to the city to sell this wild ginseng tomorrow. Then, let's go look for it near Shuangli Middle School together. If everything goes well, we will buy or rent a house near Shuangli Middle School and try to move out of Luolin village as soon as possible to have a new start. When the time comes, we will find a way to allow to study in a new school next school year. Chapter 15 Restrictions. The next day was the weekend. Ning Huilan, her mother, and her two daughters got up early. After eating, they rode their bikes to the city together. The value of wild ginseng is very high, and the purchase price can only be raised in pharmacies in the city so that they can sell the wild ginseng at a more suitable price and avoid suffering a loss. Moreover, this time they're also planning to look for a house in the city and in the town, with a focus on finding a house near Shuangli Middle School. Feng Ninghua goes to Shuangli Middle School, and the school term is about to start. If they cannot help Feng Ninghua transfer to another school, Feng Ninghua will have to study at Shuangli Middle School next semester. In this case, if they want to move out of Luolin Village, they can look for a house near Shuangli Middle School, which will make it more convenient for Feng Ninghua to go to and from school. If everything goes well today, the wild ginseng can be sold at a high price, and they get the money, then they should be able to buy or rent a house and try to move out as soon as possible, instead of staying in Luolin Village, lest they be exploited by Feng Dasheng and his people, causing other troubles and dangers. Without a bad guy like Feng Dasheng, the lives of the three of them, mother and daughter, will only get better and better, so there's no need to get entangled with a bad guy like Feng Dasheng anymore. In Luolin Village, the Feng family is very powerful. After divorcing Feng Dasheng, life has not been very good for them. If they could move to a town or a city, it would be relatively better for a family like theirs. Otherwise, in Luolin Village, there are many people who want to take advantage of the family, and they need to keep an eye on them all the time, which is a very troublesome and laborious task and not cost-effective. They have made up their minds. They still hope to settle all these matters today, before the news of divorce and severance of relations spreads in Luolin Village. They, mother and daughter, will move out of Luolin Village first. In the future, they will no longer have to live under the will of the Feng family. Before leaving, Feng Ninghua packs some other medicinal herbs in a bag, preparing to sell them together and earn more money. Most of the medicinal herbs in the house were collected and stored by Feng Ninghua on a daily basis, and the quantity is quite large. Although Feng Ninghua secretly replaced some precious medicinal herbs with the help of the space, with the cover of other medicinal herbs, there was nothing too special about it, and it did not arouse suspicion. Since he is considering moving, Feng Ninghua still hopes to save more money so that it can come in handy when needed. This time, Ning Huilan rode a bicycle with Feng Ningyi, while Feng Ninghua rode a bicycle by herself with a bag of medicinal herbs, and the three of them set off together. Because they set out early, when it was still dawn, they did not meet many villagers. Occasionally, when they met villagers who were growing vegetables in the fields, Feng Ninghua and her friends would greet them openly. If someone asked, they would say that they were going to the town's bookstore together to buy stationery and school supplies. This was done to fool the villagers and not arouse their suspicion. The quantity and variety of stationery in the village store are relatively limited. Most people in the village go to the town or city to buy school supplies, which is nothing strange. In particular, Feng Ninghua and Feng Ningyi both had very good academic performance and used a lot of school supplies, so buying stationery was a frequent occurrence and the villagers were no longer surprised. They did not doubt that Ning Huilan and Feng Ninghua had any different purpose this time. After getting away with it like this, Ning Huilan, Feng Ninghua, and the others secretly breathed a sigh of relief, quickened their bicycle speed, and left Luolin Village as soon as possible to avoid running into any acquaintances. Even if they want to move away from Luolin Village, they will not tell anyone in advance, so as not to alert others and attract their attention, which may cause unnecessary trouble. When they buy the house, they can just move out. There is no need to notify anyone in the village or create more trouble. It would arouse jealousy among those people, which would be more troublesome for them. Therefore, it would be best to avoid disputes. They just need to move out of Luolin Village smoothly. That's enough. After leaving Luolin Village, Ning Huilan and the other two breathed a sigh of relief and continued riding their bikes to the city. Along the way, Ning Huilan and the other three admired the scenery along the roadside and paid attention to the conditions of some communities or houses along the way, preparing to ask when the time comes to see if anyone wants to sell a house. If possible, Feng Ninghua still hopes to buy a house to live in, which would be relatively stable. Moreover, as long as they choose carefully, they will always find houses near Shuangli Middle School or other schools that will appreciate in value in the future or even be demolished, which will be a better choice. Of course, to achieve this goal, they now need to sell the medicinal materials first. With the money, they will be able to buy or rent a house. Otherwise, if they don't have much money in their pockets, they won't have the confidence to negotiate business. As for the family savings, there weren't actually that much. Feng Ninghua wasn't going to let his mother use it directly, so he had to keep it for emergencies. Those were all earned by his mother's hard work. Feng Ningnuo would not resort to such ideas unless it was absolutely necessary. What's more, Feng Ningnuo was confident that he could make money on his own and didn't need to use his mother's money. Now, they can go to the city to sell medicinal herbs. This wild ginseng alone will bring in a very considerable income, which should be enough to solve the problems they encountered this time. Relatively speaking, in the future development process, the development of Luolin village will lag behind. In addition to the geographical factors here, the clan power of the Feng family in Luolin village is also relatively strong. They always use feng shui issues as an excuse to hinder some development plans from entering Luolin village, especially some of the gates in the village, which involve the big issue of feng shui. Many people in Luolin village are opposed to their demolition and are unwilling to destroy the feng shui of Luolin village. However, the existence of these gates has a very negative restrictive effect on the road conditions in the village. Even if the road is 7 or 8 meters wide, it will be reduced to only 1 meter wide when it reaches the gate, which has a very bad impact on the passage of vehicles. At present, there is no obvious problem, but when many families buy cars, it will be impossible for the cars to pass through these gates. Many roads in Luolin village will be cut off, causing more inconvenience and restricting the development of Luolin village. Chapter 16 Heartache. Soon, the mother, daughter, and her 2 daughters came to Renlin Pharmacy in the city. Renlin Pharmacy is a time-honored pharmacy in Qingyu City. Many of the Chinese herbal medicines are purchased and prepared by themselves to ensure that the medicinal properties of the herbs are good enough and the prescribed medicines can have a real therapeutic effect. At this time, there are some counterfeit medicinal materials on the market, which has a great impact on the safe use of medicines. In order to minimize the risks, Renlin Pharmacy will purchase some high-quality medicinal materials and will also use medicinal materials that they have purchased and prepared themselves. As a result, the medicines used by Renlin Pharmacy have very good quality and efficacy, which has also ensured that Renlin Pharmacy has always maintained a very good reputation and is well known. Many villagers nearby would bring any medicinal herbs they found to Renlin Pharmacy to sell. Renlin Pharmacy's prices for medicinal herbs were very fair, and it was honest and trustworthy. Because Renlin Pharmacy has a very good reputation, Ning Huilan and Feng Ningnuo have also heard of it. After discussing it, they decided to come to Renlin Pharmacy to sell medicinal materials. When selling that wild ginseng, they don't have to go to other places to check the market and don't have to worry about being cheated here at Renlin Pharmacy. Of course, Feng Ningnuo and the others all knew the approximate price range of this wild ginseng and would not be easily deceived. Especially Feng Ningnuo, he already has enough means to protect himself, so he is not afraid of being bullied when doing business. In addition, Feng Ningnuo also believed in the reputation of Renlin Pharmacy and had made various preparations. He was ready to come to Renlin Pharmacy to complete these transactions without having to go to other places to ask for prices. The business at Renlin Pharmacy has always been very good. There are many people selling medicinal materials, seeing doctors, and buying medicine. When Ning Huilan and her 2 daughters arrived at Renlin Pharmacy, the front hall for medical treatment was already crowded with people, but the shop next door that purchased medicinal materials was temporarily empty. The opportunity was good, so Ning Huilan and the others walked in directly with the medicinal herbs, ready to complete the transaction here. The person in charge of purchasing medicinal materials here is a senior pharmacist from Renlin Pharmacy. He looks to be in his 60s, but he is full of energy and in very good health. He is calculating numbers with an abacus at the counter. Hearing the noise, Zhang Chunjiang looked up and saw Ning Huilan and her friends coming in with bags. He knew they were here to sell herbal medicine, so he stopped counting the money and asked politely, 3 of you, do you have any herbal medicine to sell? Renlin Pharmacy has clearly marked prices for all kinds of medicinal materials. You 3 can check out the corresponding prices over there first. If you are satisfied with the price of the herbs, we will check and weigh them here. Renlin Pharmacy clearly marks the prices of all medicinal materials it buys. Of course, the quality of most medicinal materials is within their predictable range, and they can just make the deal based on the purchase requirements and price levels, which is not too troublesome. Precisely because of the clear price tags, when someone comes to sell medicinal materials, they can take a look first and have an idea in mind, then decide whether it is appropriate to do the transaction. After hearing what Zhang Chunjiang said, Ning Huilan and the others thanked him and went over there to find out the purchase price range of wild ginseng and other medicinal materials. Seeing that the prices here were similar to what they expected, Ning Huilan walked to the counter and said, Dr. Zhang, I do have some medicinal herbs for sale. Could you please help me take a look at them first? As she spoke, Ning Huilan opened the paper box she had brought, took out the wild ginseng, and handed it to Zheng Chunjiang for inspection. Upon seeing the wild ginseng, which was of very good quality, Zheng Chunjiang was so surprised that he stood up, hurried closer, and carefully took the wild ginseng for fear of damaging it. Moreover, because Ning Huilan and the others brought such good wild ginseng to sell, they just casually put it in a box. Zheng Chunjiang couldn't help but glare at them, and then he carefully checked to see if the wild ginseng had been bumped or not. He must check such precious medicinal materials carefully to avoid any problems. Especially this time, the other party brought such good wild ginseng in a box, which made Zheng Chunjiang very worried. However, after checking it again, Zheng Chunjiang breathed a sigh of relief and was even more surprised when he saw that the quality of this wild ginseng was very good and the roots were very intact, without any bumps or damage. Fortunately, there was nothing wrong with this wild ginseng. Otherwise, he would have been heartbroken. Recalling Ning Huilan's action of carrying the wild ginseng just now, Zheng Chunjiang was still very worried and couldn't help but said, "Sister, you must not carry such precious wild ginseng so casually in the future, lest you damage the roots or the skin, which will have a great impact on the appearance of the wild ginseng and the final selling price of the wild ginseng. Luckily, your wild ginseng has no damage anywhere. The whole plant is still intact, which makes it even more valuable. But next time, you must not handle the medicinal materials so casually, so as to avoid unnecessary losses." Zheng Chunjiang was also kindly reminding Feng Ningnua and the others to avoid the situation in the future where they might come across good medicinal materials but have their selling price affected due to improper handling, which would be a pity. Zheng Chunjiang had a high opinion of Ning Huilan and the others for being able to find such good wild ginseng, and did not think that this would just be a single transaction. In response to Zheng Chunjiang's reminder, Ning Huilan nodded embarrassedly and said, "Dr. Zheng is right. We will definitely handle it carefully next time. This time, we don't have a suitable box, so we can only wrap this wild ginseng in a piece of cloth and bring it to Renlin Pharmacy as soon as possible to sell it. We don't want such a good wild ginseng to be damaged by us." Fortunately, we were very lucky. We carefully brought the wild ginseng here without any problems. After thinking for a while, Ning Huilan said, "Dr. Zheng, look, the quality of this wild ginseng is very good. It should exceed the purchase price range announced here. Could you please help me take a look and see what price it is worth? We wanted to sell this wild ginseng, so we brought it here specially. We hope that we can make this deal smoothly. Dr. Zheng, please help us take a look and give us a suitable price." Chapter 17, High Price. Since he wanted to make this deal, Zheng Chunjiang also conducted a more detailed inspection of the wild ginseng. The more he examined, the more surprised Zheng Chunjiang became. This wild ginseng is far better than he had expected at first. After carefully examining the wild ginseng, Zheng Chunjiang could not help but nodded and said excitedly, "Top quality. It is really top quality wild ginseng." Looking up, Zheng Chunjiang looked at Ning Huilan, unable to hide his excitement, and continued, "Sister, the wild ginseng you brought this time is of very good quality and should be 60 years old. It is extremely rare. Such wild ginseng will be able to play a more important role in critical situations, such as saving lives. This is a rare wild ginseng that can save your life. Are you sure you want to buy it?" Zheng Chunjiang kept praising the wild ginseng brought by Ning Huilan and Feng Ningnua, and he really wanted to buy it. Such good wild ginseng is of great use to their pharmacy and is urgently needed, so they will buy it no matter how much it costs. However, now that he knew how precious this wild ginseng was, Zheng Chunjiang still needed to explain things clearly to Ning Huilan and the others to avoid any disputes in the future, which would be bad. If Ning Huilan and the others were not aware of the situation and came back to look for it later, it would be likely that Renlin Pharmacy had already used the wild ginseng as medicine to treat illnesses and save lives, and there would be a high probability that it would not be found. Therefore, after making things clear, everyone can feel more at ease when they do this deal again. Ning Huilan finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Zheng Chunjiang's affirmation and love for this wild ginseng. She herself was well aware of how precious this wild ginseng was, but they needed money now and needed to move out of Luolin village, so she had no choice but to sell this wild ginseng with great reluctance. Moreover, Feng Ninhua also told her that there was another wild ginseng whose medicinal properties were definitely better than this one. Only then did Ning Huilan become determined to sell this wild ginseng. In response to Zheng Chuanjiang's question, Ning Huilan shook her head helplessly and said, "Dr. Zheng, we have no choice. Our family is in urgent need of money, so we have to reluctantly give up. We have also learned a little about the properties of medicinal materials, and we're very clear about the value of this wild ginseng. I hope Dr. Zheng will give us a real price so that we can make this deal right away. We have other things to deal with later, so we won't dwell on this matter. Dr. Zheng, please rest assured that we will not regret selling this wild ginseng today." Zheng Chunjiang expressed his worries and doubts, and Ning Huilan also gave explanations and guarantees, hoping to complete the transaction smoothly. In addition to the fact that her eldest daughter Feng Ninghua has another better wild ginseng, the most important thing for Ning Huilan now is to move out of Luolin village with her two daughters, no longer have any involvement with Feng Dasheng, and not be influenced or used by Feng Dasheng in the future. These are more important than money, and so on. Now that she knew Feng Dasheng's character, Ning Huilan trusted Feng Dasheng even less. Especially after Feng Dasheng himself finds out the truth about Widow Chao, it is hard to say whether he will come back to harass the three of them, mother and daughter. In order to avoid such trouble, Ning Huilan needs to take her two daughters away from Luolin village as soon as possible. Stay away from Luolin village, Feng Dasheng, and those people in the Feng family. After hearing Ning Huilan's explanation and assurance, Zheng Chunjiang felt relieved. As long as Ning Huilan and the others are sincere in selling this wild ginseng, he must get it. There have been several cases recently that require wild ginseng. It is very important for this wild ginseng to be used in time, so he needs to buy it at a high price. Nodding, Zheng Chunjiang said seriously, "In this case, sister, please tell me your desired price. I can see that you all know something about pharmacology. You want to sell this wild ginseng. Knowing how precious it is, you must have a price in mind. If it's appropriate, then we can negotiate according to your psychological price and reach a price that satisfies both of us as soon as possible so that everyone can rest assured." Knowing that Ning Huilan and the others were in some difficulties, Zheng Chunjiang sympathized with them and asked them to name a price first so that he could take a look at the situation and then negotiate the price. After all, the quality of this wild ginseng is so good that the price must be high. Zheng Chunjiang wants to find out the price Ning Huilan and the others are willing to pay first so that he can make an offer. Ning Huilan did not refuse Zheng Chunjiang's statement and made a gesture. This was the price she decided after discussing with her daughter Feng Ninghua. Although the wild ginseng they brought was only more than 60 years old, the quality of this wild ginseng was very good, and it was definitely not worse than the wild ginseng that was more than 70 years old. What's more, this is pure wild ginseng, not the cheaper forest ginseng, and is more valuable. With such a price offered, Ning Huilan didn't have to feel guilty at all. Seeing Ning Huilan's gesture, Zheng Chunjiang was not surprised at all. He just smiled and nodded, saying, "Okay, let's do as you said, 3,000 yuan per gram. This wild ginseng is of very good quality and very rare, and it deserves such a high price. If it could be auctioned, this wild ginseng would definitely be more valuable. But at our Renlin pharmacy, this price is already a high price we can offer. Big sister, if you think there is no problem, then let's start weighing and finalize this deal." Zheng Chunjiang could still accept such a price. It's rare to come across a wild ginseng of such good quality. Its medicinal properties are definitely no worse than those of a century-old ginseng. We'll buy it from Renlin Pharmacy. It'll be of great use. For Renlin Pharmacy, completing this deal within an acceptable price range is extremely important and urgent. Seeing Ning Huilan nodded in agreement, Zheng Chunjiang finally breathed a sigh of relief and quickly took the wild ginseng to weigh it. After seeing the weighing result, Zheng Chunjiang nodded and said with a smile, "This wild ginseng weighs a total of 46 grams, and the total price is 138,000 yuan. If you think this price is okay, then I will pay directly and make this deal. How about it, big sister? Have you thought about it? Do you want to finalize this deal?" Chapter 18, No Problem. This time, at Renlin Pharmacy, Zheng Chunjiang's offer was not stingy. Of course, the wild ginseng that Feng Ninghua brought was good enough that Zheng Chunjiang couldn't let it go and wanted to buy it very much. He also saw that Ning Huilan's asking price was within an acceptable range, so he naturally followed Ning Huilan's asking price and did not bargain any further. Ning Huilan was surprised that this wild ginseng could be sold at a high price of over 100,000 yuan. Moreover, Zheng Chunjiang really bought it at the price of 3,000 yuan per gram, so they really made a fortune this time. Subconsciously glancing at her eldest daughter, Feng Ninghua, Ning Huilan really didn't know as much about medicinal materials as her eldest daughter, Feng Ninghua, nor was she as bold as her eldest daughter. She still had to see what Feng Ninghua meant. The price of 3,000 yuan per gram was within Feng Ningnua's expectations, and he did not offer a higher price. Wild ginseng like this that is over 50 years old is rarely circulated in the market. Most of them are sold through auctions or private transactions. It is probably very rare for them to bring wild ginseng to Runlin Pharmacy to sell it. Wild ginseng of this quality is no different from wild ginseng that is 70 or 80 years old, and it can be sold at a higher price. However, Feng Ninghua was quite familiar with Renlin Pharmacy and was quite optimistic about it, so he gave a small profit margin. He hoped that he could complete the deal today, get the money, and then start looking for a house. In response, Feng Ninghua nodded and said directly, "Dr. Zheng, let's make the deal at this price." Dr. Zheng is generous, so we won't hesitate. We can just make the deal. In addition, I also brought some other medicinal herbs. Dr. Zheng can also help take a look. If you think the quality is good, then we would like to sell them to you. Just now, Zheng Chunjiang had noticed the little movements between Ning Huilan and Feng Ninghua. Knowing that Feng Ninghua should be the person in charge, who knows the value of medicinal materials and is brave, Zheng Chunjiang became even more interested in these things after hearing what Feng Ninghua said. He didn't know how this little girl could be so smart. She was so knowledgeable and courageous at such a young age. She was really amazing. The young are really to be feared. Zheng Chunjiang was also very clear that the price Feng Ninghua and Ning Huilan offered was relatively polite, so in the end, he was getting a good deal. After seeing the quality of this wild ginseng, Zheng Chunjiang was also very interested in other medicinal herbs brought by Feng Ninghua. Not knowing what other herbs Feng Ninghua had brought, Zheng Chunjiang counted the money for the wild ginseng and handed it directly to Ning Huilan, asking her to count and check it first. Then he carefully wrapped the wild ginseng with a red cloth and said, "Okay, little girl, what other herbs do you have here? Take them all out and let me take a look." Renlin Pharmacy accepts all kinds of medicinal materials. As long as they are not illegal and of good quality, we will charge them at the market price. We clearly mark the prices and do not cheat anyone. "Little girl, what other herbs did you bring?" As he spoke, Zheng Chunjiang had already wrapped the wild ginseng, put it in a box, and carefully placed it in the cabinet at the back. Then he looked at Feng Ninghua again, waiting for Feng Ninghua to get the other herbs. Hearing what Zheng Chunjiang said, Feng Ninghua picked up the bag, opened it, took out the herbs one by one, and handed them to Zheng Chunjiang. Seeing that such good medicinal herbs were all collected so casually by Feng Ninghua, Zheng Chunjiang said distressfully, "Oh, little girl, you should put these herbs in boxes and protect them with cloth to prevent moisture and drop. Oh, such good herbs cannot be damaged. Be gentle, little girl, be gentle. Take it slowly. Give it to me slowly. I will give you a good price and will not cheat you. Little girl, be gentle. Don't break it." Feng Ninghua felt a little uncomfortable with what he said, so he shook his head and said with a smile, "Dr. Zheng, I know everything, but I don't have such a good box and cloth at home, so I can only do this. However, Dr. Zheng, these herbs of mine are not damaged, nor have they been exposed to moisture. I was very careful when bringing them here to avoid damaging them. You can rest assured. Dr. Zheng, please take a look at these herbs first and see if you will accept them. These were all blessed and protected by Feng Ninghua using special means, so they will definitely not be damaged. This bag is actually just a decoy. There will naturally be no problem with these medicinal materials. On the contrary, the quality and medicinal properties of the medicinal materials will become better. Looking at these medicinal herbs, wild ginseng, gastrodia elata, dendrobium candidum, each one was placed so casually, Zheng Chunjiang felt really distressed. However, what Feng Ninghua said was right. These medicinal materials were preserved very well. They were not affected by moisture or deterioration, nor were they damaged or knocked. Zheng Chunjiang felt a little relieved. Zheng Chunjiang also found this situation a bit strange, but his attention was still on these medicinal materials, and he was ready to weigh them and make an offer. Nodding, Zheng Chunjiang said seriously, "Little girl, these medicinal herbs are very precious and good. I will not cheat you and will definitely give you the best price. I'll weigh it and calculate the bill first, and then you can look at it one by one. If you think the price is okay, we can complete the transaction. If you feel the price is not suitable enough, please point it out and we can discuss it together. This way, we can reach a price that satisfies both parties and complete the deal faster. What do you think? These medicinal herbs are so good that Zheng Chunjiang wants to buy them all. They will definitely be of great use in the future. Such good medicinal materials are hard to come by, and it is rare to come across so many at one time. The opportunity is so good that Zheng Chunjiang wants to seize it and make these deals happen. Feng Ningnua had no objection to Zheng Chunjiang's arrangement. He nodded and said, Dr. Zheng, let's do as you say. We all trust Renlin Pharmacy and Dr. Zheng very much. Dr. Zheng won't cheat us. We'll let Dr. Zheng make the first offer, and then we'll see. If it's appropriate, then we'll make these deals. With the high price of wild ginseng at the beginning, Zheng Chunjiang knew that he had got a bargain, so these medicinal materials would definitely be given a more suitable price. Of course, these medicinal herbs are not as expensive as wild ginseng, and Zheng Chunjiang will not be stingy in quoting prices for such medicinal herbs. Taking all these into consideration, Feng Ningno let Zheng Chunjiang start weighing and calculating the accounts. She watched from the side and felt that the price was still very fair and acceptable. Chapter 19 Delicious. In the end, when leaving Renlin Pharmacy, Feng Ningnua and the other two had earned 160,000 yuan. 160,000 yuan was a huge sum of money, which made Ning Huilan and Feng Ningyi feel a little dazed. They really didn't expect that they could make so much money by selling medicinal materials at Renlin Pharmacy this time. When the average monthly salary was only about 300 yuan, earning 160,000 yuan in one go was indeed a huge sum of money. Having seen Feng Ningnua's great strength and his ability to break stones with his bare hands, and knowing that these herbs were found by Feng Ningnua and brought here to sell for profit, Ning Huilan decided to give all the money to Feng Ningnua for safekeeping, as it would be safer. With so much money, Feng Ningnua directly took out a few bills and handed them to his mother Ning Huilan. It would be more convenient to buy something later without having to show so much cash every time, which would be too dangerous. Feng Ningnua put the remaining things into a bag, tied the bag with a rope, and stuffed it directly into the basket of the car. In fact, all this cash was received by Feng Ningnua in the space, so there was no problem at all. Seeing Feng Ningnua's way of handling things, Ning Huilan and Feng Ningyi were a little worried. But thinking of how decisively and efficiently Feng Ningnua had handled things in the past 2 days, they didn't say anything and just let Feng Ningnua handle it. Moreover, they also controlled themselves so as not to let their eyes look too much at the bags in the basket, so as not to attract other people's attention. It was getting late, and now that they had money, the mother and her 2 daughters went to eat on the roadside, each ordering a bowl of cold noodles and wonton. The car stopped on the side, and Feng Ningnua didn't take the bag over, just left it there. Although Ning Huilan and Feng Ningyi were still very worried, they didn't say anything because they knew Feng Ningnua would handle it. This time, they ordered a lot of food, which was a relatively luxurious consumption for them. It was only because Feng Ningnua insisted that they followed suit and ordered some. Although it hurts to eat, the cold noodles and wontons here are really delicious. In such hot weather, the cold noodles and wontons were also appetizing. The mother and her 2 daughters all enjoyed the meal very much and felt more relaxed the more they ate. Moreover, the food at most stalls at this time is still relatively authentic, without many substitute ingredients. So the food and meat are mostly real ingredients, the quantity is relatively sufficient, and the taste is also very good and very fresh. The sauce for the cold noodles is also very unique, and it smells particularly fragrant. Just smelling the aroma makes Feng Ningnua and the others feel hungry. The cold noodles were served with sauce, some pickled beans, twice-cooked pork, some boiled vegetables, and a poached egg. Feng Ningnua and the others were very satisfied when they ate it. The wontons are also filled with a lot of pork leg meat. The seasoning ratio is very appropriate, and it tastes very delicious. Some seaweed and dried shrimps are also added to the wonton soup, which further enhances the flavor and makes it very satisfying to eat. Feng Ningnua knew that the combination of cold noodles, wontons, and steamed dumplings would be delicious. He had already smelled the fragrance when passing by here, so he insisted on eating here. But Ning Huilan and Feng Ningyi had never tasted this kind of snack before. They were very satisfied with the meal. The smiles on their faces became deeper, and they were particularly happy. It can be said that after leaving Feng Dasheng, The three of them, mother and daughter, would be able to live a better life. They would not regret the divorce and severance of relations at all, but only regretted leaving a little too late. If they had known that they could live a better life, they should have kicked out Feng Dasheng, the burden, long ago. Feng Dasheng never gave money to his family, but instead often plundered the family's money to gamble and please Widow Chow. He was too selfish and only cared about his own enjoyment. They were even more grateful for their decision to get rid of Feng Dasheng and would not regret it at all. If they had not left Feng Dasheng, they would probably still have to work at home and be bullied by Feng Dasheng, and their lives would definitely not be so promising. Feng Ningyi couldn't help but sigh with satisfaction and said excitedly, "Mom, sister, these are so delicious. Why do I feel like I'm dreaming about this? No, even in my dreams, I've never tasted such delicious food. Sister, thank you. Thanks to you, our affairs can go so smoothly." Because they were still outside at the time, Feng Ningyi was very careful with her words and didn't say everything. She just sighed that their lives were much better now. She had never dared to imagine such a good day before, thinking that the three of them, mother and daughter, would continue to be trapped in such a hopeless life, unable to escape. During those days, Feng Ningyi was worried all day long, not knowing when that man would attack her. Feng Ningyi even thought that the man had some deep hatred against her and hated her to the core, so he beat her like that, wishing he could beat her to death. Even though they have nothing to do with that man now, Feng Ningyi is still a little scared. It's hard to believe that she can live such a good life, and she will definitely cherish it more. And their elder sister, Feng Ninghua, played a very important role in bringing all this to them. If it weren't for their sister, Feng Ninghua, supporting them and giving them more confidence, they would not have been able to extricate themselves from the quagmire so quickly and sever ties with that person. If it weren't for their sister, Feng Ninghua, who collected these medicinal herbs and brought them here to sell, they wouldn't have been able to earn so much money, improve their lives directly, eat such delicious food, or find a house to move to. Feng Ningyi couldn't hide her excitement whenever she thought about being able to leave Luolin village and stay away from those people who bullied her. She was looking forward to the future even more and had more hope. Hearing what his sister Feng Ningyi said, Feng Ninghua smiled and waved his hand, saying, Our future days will definitely get better and better. We don't need to care about the unhappy things in the past anymore. We don't need to have anything to do with those people in the future. Don't worry about it. After dinner, let's go for a walk near the middle school and broaden our horizons. Now, are you full? If not, this stall also has siumai and xiaolong bao, which are all very delicious. Let's buy some more to try. There is no need to worry so much about money. Feng Ninghua will definitely not treat his mother and younger sister unfairly. He just hopes that they can be happy without any psychological burden. Chapter 20 Investment Arrangements. In the end, Feng Ninghua ordered a tray of dumplings to try something new. The dumplings were not big in size, but tasted very delicious. After eating them, Ning Huilan and Feng Ningyi were even more amazed. Their impression of this snack stand became better. They remembered this snack stand silently and planned to come back for a meal when they have the chance in the future. Noticing the reactions of his mother and sister, Feng Ninghua smiled and shook his head, then ordered 3 more sugar cakes to eat when he got hungry on the way. After eating and drinking their fill and resting for a while, Feng Ninghua and the others left the snack stand and headed towards Shuangli Middle School. Since they intend to leave Luolin Village, they want to settle down in the town first, and then buy or rent a house near Shuangli Middle School. Feng Ninghua is still in junior high school at Shuangli Middle School. His academic performance is very good. He plans to continue to finish junior high school at Shuangli Middle School and then consider moving to other places to get into a better high school. But if there are other opportunities, or if those people in Luolin Village continue to harass them, Feng Ninghua will make some changes in advance and does not necessarily have to stay in Shuangli Middle School. However, before leaving Luolin Village, Feng Ninghua still has to consider the situation of his mother and sister. He hopes that they can adapt and then make other decisions based on the specific situation. Feng Ningyi is about to enter the 5th grade, and her academic performance is also very good. However, she is easily bullied by those people from the Feng family at Luolin Primary School. This makes Ning Huilan and Feng Ninghua very angry and worried. They will definitely not let Feng Ningyi continue to study at Luolin Primary School. This time, since they're preparing to leave Luolin Village, they will plan to take a look at the primary schools near Shuangli Middle School. If there are suitable conditions, they will help Feng Ningyi transfer here, away from Luolin Primary School and those who like to bully. Due to the complicated relationships among the families in Luolin village, it was difficult to deal with the situation. With the support of Feng Dasheng, Feng Ningyi suffered even more bullying. Now, they are able to leave Luolin village, leave Luolin primary school, and leave those bastards. They all hope to accomplish these things smoothly. It would be best if they could move out in the next 2 days and no longer have anything to do with those people in Luolin village. As for those who bullied Feng Ningyi, Feng Ningyi would naturally not let them go, and he also had a plan for revenge. Feng Ningyi did not tell these things to his mother Ning Huilan and his sister Feng Ningyi so as not to worry them. However, Feng Ningyi's decision will not change until those bastards are beaten up and made to pay the price. In terms of academic performance, Feng Ningyi's study was relatively simple and easy to improve. She was never happy studying at Luolin Primary School in the village, and she would rather transfer to another school. Moreover, it is still summer vacation. If everything can be done smoothly, they can finish everything before school starts. Feng Ningyi can go to a new school next semester and no longer have to be involved with those people in Luolin village. If they stay away from those bullies, their lives will only be better and they will definitely not have any problems with their studies. Relatively speaking, it would be easier for Feng Ningyi to transfer schools during elementary school, but Ning Huilan and the others also need to ask clearly before making a final decision. The 160,000 yuan earned from selling medicinal herbs this time should be able to help them solve this series of problems. With money, they are indeed more confident and it is easier for them to do things. They are not restricted by lack of money, which prevents them from accomplishing many things. Buying a house, leaving Luolin village, and transferring to a new school all require money. Now that they have this money, they can deal with these things. Soon, the mother and her 2 daughters arrived near Shuangli Middle School and looked for a house there. At this time, infrastructure construction and house building were becoming more and more common everywhere. Many people in the town who had made money would choose to build new factories and new houses in industrial areas or suburbs, gradually spreading outward from the center of the town. Shuangli Middle School is located in the old central area of Shuangli town. Although many roads and houses have begun to be renovated, some people still like to live in more spacious areas in the suburbs, leaving many old houses in this area vacant. Especially some brick and tile houses, which are quite old, low and cramped, and have fallen into disrepair. Many people no longer like them and prefer to live in open areas in the suburbs or high-rise residential areas. The prices of these houses are relatively lower. However, Feng Ningyi knew that the future development of this area would be very good. If he could buy these houses now, he would definitely make money in the future. This school district housing alone would be out of reach for many people. Now that they have a lot of money, they should be able to buy a few more houses here so that they can have a place to live. Some houses can also be demolished and new ones built, which will be enough for them to arrange. If the money is not enough, she will find a way later and won't have to worry about the money issue. However, for these old houses, Feng Ningyi is more considering investment options. As for living place, Feng Ningyi has better options. If they can successfully buy a house in Shangzhou village and register as a resident there, their future housing safety will be better guaranteed. Along the way, Feng Ningyi had already taken a fancy to several old houses, all of which had contact information for rent and sale posted on them, making it convenient for them to contact the owners of the houses. After thinking for a while, Feng Ningyi said to his mother Ning Huilan while there were no outsiders around, "Mom, don't think this area looks old, but because of the existence of Shuangli Middle School, there will definitely be better development arrangements in the future. When the old city is renovated, the value of these old houses will soar instantly. If we can buy some old houses here as an investment, it will definitely not be a loss. As for where we want to settle down and live, we can go to Shangzhou village first. The security situation there will be better, and it will be safer to live there." Feng Ningyi has a better understanding of the subsequent development of this area and has made some arrangements. However, Feng Ningyi still needs to discuss with his mother and sister on how to do things specifically, and they should make the decision together and choose a good place together. After hearing what Feng Ningyi said, Ning Huilan and Feng Ningyi would not object. They felt that this arrangement would be more appropriate. They also had some sense of direction and were ready to handle it according to Feng Ningyi's advice. They had also heard of Shangzhou village and had a very good impression of it. They thought they could go and have a look. Chapter 21 Accident. Considering the safety of the living environment, Feng Ningyi decided to take his mother and sister to Shangju Village to take a look. If possible, they will buy or rent a house in Shangju Village and see if they can move their household registration to Shangju Village. When Ning Huilan, her mother, and her two daughters walked into the alley beside the bamboo forest, they soon heard a noisy sound. This is Shangju Village. There's a large bamboo forest next to the village. In the early years, the villagers of Shangju Village mainly relied on this bamboo forest to make a living. Whether it is bamboo, bamboo shoots, or bamboo rats in the forest, they're all important sources of income for them. This large bamboo forest, including the area near Shangju Village, is basically contracted by the villagers here. The bamboos growing here are all mozo bamboos, which have more economic value. There are also people raising chickens and ducks in the forest, and the overall situation is quite messy. But deep in the bamboo forest, there are many thorny bamboos. The hard thorns on the branches are intertwined and entangled with each other, forming a densely packed, large area. Many places are impossible to pass through easily, and few people set foot there. In addition, there are many poisonous snakes in the deep bamboo forest, which is quite dangerous. Under normal circumstances, the villagers here will not rashly go deep into the bamboo forest, which makes the thorny bamboo here even more unattended and grow more lush, occupying many places and making it impassable. Even in the past, the villagers of Shangju Village would not easily go deep into the bamboo forest, and they mainly stayed in the outer area of the bamboo forest. Of course, even in the area outside the bamboo forest, there are abundant supplies of all kinds, enough for them to collect and exchange for money, so there is no need to venture deep into the bamboo forest. In recent years, some families in Shangju Village have cooperated with factories outside and brought some handicrafts or primary process products back to the village, distributing them to villagers for processing. This is also a way for the villagers to make money, which has reduced the dependence of many villagers on this bamboo forest and made them less likely to take risks rashly. Due to various factors, basically no one has ever set foot in this dangerous place deep in the bamboo forest of Shangju Village, resulting in an increasing number of poisonous snakes and insects inside, making it even more dangerous. However, this situation will not last for many years, and some changes will occur soon. The economic conditions in Shangju Village are pretty good. It is also relatively close to Shuangli Middle School. There are bamboo forests and rivers. It will be developed into a scenic spot in the future, and its value will soar. This bamboo forest will naturally attract more attention, investment, and development, which will make the thorny bamboos disappear and plant bamboo varieties with greater economic and ornamental value, improve the traffic environment here, and make this area a very famous tourist attraction. This time, Feng Ningnoa brought his mother Ning Huilan and younger sister Feng Ningyi to Shangju Village, wanted to see if they could find an opportunity to buy a house in Shangju Village and settle down smoothly. This concerns their great opportunity to reap the benefits in the future. Feng Ningnoa attaches great importance to it and will try her best to fight for it. After all, in Shangju Village nowadays, many young people prefer the colorful world outside and would choose to venture out there. They also need money, so they would choose to sell their houses here. This is exactly what Feng Ningnoa wants to strive for. As long as the opportunity is right, she will try her best to seize it. The most important point is that the villagers in Shangju Village are very united and friendly. If they can successfully integrate into this village, they will be safer living here. Feng Ningnuo had already told his mother and sister about all this. They had all heard about Shangju Village and had a very good impression of it, so they decided to come here together to take a look. When they really arrived at Shangju Village and saw that the environment and atmosphere here were very good, they were even more optimistic about Shangju Village and hoped to find a house to live in here. If possible, they would transfer their household registration to Shangju Village, away from Luolin Village. Of course, the idea is good, but they need to find a house in Shangju Village before everything else can be accomplished. At this time, a noise was heard coming from not far away. It didn't sound like a good thing, as if someone was calling for help. Feng Ningnuo waited over and decided to explain the situation to his mother and sister. After everyone discussed it, they walked toward the direction where the sound came from. If possible, this might be a very good opportunity for them. Feng Ningnuo's five senses are very good. He has heard some general news and can't help but quicken his pace. Soon, Feng Ningnuo and the other two followed the sound and arrived at the Luli River. At this time, the beach by the Luli River was already crowded with people. Several women in the crowd were crying and wailing in grief, while several men were busy pumping water on a little boy who had drowned and fainted and was in critical condition, hoping to save him. After seeing this scene, Ning Huilan and Feng Ningyi's faces turned pale, obviously frightened by such a drowning accident. This concerns human lives, and it really makes many people very worried and panicked. Feng Ninghua, who was used to seeing life and death, was still very calm. He was not scared, but was paying attention to the situation of the little boy to see if he could be saved. If we follow those people's first aid methods, it will be difficult to revive the little boy, and we would easily miss the golden time for first aid. Besides, the little boy's condition was indeed very bad, and it was difficult to save him using ordinary methods. Feng Ninghua already had some plans in mind for this situation. However, when Feng Ninghua turned around to look at his mother and Mimi and noticed their reactions at this moment, he became a little worried. The situation had become quite urgent. After weighing the pros and cons, Feng Ninghua decided to go over and help rescue people, but he wanted his mother and sister to stay here and just watch from a distance. They didn't need to go over there to avoid getting scared. After thinking it over, Feng Ninghua lowered his voice and said seriously, "Mom, you guys wait here for a while. I'll go over to see what's going on over there. I learned some first aid knowledge in school. Maybe it can come in handy. There was an accident there, and the little boy's life is in danger. If I can help, I want to go and help. Don't worry, I'm very confident in first aid, and I won't cause any trouble." Chapter 22, Confident. Feng Ninghua was naturally confident that he could save people. This time, although he did not expect such an accident to happen, since it has already happened, Feng Ninghua still hopes to help. After all, if an accident like this happened to a child, it could destroy a family and have a significant impact. If Feng Ninghua could help, he would not stand by and watch the child die. Judging from the little boy's current condition, Feng Ninghua can also bring him back. Of course, Feng Ninghua had a good impression of the villagers in Shangzhou village, and he also thought of building good relationships with the villagers here to facilitate buying houses and transferring household registration, so he needed to help as much as possible. As for his mother and sister, they had never experienced such a thing, so it was normal for them to be frightened. Feng Ninghua didn't need them to follow him over there, lest they be further frightened. This time, if she wants to go and rescue people, she can do it alone. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Let her mother and sister wait here. If she rescues the person, it will also help them reduce some of the psychological trauma. After hearing what Feng Ninghua said, Ning Huilan and Feng Ningyi simply shook their heads. Although they were frightened by such a sudden change, since it concerned a life after all, they would not just stand by and watch. Especially since Feng Ninghua is going over to help, they should be confident that they can do it. So they should give Feng Ninghua more support instead of letting Feng Ninghua face all these unfamiliar situations alone. They were unfamiliar with the place and would not let Feng Ninghua face such an emergency alone. Even if they don't know first aid and can't help, they will give Feng Ninghua more support. Ning Huilan looked towards the river, and at the people who were receiving first aid and crying. Her expression became even more solemn. Turning to look at her eldest daughter, Feng Ninghua, Ning Huilan nodded and said seriously, "Ninghua, let's go together. If we can help in this kind of situation, we should help. After all, it concerns a life and a family. If we can prevent tragedy from happening, then we should try to help." As a parent herself, Ning Huilan is more aware of the status and importance of a child in the family, and knows how much of a blow it is to a family when an accident like this happens to a child. Now that she has encountered this, Ning Huilan still hopes to be able to help and avoid such a tragedy from happening. She didn't consider other aspects, but she felt very uncomfortable in her heart and couldn't bear to see such an unexpected situation. After a pause, Ning Huilan continued, "But, Nuonyuo, are you really sure you can save people? I see the situation over there is very bad. Can those first aid methods still be used? Can they still save the person? After all, this involves many aspects. We have to be sure we can do it, and then it will be relatively better if we intervene." Since it involves a person's name, Ning Huilan needs to get more confirmation from her eldest daughter, Feng Ninghua, before she can feel at ease. She supported Feng Ninghua in helping to save people, but she also needed to know Feng Ninghua's abilities and level of confidence. If it can really help, that would be great. But if we are not very confident that it can be done, then if we rush over now, they may not be able to help and may even cause trouble. Ning Huilan was still worried about these things. Feng Ninghua understood all of this, nodded firmly, and said seriously, "Mom, I didn't lie to you. I did learn first aid knowledge and related operations in school. I know how to deal with such accidents and how to provide more effective first aid. There are many drowning accidents in the summer. The school takes it very seriously and has held lectures and training sessions to prevent such accidents. When such accidents occur, first aid can be provided and efforts can be made to save lives. I noticed the boy's general condition and knew I was capable of giving first aid, so I wanted to go over and help. I wasn't joking, and I wouldn't joke about life. If I'm not sure I can save someone, then if I intervene, it might disgust those people. I won't do that in a situation like this. Matters involving life and death cannot be interfered with casually. Feng Minghua is very clear about this and knows what is of primary importance and what is of secondary importance. Feng Minghua was well aware of his mother's worries and explained them clearly, hoping to alleviate her concerns. After a pause, Feng Minghua continued, "Mom, time is very urgent. I'll go first so as not to miss the opportunity for emergency treatment. Don't worry about me. Just wait here. I'll be able to handle it soon. Wait a minute, I've finished the first aid. You guys go over and take a look." Time waits for no one. Feng Minghua needs to go over and provide first aid as soon as possible to avoid delaying important matters. After all, this is a matter of life and death, and she needs to do her best to handle it. As for my mother and sister, they had never seen such a scene before, so they decided to stay here and watch from a distance to avoid being frightened. However, Ning Huilan shook her head and said, No, let's go together. If there is anything, we can find a way to deal with it together. You don't have to worry about us. We are just frightened by such an accident, but we are not afraid. It will be safer if we go together. If you're confident that you can perform first aid, then do it with confidence. We will be here to protect you. If you need our help, just call us at any time. This place is unfamiliar to everyone, and Ning Huilan is also worried about the safety of her eldest daughter, Feng Minghua, so she won't let her go alone to face such a situation. They went there together, and if anything happened, they shared the responsibility. Of course, Feng Minghua has already said that he is confident that he can perform first aid and save the patient. So Ning Huilan also believes Feng Minghua's words and believes that Feng Minghua can definitely do it. In this way, if they go there together, there shouldn't be any danger. Of course, they went there with good intentions to help save people, not to cause trouble, so nothing bad should have happened. Seeing Feng Minghua's surprised look, Ning Huilan continued, "Okay, let's go. Don't waste time. Since we're going to save people, we should hurry up and handle the matter properly. Let's go together now. We all support you. Just go ahead and do your thing." Feng Mingyi said seriously at this moment, "Sister, we all believe in you. Let's go together. For such an important matter, we will stay by your side, and you can call us to do anything at any time." Chapter 23, Take Action. At this time, by the Luli River, the cries of women, the wailing of children, the voices of several men directing rescue efforts, shouting for medical treatment, etc., mixed with the discussions of other people around, made the place even more chaotic and noisy. Walking to the outskirts of the crowd, Feng Minghua continued to check the child's current condition from a distance. Because of drowning, although the child's stomach was pressed to suppress water and his back was padded continuously, he showed no signs of waking up and appeared to be dead. However, it is still the golden period of first aid, but they do not know how to perform correct CPR and only use traditional first aid methods, which are not very effective. Before the child was rescued, he must have been soaking in the Luli River for some time, which made the overall situation even more serious. It is useless to save people simply by this method. Of course, even normal cardiopulmonary resuscitation methods may not be effective. After seeing this scene, Feng Minghua quickly weighed the options and turned to look at his mother and sister. Encouraged by his mother and sister, Feng Minghua looked back at the river and quickly shouted, "Wait, let me try. I'll try to give him CPR and see if I can revive him. Cardiopulmonary resuscitation should still work. Let me try it first." The child's heart has stopped beating for a while. Even if you send him to the hospital now, it's a little late. Why don't you let me try? After all, she was not familiar with these people in Shangju village. Feng Minghua wanted to save people, so she shouted like this first, hoping that these people could hear her and allow her to go over and give it a try. Otherwise, if it causes misunderstandings and conflicts, that would not be good. Feng Minghua wants to save people, but he also considers his own situation and needs to obtain the consent of the villagers first. Feng Minghua's shout was so loud that it immediately attracted the attention of everyone else present. As the child was no longer breathing and his heart had stopped beating, the child's father, Li Dai had red eyes. He did not believe what others said and did not believe that his son, Li Jiwen, was beyond saving. So, when he heard Feng Ningnua's cry, he could not help but get excited. He also thought of trying everything possible. So he quickly looked at Feng Ningnua and said anxiously, "Okay, please, come and help me save Xiaowen, please." The child's mother, Zhang Shufang, quickly wiped away her tears and knelt down in front of Feng Ningnua with a hoarse voice, kowtowed and begged, "Please, help us save Xiaowen, please." The child's grandparents and others also pleaded with Feng Ningnua, hoping that Feng Ningnua could save Li Jiwen. They had all seen Li Jiwen's current condition and were sure that Li Jiwen had no heartbeat and was not breathing, so their first aid was useless. The child had been soaking in the water for quite a long time, and when he was rescued, the situation was already very bad. Although they wanted to have hope and were unwilling to admit defeat, they also knew very well that under such circumstances, Li Jiwen was basically dead and it would be difficult to rescue him. So after their first aid efforts failed, they were all very desperate. And when they were about to give up, Feng Ningnua shouted these words, which gave them more hope. They really hoped that Feng Ningnua could rescue Li Jiwen and prevent them from losing the child. Even when they saw that Feng Ningnua was so young and should still be a student, they did not doubt it and continued to place their hopes on Feng Ningnua. When it comes to Li Jiwen's hope of saving him, under the current circumstances, they will not give up any possibility. At this time, the crowd had made way for Feng Ningnua. Feng Ningnua comforted his mother Ning Huilan and sister Feng Ningyi, then strode towards the river and said seriously, "I have learned cardiopulmonary resuscitation and first aid, especially first aid in drowning situations. I will try it now, and I hope it will be effective, but I can't give a full guarantee on the specific first aid situation. Also, you still have to prepare the car quickly or call 120. Once the person is rescued, you have to send him to the hospital for further examination. Don't be too careless. If you agree, I'll try it now." Only after making things clear and obtaining the consent of the family members would Feng Ningnua start to rescue people. Of course, Feng Ningnua is confident enough to save people, so it doesn't matter if he delays a little time. But in this situation, the family members are more anxious and helpless than Feng Ningnua. They can only cling to this life-saving straw, hoping that a miracle will happen. So, hearing what Feng Ningnua said, the child's fatherly Dea became even more excited and quickly replied, "Okay, all is fine. I just ask you to save the child quickly. We know that the child's condition is very serious. We have no other options. We can only ask you to help and save the child. No matter what the result is, we are grateful to you. We have also prepared the car, and we'll be able to take the child to the hospital in a short while. You don't have to worry. Lives are at stake." Li Dai also knows the seriousness of the problem and some of Feng Ningnua's concerns, so he quickly made these assurances, hoping to reassure Feng Ningnua and get him to rescue people as soon as possible. Although they didn't know what Feng Ningnua's real abilities were, they were all very grateful to Feng Ningnua for being able to speak out in such a situation, and they hoped that Feng Ningnua could really do it and save Li Jiwen. He was still holding the child, but he could not feel the child's heartbeat at all. Instead, he felt that the child's body temperature was almost gone. This made Li Dai extremely worried and anxious, and he just hoped that Feng Ningnua could come to save him. Li Dai had already made these assurances, and Feng Ningnua did not delay either. He hurried over, knelt beside Li Jiwen, folded his hands, pressed them on Li Jiwen's heart, and began to perform rhythmic compressions, while also providing artificial respiration. Such an operation would consume a lot of energy. In order to increase the child's chances of survival, Feng Ningnua also secretly used the spiritual energy and spiritual spring water in the space, and input them into Li Jiwen's body during the first aid process, further improving Li Jiwen's physical condition and allowing Li Jiwen's body to recover. Judging from the current situation, Li Jiwen's life is still there. With Feng Ningnua's first aid and the help of space spiritual energy and spiritual spring water, Li Jiwen can be rescued. Chapter 24, Don't Give Up. Li Dai was still holding his son who was not breathing. He had no other choice at this moment. He could only place his hope on Feng Ningnua, hoping that Feng Ningnua really had the ability to save his son. The hope is slim, but as long as there is a glimmer of hope, Li Dai and Zhang Shufang will not give up easily. However, faced with such a situation, the few people who were responsible for splashing water for first aid still felt that it was unnecessary. Xiaowen is already dead. It's too late. What a pity. Who is this girl? Does she really know first aid? Although there were some whispers among the crowd, Feng Minghua did not explain anything further. What she wanted most right now was to save the little boy. Once a person survives, all doubts will disappear. Feng Minghua took Li Jiwen from Li Dai and laid him flat on the ground. The golden first aid time is only more than 5 minutes, and it is best to be completed within 3 minutes. Now, more than 4 minutes have passed since the little boy drowned. The situation is very critical. Feng Minghua did not delay any longer and knelt directly beside Li Jiwen. He reached out to touch Li Jiwen's carotid artery, but couldn't feel any pulse. Feng Mingnua's brows furrowed even more tightly. Taking a deep breath, Feng Minghua folded his hands, placed them on the middle and lower part of Li Jiwen's sternum, and began to press rhythmically. Each press made Li Jiwen's chest sink at least 5 centimeters, and he tried to keep the frequency at about 100 times a minute. In order to grasp the rhythm well, Feng Minghua recalled the songs of Phoenix legend in his mind so as to better maintain all these operations. However, Li Jiwen's condition was indeed very dangerous. During the cardiopulmonary resuscitation process, Feng Minghua continued to input some spatial spiritual energy into Li Jiwen, stimulate those acupuncture points, and stimulate Li Jiwen's heart, hoping to wake Li Jiwen up as soon as possible. After pressing for 30 times, Feng Minghua stopped, pinched Li Jiwen's nose, took a deep breath, and began artificial respiration. Feeling the coldness of Li Jiwen's lips, Feng Minghua immediately injected more spiritual spring water into him. After completing 2 rounds of artificial respiration, Feng Minghua continued to perform chest compressions on Li Jiwen. Such an operation was very exhausting. After a while, Feng Mingnua's forehead was covered with beads of sweat, which condensed into sweat and slid down Feng Mingnua's cheeks and fell on Li Jiwen's pale face. But Feng Minghua did not bother to wipe the sweat off and could only continue to give first aid to Li Jiwen. Fortunately, with the blessing of space, spiritual energy, and spiritual spring water, Feng Mingnua's first aid this time was still effective. Feng Minghua was able to notice slight changes in Li Jiwen's body and noticed that Li Jiwen's vitality was recovering. Seeing how serious and hardworking Feng Minghua was, many of the people around him who had originally had doubts fell silent. Only a few were still whispering, but they tried to keep their voices as low as possible for fear of affecting Feng Mingnua's first aid. Can she really bring Xiaowen back to life? A young woman was still very suspicious of Feng Minghua and was worried about Li Jiwen's situation, so she couldn't help but ask. A young man nearby also had doubts about Feng Mingnua's ability. He shook his head and said, "I don't know either. The girl looks so young. I wonder if she really has any ability." But when the young couple muttered, an older man next to them said coldly, "If you don't know how to speak, don't talk nonsense. Look at how professional the girl's movements are. She's definitely not pretending. We are saving Xiaowen's life. If you can't help, don't interfere with the rescue and don't affect other people's moods." After being warned by the uncle, the 2 young men shut up instantly and continued to stare at Feng Minghua, also hoping that Feng Minghua had the real ability to save Li Jiwen. And just at this moment, the sound of footsteps was heard. "Get out of the way! Get out of the way, everyone!" As this urgent voice sounded, a middle-aged man in a white coat squeezed through the crowd and rushed towards the accident site by the river. Seeing that it was Dr. Liu from the clinic coming, the villagers quickly made way for him to pass and help treat Li Jiwen. Arriving at the scene, Dr. Liu saw Feng Minghua still giving Li Jiwen first aid, but Li Jiwen's condition was already very bad. He quickly squatted down to check Li Jiwen's pulse and eyes and couldn't help but said, "Little girl, his pupils are already dilated. There's no hope. You'll only break his ribs if you do this. It's useless." Lu Duanxing is a doctor at Shangzhou Village Clinic. It's not that he doesn't feel sorry for Li Jiwen, but he is very pessimistic about Li Jiwen's current condition. He realizes it is too late, and he can't bear to see Feng Minghua continue to do such useless work. Feng Minghua's first aid measures were correct, but he failed to provide first aid in the first time and missed the best chance to save Li Jiwen. However, Feng Minghua did not give up. He gritted his teeth and continued to perform first aid. Without raising his head, he replied, "Broken ribs are not fatal, but if we don't continue first aid, his life will definitely be gone. I can feel that his condition is getting better. There must be hope. Doctor, please wait a moment. Once the patient is revived, we will need your help to do some professional examinations." Hearing that Feng Minghua still insisted, Lu Duanxing swallowed back the words of persuasion he originally wanted to say. He would not say anything inappropriate at such a critical moment, so as not to undermine everyone's morale, especially the morale of this little girl and her determination to save people. Since the little girl's first aid method was correct, he would wait here and help, also hoping that a miracle would happen. After all, it was a child from the village and a human life. Lu Duanqing knew his responsibilities and felt ashamed of himself for giving up so easily. His performance just now was even worse than that of this little girl. If the little girl really rescued the person, then he needs to reflect on his dereliction of duty. Exhaling lightly, Lu Duanqing looked at Feng Ningnuo, whose back was soaked with sweat, and couldn't help but said, "Little girl, you must be very tired, right? Do you want me to replace you first, so you can have a rest and regain your strength?" Although Feng Ningnuo knew that Dr. Lu Duanqing had good intentions, he still needed to continue to input spatial spiritual energy and spiritual spring water into Li Jiwen. So he shook his head and said, "Doctor, I can still hold on. Let's shame someone later." After saying this, Feng Ningnuo continued to perform cardiopulmonary resuscitation on Li Jiwen and injected some spiritual spring water, hoping to revive Li Jiwen as soon as possible. Chapter 25 Wake Up. After Feng Ningnuo performed artificial respiration on Li Jiwen again, he finally felt Li Jiwen's body warming up and had a weak heartbeat. Delighted, Feng Ningnuo quickly checked Li Jiwen's carotid artery. Feng Ningnuo was even happier after confirming that Li Jiwen's pulse had resumed and his vitality had been restored, and that he had finally been saved. The heartbeat has returned. Shouting out this sentence in surprise, Feng Ningnuo supported Li Jiwen again, let him lie on his side, and patted his back rhythmically. After a while, Li Jiwen's body shrank and began to move. Cough, cough, cough. A violent coughing sound rang out, and Li Jiwen spat out a few mouthfuls of turbid sewage and coughed several more times. At the same time, Li Jiwen's breathing began to become stronger, and he regained consciousness. He opened his eyes slightly, looked around, found his parents, and suddenly let out a wow and started crying in grievance. Seeing that Li Jiwen was really rescued, the surrounding villagers became even more excited. "He's alive. He's really alive. That's amazing. This little girl is really capable. She brought Xiaowen back to life. That's great. I thought Xiaowen was already beyond saving." And the little girl came to his rescue in time and helped save Xiaowen. Having witnessed with their own eyes the process of Feng Ningnuo rescuing people and bringing back to life Li Jiwen, who they all thought was hopeless, they were all very excited and were very grateful and admired Feng Ningnuo. Dr. Lu Duanqing, who was standing nearby, also helped check Li Jiwen's physical condition to make sure that Li Jiwen was out of danger. Ning Huilan and Feng Ningyi also stood beside Feng Ningnuo. They were happy that Feng Ningnuo had successfully revived Li Jiwen and could finally breathe a sigh of relief. They all fully supported Feng Ningnuo's act of rescuing people this time. Since they had encountered such an accident, if they could help and save lives, they would not stop Feng Ningnuo from taking action. Instead, they would be proud of Feng Ningnuo's actions. However, they were also nervous about Feng Ningnuo's first aid methods, wondering whether Feng Ningnuo could really revive the little boy. At this point, Feng Ningnuo had already succeeded. Ning Huilan and Feng Ningyi could finally rest assured. They also believed in Feng Ningnuo's words even more, knowing that once Feng Ningnuo said something, he would basically be able to do it, and it would not be just empty talk. The whole process of rescuing people just now was so hard and stressful, but Feng Ningnuo endured it, did it, and saved the person. Listening to the excitement of the surrounding villagers and their gratitude towards Feng Ningnuo, Ning Huilan and Feng Ningnuo both felt proud. This time, Feng Ningnuo arrived in time, with the help of space, and Feng Ningnuo himself knew how to perform cardiopulmonary resuscitation, so he was able to save Li Jiwen's life. At this time, Feng Ningnuo gently said to Li Jiwen, "Little friend, don't move. You're still injured. Be patient. We will go to the hospital later for a comprehensive examination to further determine your physical condition. Now you just lie down and be good." Lu Duanqing has already conducted a preliminary examination on Li Jiwen. Apart from the rib injuries caused during cardiopulmonary resuscitation, he has not seen any other external injuries on Li Jiwen's body. However, further examination is needed to confirm whether there are any internal injuries. In response, Lu Duanqing also comforted Li Jiwen, "Yes, kid, you are fine now, but don't move. Don't worry, everything is fine now. We'll go to the hospital for a checkup later, and everything will be fine soon." As long as you don't move around now and don't cause any other damage, you won't feel any pain. Little boy, you are a little man. Please hold back and stop crying. Listening to what Feng Minghua and Lu Duanqing said, Li Jiwen finally held back his tears and nodded with difficulty. Even though he had woken up, Li Jiwen was still very scared. Knowing that it was Feng Minghua who saved him, Li Jiwen had been holding on to Feng Ningnua's clothes tightly, as if only by doing so could he find a life-saving straw and a strong support point to escape the fear of suffocation and death, so that he would not have to worry about falling into such a desperate predicament again. Li Jiwen's family members also gathered around at this moment, crying with joy because they had recovered what they had lost. Xiaowen, Li Jiwen's mother, Zhang Shufang, had been on the verge of collapse and had placed all her hopes on Feng Minghua. Now that she finally saw that Li Jiwen was alive, Zhang Shufang knelt down beside Li Jiwen and wanted to hug him, but she was worried that she would cause him other injuries. She could only cry and said, "Xiaowen, it's okay. I'm glad you're okay. I'm glad you're okay. Tell Mom, is there any pain anywhere else in your body? Don't be afraid now, Mom and Dad are here. It's okay." Li Jiwen's father Li Dai, grandfather Li Yushuan, and others also stayed by Li Jiwen's side, unable to hide their excitement and wiping their tears silently. Seeing that his family members were all there, Li Jiwen felt relieved and spoke weakly. "Dad, Mom, Grandpa, Grandma." Zhang Shufang and Zhu Wumei held Li Jiwen's hands and wiped the dirt off his face and body with a towel, saying, "We are all here. Don't be afraid, Xiaowen." After comforting Li Jiwen, Zhang Shufang turned to Feng Minghua and was about to kneel down and kowtow to her. This was a life-saving favor, and they were so excited that the first thing they thought of was to express their gratitude in the primitive way of kneeling and kowtowing. Just now, everyone else, including themselves, had basically concluded that Li Jiwen was beyond saving and dead, and they were all going to lose this child. They tried first aid, but they pulled the man out a little too late, as if they had missed the best time for first aid, so they had to watch Li Jiwen leave them. The feeling of pain and despair was so intense that they almost couldn't hold on. Thanks to Feng Ningnua's timely action, Li Jiwen was able to turn danger into safety. It is no exaggeration to say that he was brought back from the dead. Otherwise, they might have already been preparing for their funeral. Feng Ningnua has helped them so much. They are really grateful and just want to express their gratitude to Feng Ningnua. If Feng Ningnua had not come to their aid in time this time, Li Jiwen would not have been saved, and their family would have suffered a huge change, and the whole family might have collapsed. Fortunately, God was kind to their family and allowed them to meet Feng Ningnua so that they would not lose Li Jiwen. Chapter 26, Safety Lock. We are truly grateful to Feng Minghua, Li Dai, and Zhang Shufang. This time, if Feng Minghua had not acted in time, they might have really missed the opportunity to save their son Li Jiwen. When they thought of this possibility, they were all terrified and sincerely wanted to kneel down and kowtow to Feng Minghua to thank him for saving Li Jiwen. Seeing this, Feng Minghua hurriedly supported them. "Uncle Li, don't be so polite. You can't do this. You can't do this." After being helped by Feng Minghua, Li Dai and the others were unable to continue kneeling. They were very surprised at Feng Ningnua's great strength. However, Li Jiwen's grandmother, Zhu Wumei, was still wiping away tears, her body trembling slightly because of fear. She excitedly held Feng Ningnua's hand and said with a sob, "Girl, thank you for saving Xiaowen this time. We really don't know how to thank you. We all thought there was no hope. The sky was falling. It was only with your help that Xiaowen was able to be brought back to life and is safe. Girl, you are our family's savior. From now on, the lives of these people in our family will all be yours." Hearing the old lady say this, Feng Minghua quickly waved his hand and replied, "Grandma Li, you don't have to be so polite. The first aid was successful because of your cooperation. I am very happy that I was able to save the child. Since I know some first aid for drowning, I can't just stand by and watch him die. Grandma Li, you can't do this anymore. You can't kneel down and kowtow. This is really frustrating for me." Although Feng Minghua did have other thoughts when he came to save people at the beginning, saving people is a serious matter, and Feng Minghua would not choose not to save people for other reasons. Of course, the villagers of Shangzhou Village are all very good people and are relatively simple and honest. Feng Minghua is saving people here without worrying about being blackmailed. Zhang Shufang, seeing Feng Minghua being so polite, also stepped forward and stuffed a silver lock into Feng Ningnua's palm and said excitedly, "Miss, This is the peace lock that Xiaowen usually wears. Please accept it. If you hadn't intervened in time, we don't even dare to think about how things would have turned out. Girl, you don't have to be so polite to us. You are our lifesaver, and we should thank you. Please don't despise this safety lock. This safety lock has a special meaning. Feng Ningna couldn't accept it. He quickly shook his head, stuffed the safety lock back into Zhang Shufang's hand, and said, Aunt Li, it's really not necessary. This is a child safety lock. You should leave it to him as a souvenir. Seeing the Li family's gratitude and enthusiasm towards their eldest daughter Feng Ningna, Ning Huilan hurried over to help and said, Big sister, we really can't accept this. This is Xiaowen's safety lock, so it must be left to him. It can't be given to anyone else casually. Big sister, you don't have to be so polite. In order to prevent them from continuing to give Feng Ningnua things, Ning Huilan continued. The child has just escaped from danger and needs this safety lock. You should stop being so polite and not give the safety lock to Noonyuo. Feng Ningna also followed his mother Ning Huilan's words and said, Uncle Li, Aunt Li, you don't have to be so polite. Although the child has woken up, he choked on water and his heart stopped beating. You'd better send him to the hospital for a comprehensive checkup. This will be safer. Now, the most important thing is the child's matter. Let's not keep pushing it back and forth here. Let's send the child to the hospital. At this time, Dr. Lu Duanqing also said, Day, the car has arrived. Hurry up and take Xiaowen to get checked. Xiaowen is still young, so we need to pay more attention to him and make sure we don't let any major problems arise due to negligence. You guys should go quickly. The important matter is Xiaowen's health is important. Although Li Jiwen was rescued, he had drowned after all. His heart stopped beating for a while, and there was dirty water in his lungs. When Feng Ningnua was giving him first aid, he also checked his physical condition and found some problems. Now, they still need to send Li Jiwen to the hospital for a checkup and continue with the treatment without delay. Although Feng Ningnua saved Li Jiwen, he did not completely solve all of Li Jiwen's problems, so as to avoid doing things too abruptly and causing some unnecessary trouble. After listening to what Feng Ningnua and Lu Duanqing said, Li Dai and the others regained some of their composure. They knew that kneeling down and giving a safety lock to a little girl like this would easily scare her, so they quickly stopped. After holding his son Li Jiwen firmly, Li Dai looked at Feng Ningnua again and said, Little girl, thank you so much this time. If it weren't for your help, we really don't know what to do. Little girl, you and your family, please come to our home and sit for a while so that we can thank you properly. You saved Xiaowen. We must thank you. Please don't refuse. We are sending Xiaowen to the hospital for a checkup, but my parents will stay home to entertain you. Come home and drink some water and take a rest. After all, it was a life-saving favor. Li Dai and the others were truly grateful to Feng Ningnua and wanted to repay him well. It was not enough to just say a few words of thank you. After saying these words, Li Dai didn't want to delay any longer here. So he said to his father Li Yuxuan and mother Zhu Wumei, Dad, Mom, please help me entertain our lifesaver first. Afang and I will take Xiaowen to the hospital for a checkup. We'll be back soon after we've done the checkup. Don't worry, Xiaowen will be fine. Then Li Dai looked at Dr. Lu Duanqing and said, Dr. Lu, I want to thank you very much today. Please come to our house and have a seat. When we come back from the hospital, we will thank you all together. Today, thanks to the help of Dr. Lu and the young lady, Xiaowen was able to escape death. This is a great favor, and we all remember it. Please give us a chance to repay you. Dr. Lu, please. After saying these words, Li Dai nodded to Lu Duanqing, then quickly carried his son and got on the tractor and rushed to the hospital with his wife Zhang Shufang. Holding their son in their arms, the feeling of having lost and regained his son made Li Dai and Zhang Shufang's eyes tear up. Li Dai even put his forehead against his son Li Jiwen's forehead to further feel his body temperature and make sure that their son was still alive. Chapter 27 Shame. Watching the car drive away, Feng Ningnua finally breathed a sigh of relief as he realized that Li Dai and Zhang Shufang had already taken Li Jiwen to the hospital for a checkup. This time, although Feng Ningnua saved Li Jiwen, follow-up examinations and treatments are still essential. Li Jiwen's physical condition has not yet fully recovered, so he needs to be more careful to avoid any sequelae, which would be bad. Fortunately, Li Dai and Zhang Shufang were all willing to listen to advice, so she could feel more at ease. At this time, Dr. Lu Duanqing turned around and walked up to Feng Ningnua. He looked at her with a smile, nodded at her, and said, Little girl, the CPR you just performed was very effective. The compression depth was 5 centimeters, and the frequency reached 112 times per minute, and the rhythm was never disrupted. You persisted through all, which is really amazing. This time, if you hadn't acted in time, Xiaowen's treatment would have been delayed, and I would have been too late to get here. Little girl, this time it's really thanks to you. After hearing what Dr. Lu Duanqing said, Feng Ninghua quickly replied politely, Dr. Lu, this is what I should do. I have learned relevant knowledge about cardiopulmonary resuscitation. I saw that it was not used during the first aid here, so I volunteered to help. Fortunately, Xiaowen was saved, and I didn't delay his treatment. Dr. Lu Duanqing is a very good person. Feng Ninghua was very polite when speaking to him and did not take credit for himself. Moreover, this involves the secrets of her use of spatial spiritual energy and spiritual spring water. Feng Ninghua does not want to delve into this matter any further. Gaining Lu Duanqing's approval was the final conclusion of her rescue mission, proving that her first aid techniques were very professional and not just nonsense. That was enough. Feng Ninghua's politeness and modesty made Lu Duanqing think highly of her. At such a young age, he had the courage to save people. He was also very calm while saving people. He did not lose his composure and was not affected or disturbed by other situations around him. This is very rare, especially when everyone else thought that Li Jiwen was beyond saving. And he also saw that Li Jiwen's pupils were dilated and they were ready to give up first aid. Feng Ninghua was still able to persist and was not affected by them. This was amazing, more amazing than him. Cardiopulmonary resuscitation consumes a lot of physical energy, but Feng Ninghua persisted on his own and didn't care about getting his clothes dirty. This level of strength and endurance are beyond the reach of many people. The little girl in front of me is really extraordinary. Nodding, Dr. Lu Duanqing smiled and said, Little girl, you don't have to be polite to me. Your first aid was very timely and very critical. This is the truth. Even I need to apologize to you. After I checked Xiaowen's condition, I was about to give up. Fortunately, you continued to insist on first aid, so Xiaowen had a chance to survive. If I had given up at that time, there would really be no chance. You have indeed done a remarkable thing this time. After a pause, Lu Duanqing continued, Don't worry, little girl. I will definitely discuss this matter with Day and the others and apply for a reward for your bravery. Also, tell us about your school. When the time comes, we will also send a banner to your school to publicly thank you for your first aid. Little girl, you don't have to be polite. This is what you deserve. Whenever Lu Duanqing thought about how he wanted to give up just now, compared to Feng Ninghua's insistence on first aid, he felt very ashamed, forcing him to reflect on his attitude and approach. Really, if Feng Ninghua had listened to him at that time and gave up on continuing to provide first aid to Li Jiwen's life would not have been saved. He almost delayed the first aid of life just now. Compared to Feng Ninghua, he still did a very poor job. Gently shaking his head, Lu Duanqing looked towards Ning Huilan and said with a smile, Sister, your daughter is really amazing. You don't have to be polite with us. We will definitely apply for you to do something brave and righteous. This is a life-saving favor. You all deserve it. Following Lu Duanqing's words, the villagers who had not yet dispersed all agreed and supported Feng Ninghua's application for a certificate of bravery. They all saw and experienced Feng Ninghua saving people. It was Feng Ninghua's persistence that saved Li Jiwen. Feng Ninghua did better than anyone else present. Feng Ninghua totally deserves this award for bravery. As the onlookers dispersed while discussing the matter, the news that Feng Ninghua had saved Li Jiwen by the Luli River spread quickly throughout Shangzhou village as if it had wings. Feng Ninghua not only rescued Li Jiwen, but also left a very good impression on the villagers of Shangzhou village because of this incident. At this time, Li Yuxuan and Zhu Wumei also came forward, wiped away their tears, and said to Feng Ninghua, Little girl, I haven't asked you how to address me yet. Thanks to you, our Xiaowen was able to escape death and escape this disaster. You are our family savior. Our whole family is very grateful to you. Hearing Zhu Wumei's question, Feng Ninghua waved his hands and replied, Grandma Li, this is what I should do. This is an important matter of saving lives. If any of us see this and are able to help, we will not stand idly by. Fortunately, this time we lived up to our expectations and everything went smoothly. Grandma Li, my name is Feng Ninghua. After a pause, Feng Ninghua introduced his mother and sister to them. Thanks to this life-saving grace, Feng Ningnua's image has become tall and noble in the eyes of the villagers in Shangju village. Many people are grateful to her. So her idea of settling down in Shangju village should be able to come true. However, Feng Ningnuo was talking to Lu Duanxing, Zhu Wumei, and others first. She was not in a hurry to discuss this matter. She planned to wait until there were not so many people around. Then she would talk about it and ask Zhu Wumei and others for help. Feng Ningnuo hopes to move to Shangju village today or tomorrow, and the family can quickly leave Luolin village so that they don't have to continue to have any entanglements with Feng Dasheng and others. Stay away from such troubles and try to keep a distance from Feng Dasheng in the future. The three of them, mother and daughter, just need to live their own lives well. Everything will get better in the future, and they will no longer be suppressed and bullied by Feng Dasheng. Chapter 28. Finding a House. Although they were grateful to Feng Ningnuo for saving Li Jiwen's life, Zhu Wumei and Li Yushuan were worried about their eldest grandson's health and were still a little absent-minded at the moment. After all, Li Jiwen had lost his heartbeat and breathing after drowning. They all thought that Li Jiwen was beyond saving. They were so heartbroken at the time that they almost collapsed. Feng Ningnuo is their family savior. Zhu Wumei and Li Yushuan are very clear about this and try not to treat them badly. However, thinking about their eldest grandson, Li Jiwen, who was sent to the hospital for examination, Zhu Wumei and Li Yushuan were still worried about what the specific results would be. Noticing this, Feng Ningnuo was not prepared to stay at the Li family for long. So he asked directly, Grandpa Li, Grandma Li, do you know anyone in the village who wants to sell or rent a house? To be honest, I study at the nearby Shuangli Middle School. My family and I want to move to live near the school. We came to the village today to look for a house. If there's a house for sale or rent, please let us know. If not, we have to look elsewhere. Feng Ningnuo got straight to the point and hoped to deal with these matters as quickly as possible. Then he said goodbye and left. Such a change happened in the Li family today. Li Yushuan and Zhu Wumei's mood must have been affected. It is not good for them to stay here any longer. Of course, if there are houses for sale or rent in Shangju village, they will get it done as soon as possible and also arrange to move as soon as possible. Get away from Luolin village as soon as possible and cut off contact with those people in Luolin village as soon as possible. If there are no opportunities in Shangju village, they will have to hurry to other places and will not have time to stay in Shangju village for too long. Zhu Wumei was a little surprised when she heard Feng Ningnuo's words. Realizing that Feng Ningnuo could see that something was wrong with them, Zhu Wumei couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. We should have treated Feng Ningnuo's family well, but they were in a mess and couldn't feel at ease. After thinking for a while, Zhu Wumei said, Xiao Nua, I'm sorry. We're still worried about Xiao Wen's condition. Please forgive us for any inadequacy in our hospitality. Do you want to buy or rent a house in the village? Do you want to move to Shangju village? That would be great. I do know 3 families who want to sell their houses and move to the city. If you want, I can ask them for you. Thinking of the scene where Feng Ningnuo saved Li Jiwen, Zhu Wumei was still very grateful to Feng Ningnuo. If Feng Ningnuo and her family can move to Shangju village, they will have to thank them in the future. They have to do their best to help with this matter. After thinking about the situation of the 3 families, Zhu Wumei was still unsure, but she continued, if there are no houses for sale in the village, there should be people who rent land and houses. I will ask for you. I will let my old man team take care of this matter now. You guys come back home with me and wait for a while. We will find out the details soon and give you an answer. You have helped us a lot and saved Xiaowen. We are very grateful and will definitely help you deal with this matter. At this point, Zhu Wumei turned to Li Yushuan and said, Old man, did you hear that? Xiao Nuo and her friends want to buy or rent a house in the village. Go and see if the 3 families who are moving to the city are selling their houses. If they want to sell the house, then let Xiao Nua know and we'll get it done as soon as possible. You go first or go to the village committee and ask. Xiao Nua is our family's great benefactor. If they need help, and we are from the same village, we must help them. Having something to do, Zhu Wumei and Li Yushuan felt more at ease. Their attention was diverted and they no longer had to think too much. What's more, Zhu Wumei is very supportive of Feng Ningnuo and her family's intention to move to the village. In addition to repaying Feng Ningnuo and others for saving his life, Feng Ningnuo's first aid measures were recognized and praised by Dr. Lu Duanxing, which is very rare. If they have the opportunity in the future, they can learn more from Feng Ningnuo so that they will not be at a loss when needed. Li Yushuan was in a rather messy mood at the moment. When he heard what his wife Zhu Wumei said, he knew that something had to be done, so he quickly responded and left in a hurry. After Li Yushuan left, Zhu Wumei sighed softly and said, "Xiao Nuo, our home is not far from the river. Come home with me and take a rest. When the old man gets the news, he will tell you as soon as possible. You don't have to be polite with us. If you want to move to the village, we will definitely find a way to make it happen. If there is no suitable place to live in the village, don't worry. We can clean up the old house and live in it ourselves, or sell the house we live in now to you, or rent it to you. We will definitely help you with this matter." After Zhu Wumei said this, Ning Huilan felt embarrassed and said, "Aunt Li, you are too polite." Nono did what he should do. No one would sit back and watch and let a life slip away when it comes to saving lives. Besides, Dr. Liu just said that he would help Noonyuo apply for the Bravery Award and go to the school to be praised. This is already very rare, so you don't have to be so polite. In response, Zhu Wumei shook her head and said seriously, "Alan, you are too polite. Xiao Nuo is our family savior. We should repay him. As for what Dr. Liu said about applying for the Bravery Award, that's what Xiao Nuo deserves. It's to promote righteousness, so you don't have to refuse." At this point, Zhu Wumei forced a smile and continued, "Let's go. My home is over there. It's very close. Today you have to come to my house and sit down and rest for a while. When the old man gets the news, he will come home and tell you. You don't have to worry. As for Xiaowen, there will be no problem as Dai and Shufan are with her. After Feng Mingnua and Lu Duanqing's first aid, Li Jiwen is alive and nothing will happen to him anymore." Although Zhu Wumei didn't know much about medicine, she noticed how serious Feng Mingnua and Lu Duanqing were when they were giving first aid to their eldest grandson Li Jiwen, and how relieved they looked after the first aid. She knew that the situation would definitely not get worse. Chapter 29 Talk. At Li Dai's house, after pouring water for Ning Huilan, Feng Mingnua, and others, Zhu Wumei did not dare to let herself be idle, and went to prepare fruits, snacks, and other things for them. As long as she has nothing to do, Zhu Wumei can't help but worry about the situation of her eldest grandson Li Jiwen. However, after learning about Ning Huilan's family situation, Zhu Wumei felt even more distressed. She didn't expect that Ning Huilan and her two daughters would have such a bad experience. With such a good wife and daughter, Feng Dashing actually abandoned his wife and daughter and wanted to have a son with a widow. After learning about these things, Zhu Wumei was very angry. Holding Ning Huilan's hand, Zhu Wumei said distressedly, "Alan, don't worry. Just move your household registration to Shangzhou Village. From now on, we are all your relatives, and we will protect you. If that bastard dares to come to our Shangzhou Village to cause trouble for you and your daughter, we will beat him to a pulp. He who harms his wife will never make a fortune. He will be punished sooner or later. You should break up with him as soon as possible, so that you won't be implicated by him in the future." The atmosphere in Shangzhou Village is still relatively conservative, and the requirements of each clan are also very strict. It would be difficult for those who cheat or have extramarital affairs to gain a foothold in Shangzhou Village. Therefore, Zhu Wumei has always hated such cheating men. After learning about what happened to Ning Huilan, Zhu Wumei wanted to rush back to Luolin Village and beat Feng Dashing up. It was also because of learning about what Ning Huilan and Feng Mingnua had gone through that Zhu Wumei felt even more distressed for them and was even more grateful to Feng Mingnua. Under such circumstances, Feng Mingnua was able to help so calmly and save Li Jiwen. He was also very generous, which is really rare. If she wasn't worried that it would be too abrupt, Zhu Wumei would have wanted to adopt Ning Huilan as her goddaughter and take good care of his family. After hearing what Zhu Wumei said, Ning Huilan couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. She felt sour and bitter in her heart and was very moved. Although she didn't know what the specific situation would be, Zhu Wumei's approach of standing by her side, considering her, and supporting her was something she hadn't experienced for a long time, and it really touched Ning Huilan's heart. Of course, after being comforted by her eldest daughter Feng Mingnua, Ning Huilan had long since given up any hope in Feng Dasheng and had begun to move on from the past. She no longer cared so much about Feng Dasheng. Ning Huilan understood Zhu Wumei's kindness, nodded, and said, "Aunt Li, thank you. Nono and I have always heard that the atmosphere in Shangzhou Village is very good and everyone is very united. So we came here to look for a house and see if we can transfer our household registration here. We can't stay in Luolin Village any longer. We want to leave as soon as possible." We came to Shangju Village today, and we have a better impression of this place. We will try to stay here. Aunt Lee, thank you. I'm fine. I've been extremely disappointed with that man for a long time. I won't pin my hopes on him. I've severed ties with him a long time ago and will no longer have any contact with him in the future. The more things Ning Huilan experienced, the more she disdained Feng Dashan. That will only exploit and oppress their wives and daughters, and will only be a scum in their home. They should get rid of him as soon as possible, which will be better for them. Now, relying on the medicinal materials accumulated by their eldest daughter, Feng Ninghua, they have made a lot of money. As long as they can settle down smoothly in Shangju Village, everything will be even more perfect. The goodwill shown to them by Zhu Wumei and others further strengthened Ning Huilan and others' ideas. Seeing that Ning Huilan was really not affected by that scumbag, Zhu Wumei also breathed a sigh of relief. Even though she hated all the scumbags, Zhu Wumei was also very clear that divorces were relatively rare in this day and age, especially in rural areas, where divorces were even more difficult. Ning Huilan was able to be open-minded and had the determination and drive to cut off that relationship, which was not easy. At this moment, the sound of hurried footsteps outside the door interrupted their conversation. After a while, Li Yuxuan came back in a hurry, bringing a middle-aged man with him. When Zhu Wumei saw that it was Li Dafeng coming, her eyes lit up, knowing that the thing Ning Huilan asked her to do had been taken care of. Li Dafeng and his family had to move to the city for business, so they left 2 old houses in Shangju Village so that they would have a place to live when they returned to the village, but they were going to sell the newly built bungalow. When he learned that Feng Ninghua and her friends were going to buy a house in the village and wanted to register their household registration in Shangju Village, Li Dafeng immediately agreed to come over and talk. The news that Feng Ninghua saved Li Jiwen has spread throughout Shangju Village. Everyone is very grateful to Li Jiwen and Feng Ninghua. Naturally, they are willing to accept Feng Ninghua's family and sell the house to them. Zhu Wumei had already stood up, and with a rare smile on her face, she said, "A Feng is here. Come and sit down. Come and sit down." Li Dafeng entered the house, looked at Ning Huilan and the others, and said to Zhu Wumei with a smile, "Aunt Wu, there's no need to bother. I came here to talk to them about selling the house. After the discussion, I have to tell my family the news and prepare to go to the city as soon as possible. Aunt Wu, you don't have to be so polite with me. Please take a seat first. I have no problem." After saying these words, Li Dafeng had already come up to him, looked at Ning Huilan, and asked directly, "Miss Ning, I heard that you're going to buy a house in Shangju Village. I happen to have a bungalow near the bamboo forest. It was built only a few years ago. It's not far from Uncle Five and Aunt Five's house. You can see it from here. If you're interested in buying that bungalow, we can have a good chat." After saying these words, Li Dafeng pointed to the bungalow near the bamboo forest, not far from the door, and said, "Look, that's the bungalow. It's relatively new overall, and it's close to the bamboo forest. The location is relatively open. After enclosing a yard, the range of activities has also become much wider." After pointing to the bungalow and showing it to Ning Huilan, Li Dafeng sat down on a bamboo chair nearby and waited for Ning Huilan and the others' answers. He came here sincerely to do business, and it depends on whether Ning Huilan and the others really want to buy. Considering that Feng Ninghua had just saved Li Jiwen, Li Dafeng was willing to lower the price a little, hoping to make this deal and provide Ning Huilan and the others with an opportunity to settle down in Shangju Village. Chapter 30 Support. This matter was discussed very smoothly between Feng Ningnuoning Huilan and Li Dafeng. They were all willing to make this deal, so they reached a deal quickly and went to the village committee to file a record. It can be said that Feng Ninghua has already been recognized by most people in Shangju Village for saving Li Jiwen. As long as this halo of saving people exists, whatever her family does in Shangju Village will be smoother. Especially when Zhu Wumei and Li Yuxuan were accompanying them. More people knew about Feng Ninghua and their identities and how they rescued people. They all admired and appreciated them, and were more polite when greeting them. Li Dafeng originally wanted to sell the bungalow, and the buyer happened to be Ning Huilan, so Li Dafeng was even more willing to make the deal, and the 2 parties reached a deal at a suitable price. The village committee also knew about Feng Ningnua's rescue today, and also knew that Ning Huilan had been betrayed and divorced. They sympathized with the 3 of them, mother and daughter, and quickly completed the formalities, signed a new contract with Ning Huilan, and sent someone to the town to handle the subsequent related procedures. So Ning Huilan did not need to run around for all this. In this way, Feng Ningnoa and the others had a place to stay in Luolin village, and they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Noticing that there were many villagers watching the excitement around the village committee, the village chiefly guide came out and said loudly, "Fellow villagers, everyone should bear witness today. Dafeng and his family are moving to the city, and they have sold the bungalow near the bamboo forest to Ning Huilan. The payment has been made, and they are in the process of going through the transfer procedures. That bungalow will belong to Ning Huilan from now on, and their household registration will also be moved to our Shangzhou village. Everyone has heard about how Feng, Ningnuo Feng, saved Xiaowen by the river today. It is a blessing for Shangzhou village that such a good comrade will settle down in our village in the future. We should all get along well with each other." Village chiefly guide fully supports Ning Huilan, Feng Ningnuo, and Feng Ningyi settling in Shangzhou village from Luolin village. Feng Ningnuo saved Li Jiwen. This is something everyone knows, and they will also apply for the Bravery Award for Feng Ningnuo. As long as they can apply for such an award, Feng Ningnuo will settle down in their Shangzhou village. This will also be an honor for their Shangzhou village, and being mentioned on TV will also benefit Shangzhou village. Moreover, Feng Ningnuo is amazing. He is so capable at such a young age. He will definitely achieve great things in the future. Introducing such talents to Shangzhou village is definitely a good thing for them. Taking these factors into consideration and trusting the character of Feng Ningnuo and her family, Li Guide naturally used his power to make this happen. Of course, Ning Huilan was not short of money. She completed the transaction with Li Dafeng on the spot and settled the payment in cash, which was even more rare. In Shangzhou village, although everyone lives a good life, I am afraid that not many families can afford to come up with so much cash. Such people with good character and financial foundation moved into their Shangzhou village, which made them profitable. Therefore, since so many people were interested in this matter, Li Guide directly told the villagers about it so that they could rest assured. After hearing what the village chief Li Guide said, the onlookers also supported him. They were all moved by Feng Ningnuo's act of saving people, and naturally fully supported Feng Ningnuo's decision to settle down in their Shangzhou village, hoping that things could go smoothly. Seeing this, Li Guide continued, "Okay, if you have time, go to a land's house and help clean it up. They just bought that bungalow and have a lot of things to deal with. If everyone helps them out, they won't have to work so hard and can move in as soon as possible. Okay, if you're free, go over there and help." Everyone had a very good impression of Feng Ningnuo and Ning Huilan, and many of them volunteered to help. Feeling everyone's enthusiasm, Ning Huilan and the others felt even more embarrassed. However, they have all seen Li Dafeng's bungalow, and it is very clean inside. If they clean it up a bit, they can move in today. Now, with so many people helping with cleaning, things will go more smoothly. During this period, Li Dai also returned from the hospital. After Li Jiwen conducted relevant examinations and confirmed that Li Jiwen's rescue was very timely and there were no major problems, Li Dai and Zhang Shufang felt relieved, especially when they heard the doctor say that Li Jiwen's condition was extremely critical this time. And if the rescue had not been timely, and if he had not persisted and the treatment had not been correct, Li Jiwen's life would have been in danger. When they heard these words, they were even more frightened. The despair they felt by the river at that time was so great that the couple almost committed suicide by jumping into the river. They have not forgotten the feeling of despair and collapse, and they are still very scared. Fortunately, they met Feng Ningnuo, who helped them in time, thus avoiding those tragedies, allowing Li Jiwen to survive in the end, and preventing their family from falling apart. However, for safety reasons, Li Jiwen still needs to stay in the hospital for observation and further examinations, and he can only be discharged after confirming that there are no problems. Li Dai and Zhang Shufang did not dare to be careless anymore and decided to have Li Jiwen hospitalized for observation, first to avoid leaving any hidden dangers. After all, Li Jiwen had choked on water and had no heartbeat or breathing. His lungs also had some infection and needed further observation and treatment. There was no time to waste. To be on the safe side, Li Dai and Zhang Shufang did not rush to discharge Li Jiwen from the hospital. It doesn't matter how much money they spend, as long as their son Li Jiwen is fine. This is the most important thing and what they hope for most. At this time, Zhang Shufang stayed in the hospital to take care of Li Jiwen, while Li Dai came back to pack up his things and send them to the hospital. The couple still needed to earn money to support the family, so they could only take turns going to the hospital to take care of their son Li Jiwen, and sometimes they even needed their parents to help. After returning to Shangju village, he heard that Feng Ninghua and her family had bought a house in the village and were planning to live in the bungalow that Li Dafeng had sold and settle down in Shangju village. Li Dai thought about it and decided to go with his parents and take gifts to express his gratitude. Ning Huilan, Feng Ninghua, and others will live in the village from now on. Li Dai feels much more at ease and no longer has to worry about repaying his gratitude. From now on, we are all neighbors and we live relatively close to each other, so it is convenient for us to get to know each other, and a family will have more opportunities to repay their gratitude. Chapter 31 Tricycle. Because Feng Ninghua saved Li Jiwen, her family received very high treatment in Shangju village, and their applications for buying a house and transferring their household registration went very smoothly. With the help of the villagers, Ning Huilan and her friends packed up the new house together, then said goodbye to Zhu Wumei and prepared to go back to Luolin village to move their things. Ning Huilan and the others were very happy to be able to leave Luolin village today. As long as they can cut off ties with the past of Luolin village, it doesn't matter how hard they work. Although Zhu Wumei wanted to ask a few people to help move things, Ning Huilan refused and just borrowed a tricycle to transport goods from the village. Knowing that Zhu Wumei meant well, Ning Huilan shook her head and said, "Aunt Li, you don't have to be so polite to us. We will live in Shangju village from now on. If you keep being so polite, we will be embarrassed. We don't have much luggage in Luolin village. Nuonyuo, and I can just go back and pack it. It won't be that troublesome. We can handle it quickly and move the things back to the new house. Aunt Li, don't worry about us. Since we have decided to cut off contact with Luolin village, we won't be bullied by them anymore. We have severed our relationship with Feng Dashing. He must still be settling accounts with Widow Chow. We should move our things as soon as possible. We probably won't run into those people, and we can finish moving quickly." After a pause, Ning Huilan continued, "As for our house in Luolin village, we have already dealt with it. We will go back and tell the final decision to our neighbor. It won't take much time, so don't worry. No, and I can go back and take care of this matter. Yi will stay here. Please take good care of her. Once we have cleaned up, we will invite everyone to dinner in a couple of days. Thank you for your help today." This time, the enthusiasm and help from the villagers of Shangju village made Ning Huilan feel much better after being hurt in Luolin village. She liked the atmosphere in Shangju village more and looked forward to life in Shangju village even more. Because the contrast between the two is so strong, Ning Huilan is more eager to leave Luolin village and move to Shangju village to live and settle down in Shangju village. The three of them, mother and daughter, wanted a fresh start, and Shangju village was indeed a better choice. Although Ning Huilan knew that Zhu Wumei was grateful to them, she would not ask them for help in everything. She still had to strike the right balance and handle things that she could handle herself without bothering others. After listening to Ning Huilan's words, Zhu Wumei thought for a while, nodded, and said, "Okay, Alan, then you and Xianhua go move the things, and we will continue to clean up here. Yi is here. Don't worry. We will take good care of her and wait for you to come back. If anything happens when you return to Luolin village and you need our help, just give us a call. We'll be able to rush to Luolin village soon." "You are welcome." After taking a look at the big pedal tricycle, Zhu Wumei frowned slightly and asked, "Can you ride a tricycle like that?" "That tricycle is huge, and riding it is completely different from riding a bicycle. It's hard to control the front of the tricycle. Are you sure you don't need someone to help you ride this tricycle? Besides, Xiao Nuo is still so young. Can he ride such a heavy tricycle?" Looking at Feng Ningnua's small body, Zhu Wumei was still very skeptical about this. If it's too much, they can arrange someone to help. It won't take too much time. They can help. In response, Feng Ningnua smiled and shook his head, saying, "Grandma Li, don't underestimate me. I'm very strong and can ride this kind of tricycle." As he was speaking, Feng Ningnua had already gotten on the tricycle. With a push of his foot, the tricycle drove out. Although it is a pedal tricycle, Feng Ningnua has no pressure pedaling it and can control the front of the vehicle very easily without any problem of front of vehicle deviation. During this period, Feng Ningnua even let go of the handlebars and was able to control the direction of the tricycle just by pedaling with his feet without any effort at all. After seeing Feng Ningnua's performance, Zhu Wumei and other onlookers realized that Feng Ningnua was really amazing. Since Feng Ningnua was able to ride such a tricycle and insisted that the mother and daughter go back to Luolin village, Zhu Wumei and the others did not continue to persuade her. Smiling and shaking her head, Zhu Wumei said, "Okay, Xiaonua, we all saw it, and we all believe you. As long as you can handle the matter well, we naturally don't have to worry about it. But if you need our help, please don't hesitate to ask us." From the moment Feng Ningnuo rescued Li Jiwen, they should have known that Feng Ningnuo was a very capable person, much more powerful than they had imagined. This time, seeing Feng Ningnuo riding the tricycle like this, they were further confirmed of this point and could rest assured. After hearing what Zhu Wumei said, Feng Ningnuo smiled and replied, "Grandma Li, it's okay. We're just going to move some things over. We'll be able to handle it soon. Don't worry. It's getting late. We'll go pack up now. You just wait here. I'll have to trouble Grandma Li for help with things here." After saying these words, Feng Ningnuo regained control of the handlebars, controlled the direction of the tricycle, and rode towards the village entrance very steadily. Ning Huilan, seeing her eldest daughter Feng Ningnuo's performance, was relieved to know that there was no problem for Feng Ningnuo to ride the tricycle. Ning Huilan always felt that her understanding of her eldest daughter Feng Ningnuo was not deep or comprehensive enough. She didn't even know when Feng Ningnuo learned to ride a tricycle, but he could ride it so skillfully and without any problem at all. However, seeing that Feng Ningnuo had already ridden far away, Ning Huilan also got on the bicycle and said to Zhu Wumei, "Aunt Li, I'm sorry to bother you here. Nuon Yuo and I will go back to Luolin village first and move the things back soon." Seeing that Feng Ningnuo was almost at the entrance of the village, Zhu Wumei waved her hand and replied, "Alan, go ahead. Don't worry about this place. The sooner you go, the sooner you will come back." After explaining everything, Ning Huilan nodded to Zhu Wumei and then rode her bicycle to catch up with Feng Ningnuo. Together, they went back to Luolin village to move their things and transfer their household registration. Ning Huilan was also very much looking forward to finding a house so quickly and moving in and leaving Luolin village. Chapter 32 Moving. Since they have already bought a house in Shangzhou village, Ning Huilan and Feng Ningnuo came back this time hoping to move their belongings and transfer their household registration as soon as possible. They will probably not have to come back to Luolin village in the future. After returning, Ning Huilan went to handle the procedures for moving her household registration, while Feng Ningnuo packed up her things at home. Feng Ningnuo is very strong and has a tricycle to carry things. Feng Ningnuo moves things very quickly. He packs up all the furniture, supplies, etc. that can be used and stacks them on the tricycle in an orderly manner. Feng Ningnuo didn't waste time cleaning up some of the old and tattered things and just left them in the house. This house carries too many memories for her. Now that she is leaving Luolin village and having a brand new beginning, Feng Ningnuo's mood has become a little complicated. However, thinking about what they had experienced in this house, Feng Ningnuo no longer lingered there and quickly packed up her things, hoping to leave Luolin village as soon as possible, put aside those not-so-pleasant memories of the past, and have a brand new start in the future. At the beginning, Feng Ningnuo's moving did not cause any big fuss. Feng Ningnuo packed his things very quickly and had almost finished packing. Moreover, Ning Huilan's procedures for moving her household registration went very smoothly and have been completed. When she returns to Shangzhou village, there will be someone to help her register her household registration in Shangzhou village, so Ning Huilan and the others don't need to worry about anything else. Because of Feng Ningnuo's rescue, the villagers and village committee of Shangzhou village had a very good impression of the family of three and fully supported them in settling in Shangzhou village. Where they could, the villagers and village committee of Shangzhou village also helped with all their strength so that Ning Huilan did not have to worry about many procedural issues. Being able to get so much help and support was something Ning Huilan had never encountered in Luolin village before. This made Ning Huilan like Zhu village more. This time when she came back to handle the procedures, it was also very fast. Afterwards, Ning Huilan contacted her next-door neighbor to discuss selling the house. "Since I'm not planning on returning to Luolin village, there's no point in keeping the house, so it would be easier to sell it." Ning Huilan was married from outside the village, and she didn't have any relatives in Luolin village that she needed to visit in the future, so she didn't feel reluctant to leave. In addition, the son of the next-door neighbor was getting married and the house was not big enough, so he had already asked Ning Huilan about the possibility of selling the house. This time, as soon as Ning Huilan mentioned it, the other party readily agreed. The price negotiated by both parties was also good, and the deal was quickly completed. After going to the village committee to transfer the property and deal with these issues, Ning Huilan went back and started to help. She and Feng Ningnuo worked together to put all the things they wanted to take away on the tricycle, trying to move them all in one trip without having to go back and forth. Being able to leave Luolin village and cut off contact with Feng Dashing from now on, Ning Huilan and Feng Ninghua are more motivated and work very efficiently and quickly. As a result, the noise made by moving things was quite loud and soon attracted the attention of other neighbors. When Feng Ninghua put the folding spring bed on the tricycle and secured it with ropes, he felt satisfied that he could move all the necessary things at once without having to make another trip. He wiped the sweat off his face with a towel. Aunt Shun, who lives next door and has already bought and paid for the house, also came over to take a look at this house to prevent any problems from arising when Feng Ninghua and the others move. Now, this house belongs to their family. Aunt Shun naturally doesn't want Feng Ninghua and the others to do anything too outrageous when they move, so they still have to be careful. Even though they are old neighbors, when it comes to their family's interests, Aunt Shin still has to do what she should do and will not let her family's interests be harmed just because she feels embarrassed. Seeing that Feng Ninghua and Ning Huilan had already moved all their things and hadn't done anything else out of the ordinary, Aunt Shin nodded with satisfaction and began planning the renovations. She had to do her best to get everything done so that her son could get married. Seeing what Ning Huilan and Feng Ninghua were doing, Aunt Lee from the opposite door, who had just returned from the market with some vegetables and meat in her hands, couldn't help but stop and asked curiously, "Alan, are you moving? Where are you moving to? Where's Ashang? Why don't I see him helping you? It's such a big deal. Why didn't we see him?" Ning Huilan and Feng Ningnua's actions looked like they were moving, and the neighbors were very curious. They wondered whether their family was going to leave Luolin village or move to another place in the village. They hadn't heard any news about this matter and really hadn't expected it, so they wanted to know more about it now. The divorce between Feng Dashing and Ning Huilan was not widely publicized, and many neighbors did not know about it. Originally, Ning Huilan was planning to pack up her things and leave Luolin village quietly, but since so many people were watching and were interested in her family's affairs, Ning Huilan had no intention of avoiding anything. Ning Huilan was not at fault for the divorce, so she didn't need to feel guilty. In response, Ning Huilan smiled and said, "Aunt Lee, that man and I divorced yesterday and got the divorce certificate. I will have no relationship with him from now on. He wants to find someone else to give birth to his son. He has already completed the formalities with us. He doesn't want his 2 daughters anymore and has signed a certificate of severing ties. Now, he should be accompanying his unborn son and won't be interfering in our affairs. We are indeed preparing to move and leave here." Ning Huilan's words were like a stone thrown into the water, surprising many of the neighbors, who couldn't help but whisper to each other. There are indeed not many people who can dare to speak out so openly about their divorce like Ning Huilan did. Not to mention making the news public, few people even dare to get a divorce certificate. But this time, Ning Huilan not only divorced Feng Dasheng, but also said it openly, which really surprised the villagers. Noticing all this, Feng Ninghua stood next to his mother Ning Huilan and gave her the greatest support, not wanting her to feel embarrassed about these things. After leaving that man, their lives will only get better and better. There's nothing wrong with getting out of the quagmire. However, when everyone was buzzing about this matter, Granny Bai stared at Ning Huilan fiercely with her triangular eyes. She quickly walked to the front, gritted her teeth, snorted coldly, and then said, "How dare you say that? This is really a sin. Asheng is such a good man. He didn't even despise you when you couldn't give birth to his son. How can you have the nerve to divorce him?" Chapter 33, Calculation. Ning Huilan spoke directly about her divorce, and the neighbors were shocked and had different opinions about it. After all, in this era, there are still very few people who get divorced here. Unexpectedly, Ning Huilan actually divorced Feng Dasheng and dared to say it so openly. When getting divorced, the woman usually feels extremely ashamed and cannot face anyone, so she usually does not choose divorce and just muddles through. But Ning Huilan's behavior and attitude really surprised them. Many people felt very uncomfortable about it, as if Ning Huilan's behavior had challenged some authority, which made them even more dissatisfied with Ning Huilan. However, what Ning Huilan said, that Feng Dasheng found someone else to have a son and cut off all ties with his 2 daughters, made them understand. They all knew that Feng Dasheng had always wanted a son to carry on the family line. This is also the reason why they chose to remain silent after hearing some of Feng Dasheng's ridiculous behavior. Many of them have the same idea as Feng Dasheng, but they are luckier because they have sons in their families and do not need to worry about the issue of continuing the family line. It was also because of this that they all felt very sympathetic towards Feng Dashing, thinking that Ning Huilan had let Feng Dashing down by not being able to give birth to a son, but instead giving birth to daughters for 2 consecutive pregnancies, leaving Feng Dashing without an heir. Not having a son made Feng Dashing's temper worse and worse. He often beat his 2 daughters, causing a lot of trouble in the family. Now, the couple can't live together anymore, so Feng Dashing decided to find someone else to have a son and divorce Ning Huilan. They can understand that. But under such circumstances, Ning Huilan, who was divorced by Feng Dasheng because she could not give birth to a son, did not shed tears or complain about herself. Instead, she spoke out the story openly and even prepared to move out of the village. This made many people who originally sympathized with Ning Huilan's situation become very dissatisfied with her. Grandma Bai was the first to speak out and say these words, which are actually what many people wanted to say. After hearing what Grandma Bai said, Ning Huilan's face turned a little ugly, but Feng Ningnua twitched the corners of his lips and said, "Grandma, if that man was really honest, why would he cheat on me and give the family's money to Widow Chow? He was also instigated to divorce my mother and cut off all ties with us sisters. Grandma, I know you and that person are relatives, and you have always treated us as outsiders, but it's better for us to be fair when we speak. There's no need to whitewash that person here, right? Cheating is cheating. There's no way to wash it off. No matter how much you deny it, it can't change the fact that that person cheated on her in order to have a son. People like this have nothing to do with being honest. These people were not friendly to the mother and daughter. Feng Ningnua was not polite and immediately fought back. She would not swallow her anger and suffer grievances just because the other party was her elder. They're all going to leave Luolin village and will no longer have any contact with these people in the future. It doesn't matter if they have a falling out. Their families' lives will only get better and better in the future, and the gap between them and these people will become bigger and bigger. By then, these people will look up to them, and they will not need to suffer grievances for them. What's more, Granny Bai is still here to speak up for that scumbag Feng Dasheng. This is the situation that Feng Ningnua cannot tolerate the most, and she will never let these people put the blame on them. After hearing what Feng Ningnua said, Granny Bai was furious. She pointed at Feng Ningnua with a trembling finger and cursed. What an uneducated wild girl. No wonder Sheng doesn't want you anymore. You are really ungrateful wolves. You really don't deserve your family name. You didn't even stand by your father's side, and you even cut off all ties with him. You're such a money loser. As for you, I think Sheng doesn't beat you enough or too lightly on a daily basis, which is why you dare to be so arrogant and uneducated, and even dare to talk like that to your elders. Feng Ningnua's attitude really angered Grandma Bai, making her particularly dissatisfied with Feng Ningnua and Ning Huilan. Of course, Grandma Bai is Feng Dashing's second aunt and usually stands on Feng Dashing's side. This time, Feng Dashing divorced Ning Huilan and severed relations with his 2 daughters. Ning Huilan and Feng Ningnua are no longer members of their Feng family from now on, so Grandma Bai will be even less polite to Feng Ningnua. However, Grandma Bai could not have imagined that Feng Ningnua, who is usually so dull and allowed them to accuse and bully him, would have such a tough attitude this time, which seriously challenged her authority. Seeing Grandma Bai so angry, Feng Ningnua just curled the corners of his lips and continued, "Grandma, you don't have to be so angry. I know that you knew about the affair between that man and Widow Chow, and you facilitated it. You have always hoped that Feng Dasheng could have a son, so you instigated him to get involved with Widow Chow, and you also instigated him to divorce my mother and asked him to marry Widow Chow. But don't think we don't know the inside story and your plans. Now, we are still giving you face. If you don't apologize to me and my mother, then I will tell you everything and let everyone judge and see if the things you did are worthy of being shown off." Originally, Grandma Bai was still very angry and wanted to continue scolding Feng Ningnua and teach Feng Ningnua a lesson as an elder, but when she heard what Feng Ningnua said, Grandma Bai couldn't help but be shocked. She was not sure whether Feng Ningnua knew the truth or not, so he dared to challenge her like this. If her and her son's plan were discovered, would they still be able to live as human beings? When she thought of this, Grandma Bai looked at Feng Ningnua with fear in her eyes. She didn't dare to test how many secrets Feng Ningnua knew. With so many people here, Grandma Bai knew that the situation was not favorable for her. Once Feng Ningnua tells those things out, things will get out of hand. Looking at Feng Ningnua, Grandma Bai's eyes were inexplicably dark, and she really couldn't continue to say harsh words. Seeing that Grandma Bai had stopped her actions, it was obvious that Grandma Bai knew the truth and was involved in those conspiracies. It can be said that for the benefit of herself and her family, Grandma Bai left no room for maneuver in dealing with Feng Dasheng, Ning Huilan, and their sisters, just wanted to gain as much benefit as possible. Even if it means causing others to be separated from their families for her own purposes, Grandma Bai will not show mercy. Feng Ningnuo looked down on such people, but was also very wary of them. Chapter 34, Leaving. Feng Ningnuo didn't want to give face to Grandma Bai at all, and he knew that Grandma Bai would not be shy. From the very beginning, Grandma Bai had always disliked the three of them, mother and daughter, thinking that it was they who caused Feng Dasheng to be childless, and that by that time, he wouldn't even have a son to break a pot. On weekdays, Grandma Bai often caused trouble for them, but they just endured it for the sake of her elders. But this time, they're about to leave Luolin village. Feng Ningnuo doesn't care about the consequences of a falling out and will never allow Grandma Bai to put the blame on them again. They couldn't control whether Grandma Bai wanted to favor Feng Dasheng, but they would not allow Grandma Bai to step on them to elevate Feng Dasheng. Being refuted by Feng Ningnuo and seeing how tough Feng Ningnuo was, Grandma Bai became even more angry. Pointing at Feng Ningnuo with trembling fingers, Granny Bai's eyes widened. After a long while, she gritted her teeth and said, "You are so uneducated. It's the right thing for Sheng not to want people like you. You deserve to be beaten and divorced for being so disrespectful to your elders. You'd better get out of Luolin village as soon as possible. Otherwise, let's see if Sheng will come and deal with you again." It was totally impossible for Grandma Bai to apologize to Ning Huilan. These are the people who have been bullied by her for so many years. Grandma Bai only stands on the upper hand, despising and bullying Ning Huilan and Feng Ningnuo in every way, but she will never bow her head. What's more, Ning Huilan has already divorced Feng Dasheng and is no longer considered a member of Luolin village. Granny Bai is even more confident and will not deal with it according to Feng Ningnuo's threat. Knowing that Granny Bai would definitely not bow her head, Feng Ningnuo sneered and said, "If that's the case, then I'll go talk to Uncle Gue." After all, Uncle Gue sometimes likes to go out in the middle of the night, and he always goes to the same place. I saw it all. I even heard what Uncle Gue did, and I know what you are up to. Since you have done that, don't show off your family affection in front of me. It's really disgusting to watch. Seeing that Grandma Bai's face changed instantly after hearing her words, Feng Ningnuo pulled the corners of her lips and said, "So, Grandma, do you want to apologize first? If you don't apologize, then I don't mind making this point a little clearer. When the time comes, if there's any trouble, I won't care. If you choose to apologize, then I don't want to bother with those things. I don't want to care about the grudges and calculations between you two." After saying these words, Feng Ningnuo looked at Grandma Bai indifferently, ignoring the curious and gossiping looks from others. As for Ning Huilan, she knew what her eldest daughter Feng Ningnuo meant, so she always stood by her and never gave in to Grandma Bai. Things have come to this point, so let them just tear each other apart. There is nothing for them to care about. These words should have been said by her, but her eldest daughter said them for her, and she couldn't ruin her performance. Meeting Feng Ningnuo's indifferent eyes, Grandma Bai was very clear and was now even more wary of Feng Ningnuo and Ning Huilan. There's really no need to sacrifice themselves and Feng Dague just to help Feng Dasheng. Grandma Bai is very clear about what is more important. She wanted to ignore Feng Ningnuo, but was worried that Feng Ningnuo would really tell them about their plan. Grandma Bai moved her lips and finally spoke in a voice as thin as a mosquito. "I'm sorry." After saying this, Grandma Bai felt that she was completely ashamed. She glared at Feng Ningnuo fiercely, then turned and left this place of trouble to prevent Feng Ningnuo from saying anything inappropriate. With Grandma Bai's apology, the people around who had other ideas fell silent. They looked at Feng Ningnuo with fear and did not continue to provoke Feng Ningnuo for fear of getting hurt. They also realized that Feng Ningnuo was not a good person. After he had cut off his relationship with Feng Dasheng, Feng Ningnuo became even more difficult to control and was no longer so easy to talk to and bully. However, Ning Huilan and her daughter are moving away and leaving Luolin village, so the house will be empty. Thinking that this house had always been kept very well and clean by Ning Huilan, some of them began to have ideas about buying the house. Noticing this, Ning Huilan said directly, "As for this house, Aunt Wang next door wants it, and I have already transferred it to their family. We don't have any land in the village, so we should leave here and find a way to make a living somewhere else so that we can survive." Today, we have already rented a house outside and are ready to move in directly. As soon as Ning Huilan finished speaking, everyone's faces changed again. However, thinking that this residential land was originally bought by Ning Huilan and these houses were built on it. Although they wanted to say something, Feng Dashing had already divorced Ning Huilan, so it was difficult for them to say anything at the moment. Ning Huilan also didn't say anything more. She just made it clear that the three of them, mother and daughter, had nothing to do with Feng Dashing from now on, and that they should not be blackmailed by Feng Dashing in the future. This was enough. As for the other people in Luolin village, there would most likely be no contact between them in the future, so Ning Huilan didn't care too much. Seeing that everything was almost packed, Ning Huilan handed over the house to her neighbor Aunt Wang, and the mother and daughter left Luolin village on their bicycles. It was Feng Ningnua who rode the tricycle and took the things away. After riding for a distance, Feng Ningnua looked back at the house. At this moment, the setting sun was already hanging over the distant hilltops, and the red light covered the entire ground, stretching everyone's shadows very long. Looking at the house where they had lived for more than 10 years, and which had experienced all their joys and sorrows, Feng Ningnua sighed softly. Then she turned around, kicked the ball hard, and left without any reluctance. Although the villagers of Luolin village were very surprised by this sudden change, they could not gain any advantage here, so they slowly dispersed. From beginning to end, Feng Dasheng did not show up. This situation made the expressions of the villagers in Luolin village even more complicated. After divorcing Feng Dasheng, Ning Huilan has changed a lot. Feng Ningnua even dares to go against Grandma Bai. Many people wondered whether Feng Dasheng's behavior was worth it to give up his wife and daughter and have an affair with Widow Chow just to have a son. However, many people were even more curious about what Feng Ningnua had not finished saying. They wondered what Feng Ningnua had done to control Grandma Bai, and how he had actually made such a difficult grandma by apologize. This matter must be of great importance. They were all extremely curious and hoped to know the answer. Chapter 35 Help. The distance was quite far, and when Feng Ningnua rode his tricycle and returned to Shangzhou village with his mother, it was almost dark. It was thanks to Feng Ningnua's great strength and fast cycling speed that he was able to get back before it was completely dark. The weather was very hot and humid, but when we arrived at Shangzhou village, there was shade from the bamboo forest and moisture from the Luli River, so the temperature here was still a little lower than outside. Feng Ningnua could already feel a little cool and couldn't help but let out a breath. Continuing to ride the tricycle, Feng Ningnua came directly to the front of their newly bought house. Hearing the noise, Feng Ningyi, who was waiting very anxiously, immediately rushed out from the yard. Seeing that it was really her mother and sister who came back with the things, Feng Ningyi smiled and hurried over to help. After pulling the handbrake to stop the tricycle and putting the handbrake in gear to stabilize it, Feng Ningnua got off the vehicle. As for Ning Huilan, she was just riding a bicycle a little faster than Feng Ningnua, and she had already stopped the car. Seeing Zhu Wumei standing on tiptoe to help prune the branches of the mulberry tree in the yard, Ning Huilan hurriedly called out, "Aunt Li, we're back." As soon as he finished speaking, all the people who were busy cleaning the room came out. Zhu Wumei also stopped what she was doing, followed him out, and said with a smile, "Alan, you guys are back. Is everything going well?" As she spoke, Zhu Wumei looked towards Feng Ningnua again. She was surprised to see that Feng Ningnua was riding a tricycle alone and pulling back so many pieces of furniture. But Feng Ningnua did it, which is no worse than some adult work. Looking at Feng Ningnua, Zhu Wumei smiled and said, "Xiao Nua is really good. He got the things back so quickly." Ning Huilan also came over and helped to untie the ropes that secured things. She replied, "Aunt Li, our things went smoothly today. Everything in Luolin village has been handled and the formalities have been completed. I will take the relocation certificate to the village committee later. The house over there has been sold, and we've moved our things over here. We'll live here from now on." This time, thanks to Noonyuo, she is very strong and moved everything. She pedals the tricycle very quickly, so we were able to come back so quickly. At this time, seeing that several villagers were already helping to move things, Ning Huilan felt a little embarrassed, but Zhu Wumei waved her hand and continued, "Alan, don't worry, they will finish this work quickly. This is all physically demanding work. You and Xiao Nua have been busy for such a long time, so just take a break first. Once they move the things in, you could direct them on how to put them in. It won't take much effort." And Xiao Nua, although she is very strong, she is still a girl. We can help her with the heavy work. As they were talking, everyone was busy moving a lot of things. Ning Huilan and Zhu Wumei quickly stood aside to avoid blocking the way. Ning Huilan felt warm at heart after hearing everyone's help. She also had a better impression of the villagers in Shangzhou village and was looking forward to living here in the future. After walking into the yard, Ning Huilan saw that it was much cleaner and tidier. Knowing that Zhu Wumei and the others had helped clean it up, she was even more moved. This time, because of Feng Ningnua's rescue, her family of 3 was very popular in Shangzhou village. Knowing that they were going to move to Shangzhou village, many people came to help clean up the house and yard and did not require Ning Huilan and the others to contribute much. After coming into contact with these kind and simple villagers, Ning Huilan and her friends became more optimistic and determined about settling in Shangzhou village. They knew that as long as they could manage their business well in the future, they would be able to better integrate into Shangzhou village. This is what they hoped to do from the beginning. Now, because of Feng Ningnua's rescue, everything has got off to a good start. Everyone helped very quickly. In just a few minutes, all the furniture on the tricycle was moved without Ning Huilan and the others even having to help. Ning Huilan and Zhu Wumei were directing everyone in the house to arrange the furniture. In just a short period of time, the originally empty house became presentable and felt like home as the furniture was arranged. This situation made Ning Huilan feel even more embarrassed. She quickly took out the coconut juice drink she bought on the road and distributed it to everyone who was helping with the work together with Feng Ningnua, Feng Ningyi, and others. Zhu Wumei looked at the drink that was stuffed into her mouth, waved her hand, and said, "Alan, you don't have to be so polite to us. It's just a little work, and no one will be tired. Put all these drinks away and save them for Xiaonhua and Xiaoyi to drink in the future. We adults won't need them. You've helped us so much, we can't thank you enough. You're so polite when we help you with some work. You really treat us as outsiders." Ning Huilan shook her head and said seriously, "Aunt Li, it's so hot, and everyone has come to help with the work, but we can't cook or boil water at home. I can only buy these few drinks to quench your thirst. Please don't refuse. You came to help out of your kindness, and we brought you some drinks as a token of our appreciation. We don't have to be so polite. Aunt Li, take it. Don't worry about us. Our family is doing okay. It will only get better in the future. Now that we have less burdens and extra money to spend, we will definitely be able to live a better life. Don't worry about our life going downhill." After hearing what Ning Huilan said, Zhu Wumei had no choice but to accept the drink. Smiling and shaking her head, Zhu Wumei said, "Alan, just this once. Don't be so polite next time." Zhu Wumei looked around and then asked Ning Huilan, "Alan, take another look. Is there anything else that needs help? If there is anything missing, just let us know. We will try our best to make up for it, so that you can live here in peace and comfort." Zhu Wumei was so polite that Ning Huilan felt even more embarrassed. "Aunt Li, you have helped us so much. We can move in today, all thanks to your help. The furniture is all well placed. There's nothing to move. We'll tidy it up ourselves later. There's not much work to do. Aunt Li, thank you. We left Luolin village this time and have a place to stay in Shangzhou village. This is all thanks to your help. Everything has been moved. There is no other work to do. Everyone has helped with so much work. Let's take a break and have a drink." Chapter 36, Good Relationship. With the help of Zhu Wumei and others, Feng Ningnua and his family of 3 successfully moved to Shangzhou village to live today. Moreover, the household registration transfer was also handled very smoothly. From today on, Feng Ningnua and the others have nothing to do with Luolin village and have become villagers of Shangzhou village. This completely different living situation from the past made Ning Huilan, Feng Ningnua, Feng Ningyi, and the others feel very relieved. They felt that they could almost completely sever ties with Feng Dasheng and no longer have any contact with him. As long as that scum stays away from their lives, they can have a better life and a better mood. Especially after selling the wild ginseng and some medicinal herbs, the family still had some savings even after buying this house. This allowed them not to worry too much about money and to better plan their future lives. Ning Huilan and the others relaxed for a rare time. We were busy moving today, and Feng Ningnua and the others were quite tired. After we finished packing and sat in the yard, everyone was in a particularly good mood. Although they are planning to settle down in Shangzhou village, they do not have any land there for the time being and need to find other ways to make money. Doing business near Shuangli Middle School is a good option for them. As for Feng Ningyi, she can go directly to the primary school in Shangzhou village, and things will be easier to handle. Now, living in the new house, the three of them each have a room, which is not small in size. The conditions are much better than those in Shangju Village, and they all have their own private space. At this time, the whole family was sitting in the yard enjoying the cool air and looking at the bright full moon in the sky, feeling very relaxed. Feng Mingyi leaned against Feng Mingnua, the smile on her face still not gone. Looking at the prune mulberry tree, she couldn't help but ask, "Sister, will we have mulberries to eat next spring?" That mulberry tree is so big and growing so well, it will definitely be full of fruits in the future. I like to eat those black, ripe mulberries. They're the sweetest. This yard is not small, and it has been tidied up, tidy and clean. The mulberry trees on the east and the grape trellises on the west are not the time to pick fruits. This time when Ning Huilan and her friends moved in order to make the house more ventilated and have better light, Zhu Wumei and her friends trimmed all the fruit trees, making it look much fresher. However, now is not the best time to prune fruit trees. They will need to take good care of them to avoid suffocating them. Feng Mingnua has the space and spiritual spring water, so there is no need to worry. At most, he will just water the fruit trees with some spiritual spring water, which will definitely be able to preserve the vitality of these fruit trees and make them bear more fruits. Gently stroking Feng Mingyi's hair, Feng Mingnua said gently, "Yes, we will be able to eat these fruits in the spring and early summer of next year. This is the fruit we grew in our yard. Now it belongs to our family. When the time comes, E can eat as much fruit as she wants. If E likes to eat fruit, we can go to the market and buy some tomorrow. We don't have to wait until next year. The family situation has changed. They have money now and no longer have to live the hard life they did before. As for making money, Feng Mingnua will continue to find ways to find a more suitable one, and there is no need to rush. As for his younger sister, Feng Mingyi, Feng Mingnua naturally dotes on her and will try his best to meet her requirements if he is able. Of course, Feng Mingyi is very sensible and not the kind of person who would make random requests. Feng Mingnua is trustworthy, and there is no need to worry about spoiling her. As soon as Feng Mingnua finished speaking, Feng Mingyi shook her head and said, "Sister, no need. Today, Fei Fei told me that she would take me to pick peaches and pomegranates tomorrow. We don't need to buy them." Li Fangfei is the granddaughter of the village chief Li Guide. She is innocent and lively. She admires Feng Mingnua very much. She and Feng Mingyi also get along very well at first sight, and they become good friends in a short time. Because there were fruit trees planted at home, and it was time to pick the fruits, Li Fangfei invited Feng Mingyi to go pick the fruits together. After hearing these words, Ning Huilan couldn't help but say, "You can have fun, but when you go to Fei Fei's house, you can't take too much fruit. Also, when you go there tomorrow, bring some snacks with you so that Yi can try some. Good partners should learn to share." When they were returning from moving, Ning Huilan happened to pass by a store and bought some snacks, also to help Feng Mingnua and Feng Mingyi get along well with the children in the village. Now, knowing that Feng Mingyi and Li Fangfei get along very well, Ning Huilan will not forget this and begins to teach Feng Mingyi how to share. Only when there is give and take can the relationship between each other be more lasting and stable. Otherwise, one party will take advantage too much and cause dissatisfaction to the other party, which would not be good. Feng Mingyi nodded to all this and replied seriously, "Mom, I get it. I just thought it was fun and wanted to try what it was like to pick fruit. This way I can write better essays in the future. I'm not trying to take things for free or take advantage of others." Before, the family's financial situation was average, and Feng Mingyi was a very proactive and sensible person who would not act recklessly. Now that the family situation has improved, Feng Mingyi will work even harder to manage these things. In Shangju Village, many children showed her a lot of kindness and would take the initiative to play with her. Feng Mingyi could feel their kindness and would also repay them with her own kindness and become good friends with them. After experiencing the bad situation in Luolin Village, Feng Mingyi has a deeper understanding of the good and evil of human nature. She is more able to feel the malice and kindness of others and will cherish those who are good to her. Seeing that Feng Mingyi had become calmer and more mature, Ning Huilan was pleased with her understanding, but also felt pity for her. But that's how their family experienced it, and they were all forced to grow up a lot, which isn't all bad. Ning Huilan gently exhaled, rubbed her little daughter Feng Mingyi's hair, smiled gently, and said, "Okay, Yi is grown up and can handle these things. I don't have to worry about it anymore." It's amazing that Yi has made good friends so quickly in Shangju Village and can share good things with each other. Have a good rest tonight and go play with Fei Fei tomorrow. In Shangju Village, Ning Huilan also felt more secure and had a better impression of the place. Of course, a big factor in this is due to the eldest daughter, Feng Ningnua, but it is indeed rare for their family to be recognized by the people in Shangzhou Village and to have a brand new environment and a brand new beginning. Chapter 37, Triumphant. It was late at night, and Feng Ningnua was lying on the bed, still feeling a little excited. They have successfully severed their relationship with Feng Dasheng. From now on, even if Feng Dasheng uses moral kidnapping to deal with them, Feng Ningnua has a way to deal with it. Those documents, whether they have legal effect or not, are proof that there is no longer any relationship between them. In addition, if Feng Dasheng really wants to use moral blackmail here, she doesn't mind asking Feng Dasheng for child support and exposing the dirty tricks between Feng Dasheng and Widow Chow. Of course, Feng Ningnua still needs to become stronger so that he can have enough ability to protect himself and his mother and sister. Only in this way can he better sever his relationship with Feng Dasheng and prevent Feng Dasheng from ever turning over. Thinking of these problems, Feng Ningnua's determination became even stronger. As for now, they live in Shangzhou Village. Many people have already known about what happened to their family in Luolin Village. They know that their relationship with Luolin Village is very bad, and they have also severed ties with Feng Dasheng. They all support them very much. In this way, even if Feng Dasheng finds Shangzhou Village in the future and wants to do something here, at least they should be able to get the support of the villagers of Shangzhou Village, instead of being like in Luolin Village, where Feng Dasheng has to do whatever he wants. Recalling the various situations that happened in Luolin Village in the past, no matter what happened, the villagers basically stood on Feng Dasheng's side and blamed them for being ignorant, not understanding Feng Dasheng's hard work to make money, and blaming them for being too stingy. Feng Ningnua still remembers those people's faces clearly. Feng Dasheng was able to make money, but he never brought much money home. It was his mother Ning Huilan who did odd jobs to cover the family expenses, and sometimes Feng Dasheng would take some of her money away from her. Feng Dasheng is such an absolutely selfish person, but the people in Luolin Village still think that Feng Dasheng has a hard life and that they are enjoying themselves. They can only watch them being abused by Feng Dasheng without any intention of helping them. Because of what he had experienced, Feng Ningnua did not have a good impression of most families in Luolin Village. Feng Ningnua felt a lot more relaxed being able to stay away from those people in Luolin Village. At least he didn't have to be on edge all day and be ready to deal with those targeting and plotting at any time. She will have more things to deal with in the future and will not spend too much time and energy on the things in the past. Moving to Shangzhou Village, everything will be just right. Feeling grateful for the changes in the family and the better results of his efforts, Feng Ningnua felt more at ease. On the other side, in Luolin Village, although it was already late at night, Feng Dasheng was still rushing back excitedly. After divorcing Ning Huilan, Feng Dasheng moved to the old house by himself, but he ate and slept at Widow Chow's house. The two of them lived together openly, and many people knew that Widow Chow was pregnant. Many people knew that Feng Dasheng wanted a son, and they turned a blind eye to the affair between Feng Dasheng and Widow Chow, not caring too much about it. What's more, Feng Dasheng is now divorced, and Widow Chow is no longer bound by marriage. The two of them got together and had a son. In their opinion, this is a very normal thing. Since Ning Huilan cannot give birth to a son for Feng Dasheng, they're also optimistic about Feng Dasheng having other children. Feng Dasheng went to the city to sell some gold today and was expected to return to Luolin Village tomorrow. However, he was so worried about Widow Chow and the baby in her belly that he rushed back in the dark and went straight to Widow Chow's house as soon as he got back to the village. Widow Chow lives alone in an old house by the pond, some distance away from other residents, in a relatively remote location. At this time, Feng Dasheng rushed over excitedly, but when he approached Widow Chow's house, he heard some very strange moans, which surprised Feng Dasheng very much. Thinking that something had happened to Widow Chow, Feng Dasheng quickly quickened his pace and prepared to push the door open. Especially when he saw that the doors and windows of Widow Chow's house were closed, Feng Dasheng was worried that something might happen to Widow Chow and the baby in her belly, and he wanted to kick the door. But just as he raised his foot, Feng Dasheng heard more indescribable sounds and a familiar male voice. Feng Dasheng froze in an instant, and the movements of his hands and feet also stopped. Feng Dasheng had experienced those noises in the room many times, so he naturally knew what they were. His face instantly became very ugly, especially after hearing what Widow Chow and Feng Dugawei said. Feng Dasheng became even more furious. At this moment, Feng Dague's lazy voice came out. Hua, thanks to your good idea, there will be no problem for the two of us to interact with each other in the future, and you don't have to worry about the problem of the child in your belly being an illegal resident. For a sucker like Feng Dasheng, if you just beg him for mercy and tell him that you're pregnant with a son, he'll definitely happily give you all his money. I remember that he also had some private property hidden away, including some gold and silver jewelry. You should find a way to get all those things, exchange them for money, and save them for our son. As he said these words, Feng Dague's tone was full of pride, and he was satisfied that his and Xiao Bai's plans had come to fruition. Even his cousin Feng Dasheng, who he thought was very shrewd, had such a weakness and could be easily exploited. Let Widow Qiao seduce Feng Dasheng and frame his son on Feng Dasheng's head. Such a thing would definitely make Feng Dasheng happy and forget himself. It was also because of this that Feng Dasheng and Ning Huilan divorced and didn't even want their two daughters anymore. He only wanted Widow Qiao to give birth to his son. For this reason, he was willing to give Widow Qiao more money so that she could take care of her health and raise her son. He didn't need to spend any money and could even get some money from Widow Qiao, which really made Feng Dague very proud. After a pause, Feng Dague continued, "In the future, I will pair that yellow-faced woman with Feng Dasheng. By then, we can get rid of those two burdens and live a carefree life with money." Feng Dasheng is very cunning and stingy. He hides everything very tightly. Only if you use your son to seduce him, he will take the initiative to take out the money. Even Ning Huilan can't even think of getting a single cent. You really have the ability. Hua, I'll have to put up with you for a while. Get more money from Feng Dasheng to pave the way for our better life in the future. Chapter 38 Purpose. Qiao Baihe and Feng Dague were very proud of being able to use the baby in their bellies to plot against Feng Dasheng. They did this matter very secretly, and only a few people knew about it, including Grandma Bai. Feng Dague had a very good relationship with Feng Dasheng on weekdays, which provided a very good protection for the interactions between Feng Dague and Widow Qiao, making it convenient for Feng Dague to get close to Widow Qiao, continue their affair, and frame Feng Dasheng for the child in Qiao Bai's belly. Qiao Baihe did not agree at first, but when Feng Dague told her that Feng Dasheng had secretly hidden a batch of gold and jewelry and a lot of money, Qiao Baihe's interest was instantly ignited. Especially after coming into contact with Feng Dasheng, Qiao Baihe was able to get a lot of good things from Feng Dasheng and enjoyed the fact that Feng Dasheng was willing to give almost everything for the son in her belly. She became more satisfied and was willing to continue this relationship and continue to coax Feng Dasheng. Of course, Qiao Baihe has never severed her relationship with Feng Dague. They were first love who knew each other when they were young, so their relationship was naturally special. In addition, since they have done such a thing and are plotting against Feng Dasheng together, their cooperation will be further deepened, and a hasty unbinding will only result in losses for both sides. What's more, Qiao Baihe needs to get the satisfaction that she cannot get from Feng Dasheng from Feng Dague, so she's even more willing to maintain such a relationship. Fortunately, Feng Dague did not let him down and worked very hard. At this time, after hearing what Feng Dague said, Qiao Baihe chuckled and said, "Damn it, I'm so humble, isn't it all for you? You bastard, you made me serve Feng Dasheng, who is almost like a eunuch, and you also asked me to pretend to be deeply in love with him, impressed by his abilities, and unable to leave him. Every time I do this, I feel sick. For something like that, if I hadn't been paid on time every time, I would have been unable to continue performing." Thinking of Feng Dasheng, Qiao Baihe's eyes were filled with disgust and disdain. Every time she came into contact with Feng Dasheng, she had to try hard to please him for money and make him happy, and only then would Feng Dasheng give her the money. Knowing that Feng Dasheng did it on purpose and had been keeping her hanging, Qiao Baihe was a little angry. However, in order to get more money from Feng Dasheng, Qiao Baihe still needs to continue acting. Especially since this matter has already become public. Many people know that she is pregnant and that the child is Feng Dasheng's, and they all support Feng Dasheng having a son. In this case, if she rashly reveals the truth, she will definitely be in trouble. She actually likes Feng Dague more, but unfortunately, Feng Dague has a family and his ability to make money is average, so he can't give her a better life. She still needs to continue to depend on Feng Dasheng. At the very least, she would have to wait until they work together to get more money from Feng Dasheng, so that they could have a better standard of living in the future before she could kick Feng Dasheng away. Thinking of a series of questions Feng Dasheng asked, Chow Baihe felt a little nauseous. Taking a deep breath to keep herself calm, Chow Baihe continued to complain to Feng De. Agaway, you don't know, that person always stinks. He has no hygiene at all. Every time I get close to him, I almost pass out. Moreover, that person has no self-awareness at all. He thinks he is very capable and wants more affirmation and praise from me. He wants me to perform for him. Every time I do this, I feel so sick that I vomit my overnight meal. But I still have to try my best to cooperate with him in acting. Do you think I'm losing out? I just can't understand. Just as you said, Ning Huilan always asks him to clean up. Even after being beaten, he never changes his request. But you wanted to always obey him. I can't even ask him for cleaning up. You really want to kill me. If he hadn't given me a lot of money every time, and hadn't given me more money faster after the performance, I'd be really worried that I would suddenly be unable to bear it and kick that thing out. Every time Chow Baihe thought of Feng Dasheng and his increasingly unrefined behavior, she was speechless. But for the sake of money, Chow Baihe still needs to act in front of Feng Dasheng, flatter and please Feng Dasheng, and satisfy Feng Dasheng's pitiful self-confidence and vanity. Even though she was so disgusted that she wanted to vomit, Chow Baihe still had to keep acting. Only in this way could she get money from Feng Dasheng and get more and more money. Otherwise, why would Feng Dasheng go to the city to sell some gold in order to exchange it for more money to provide for her and her unborn son? Such things have their pros and cons, but Chow Baihe has almost reached the limit of her patience, so she needs Feng Dague's comfort to give herself the motivation to persevere. Feng Dague is naturally very familiar with these issues. He often hung out with Feng Dasheng, and Feng Dague saw everything about Feng Dasheng's situation. He also knew how hard Chow Baihe worked, so he naturally did his best to serve her. Gently stroking Chow Baihe's fair skin, Feng Dague said gently, "Of course I know you've worked hard. Isn't this serving you with all my strength? It's hard for you and me to stay with Feng Dasheng, but for his money, we have to stick with him for a while. You said that we have already received so much money from him, but this is probably just a small part of his money. He still has more money to give. We can't give it up easily. In the next few days, pretend to have a stomachache. Then, we can persuade Feng Dasheng to give you more money. By then, things should be almost done." Feng Dasheng attached great importance to the child in Chow Baihe's belly, thinking that this would be his son to carry on the family line. So he gave Chow Baihe more money, hoping that Chow Baihe could take good care of this baby and give birth to a son. For the sake of his son, Feng Dasheng was indeed less calm, which led to him being schemed and used by him and Chow Baihe, and he is still kept in the dark. And this was the opportunity for him and Chow Baihe, a good opportunity to get the money from Feng Dasheng and then pair Feng Dasheng with that yellow-faced woman. In order to achieve this ultimate goal, Feng Dague knew very well that he would need Chow Baihe's cooperation and some time to make arrangements. Knowing how difficult it was for Chow Baihe to please Feng Dasheng, Feng Dague also used their plan to appease Chow Baihe. Chapter 39 Comfort. Thinking of Feng Dasheng's conceited and narcissistic appearance, Feng Dague couldn't help but look down on him. Especially after learning more secrets about Feng Dasheng from Chow Baihe, Feng Dague became more and more disdainful of Feng Dasheng. However, in order to get Feng Dasheng's money and to be able to get involved in some of Feng Dasheng's investments, Feng Dague still needs Chow Baihe's cooperation and continues to please Feng Dasheng and learn about making money and investing from Feng Dasheng. Having already done so much, Feng Dague doesn't want to give up halfway. Even though he knew that Chow Baihe had sacrificed a lot, Feng Dague still hoped that Chow Baihe could hold on a little longer. Only by getting more money from Feng Dasheng and understanding some of Feng Dasheng's investment secrets will they be able to make more money in the future and live the rich life they want. At this moment, after hearing Chow Baihe's complaint, Feng Dague naturally knew what Feng Dasheng meant. Feng Dague couldn't help but sneered at this, and then said to Chow Baihe, "Do you think my cousin is really stupid? He always boasts of being smart and has many tricks up his sleeve. He is very wary of people and won't trust others easily." The reason why he did this and became sloppy on purpose was not to continue testing your sincerity towards him. Feng Dague also spent a lot of time, and because they grew up together, he had always been Feng Dasheng's younger brother and helped him do a lot of things before he gradually gained Feng Dasheng's trust. But even so, Feng Dague still couldn't know more of Feng Dasheng's secret actions, especially the ways of making money. Feng Dasheng had always been very strict and had taken very good confidentiality measures, so that Feng Dague couldn't know much for so many years. He only knew that Feng Dasheng had made a lot of money and saved a lot of gold and jewelry. Even Ning Huilan didn't know about Feng Daxing's affairs. Because of these situations, Feng Dagui still has resentment towards Feng Daxing. Therefore, seeing through Feng Daxing's desire to have a son to carry on the family line, Feng Wei set his sights on Chao Baihe. It happened that at this time, Chao Baihe became pregnant. Feng Dagui himself could not take responsibility for Chao Baihe, so he set his sights on Feng Daxing. Such a plan was originally not easy to accomplish, as there were many problems. However, Feng Daxing especially wanted his son to carry on the family line and prove that he was capable. However, he had not been able to do so for many years. Instead, many people ridiculed him for having no descendants because of his two daughters. This made Feng Daxing very obsessive about having a son, which gave him and Chao Baihe an opportunity. So far, their plans have been going very smoothly. They have already received a lot of money from Feng Daxing thanks to the child in Chao Baihe's belly, which has made Feng Daxing trust and respect Chao Baihe more and more. The ambitions of Feng Dagui and Chao Baihe have also been further fueled. After a pause, Feng Dagui hugged Chao Baihe and continued, "Ahi, I know you've been wronged by this matter, but in order to get more money from Feng Daxing and know the way to invest, I still have to continue to wrong you. Only when we get more money and have ways to invest and make money, we won't have to worry about our future. We could be together and even go far away. But now, our plan is only half successful. We still need to persevere for a while and make more preparations for our future. All these plans require the full cooperation of Chao Baihe. Feng Dagui has to appease Chao Baihe and let Chao Baihe continue to serve and please Feng Daxing. Relying on himself alone, he would not be able to gain Feng Daxing's trust or obtain more useful information. In order to get more money from Feng Daxing and find a way to make more money in the future, Feng Dagui was still cruel to Chao Baihe. Even though he was very unhappy in his heart, he just wanted to get more money and was willing to sacrifice anything for it, including Chao Baihe. What's more, Feng Dagui knew that Chao Baihe truly loved him, and now they were grasshoppers tied to the same rope with their interests intertwined. For the sake of their future, Chao Baihe would definitely agree to do this. Hearing Feng Dagui say this, Chao Baihe frowned and said, "Agui, I know all this. In order to get rid of that scumbag Feng Daxing as soon as possible, and for a better life in the future, I will definitely continue to act well and make Feng Daxing give me money and connections as soon as possible. But you have to stay with me more. I am pregnant with your child, and I have to go to great lengths to please that jerk. I am really exhausted. I need you to encourage me so that I can persevere." Chao Baihe really loved Feng Dagui terribly. She was willing to do anything for Feng Dagui. Even when she plotted against Feng Daxing this time, Chao Baihe did not even frown. She had always handled the matter very well and kept it secret from Feng Daxing, making Feng Daxing willingly give her a lot of money. But no matter how much Feng Daxing did or how good he was to her, whenever Chao Baihe thought of Feng Daxing's difficulty, weird temper, and some of his peculiar hobbies, she became more and more dissatisfied with Feng Daxing and would not be attracted to him at all. Of course, Chao Baihe's heart has been filled with Feng Dagui, and there is no room for other men. She is with Feng Daxing just for Feng Daxing's money. She doesn't like a conceited, bad, stinky man like Feng Daxing at all. In order to calm her changeable and fragile emotions during pregnancy, and to continue acting in front of Feng Daxing, Chao Baihe needs more attention and companionship from Feng Dagui. Feng Dagui was naturally willing to do all of this. Compared to the dull and boring woman at home, Feng Dagui prefers an interesting and charming woman like Chao Baihe. Moreover, this is the key to their future good life, and Feng Dagui will not let Chao Baihe lose control at this time. If Chao Baihe said something she shouldn't have said in front of Feng Daxing, the consequences would be very serious. Relying on Feng Daxing's trust in him, Feng Dagui had many opportunities to accompany Chao Baihe, which was not difficult at all. Besides, Chao Baihe is pregnant with his son, and Feng Dagui attaches great importance to her. Spending more time with his woman and son is also what Feng Dagui likes to do. As long as Chao Baihe is appeased, then Chao Baihe can continue to deal with Feng Daxing, get more money from Feng Daxing, and find some ways. These are the prerequisites for them to live a good life in the future. Feng Dagui does not want Chao Baihe to encounter any unexpected problems at such a critical moment. Chapter 40 Confident. Since Feng Dagui hopes that Chao Baihe can continue to persevere and get more money from Feng Daxing and investment opportunities, he still has to appease Chao Baihe. Feng Dague did intend to get rid of the old hag at home and live with Chow Bai-he in the future, but the prerequisite was that they had to be rich and have more income. Only in this way, if their plan successfully achieves its goal, even if they are criticized in the village, they can move out of Luolin village and live somewhere else. With money, they can do whatever they want without any restrictions. Gently caressing Chow by his delicate skin and fullness, Feng Dague continued, "Ah, don't worry, I don't have to go out during this period of time. I will find time to accompany you. Besides, Feng Dashing needs to make money and will leave the village often. This will give us more time to spend together, and we don't have to worry about being discovered by Feng Dashing. During this time, you should take care of your pregnancy. Take advantage of Feng Dashing's excuse that he wants to make money and leave you. Ask him for more money and find a way to invest. Then you can invest and make money. This way, we can save more money for the future, worry less, and our family can live a better life." Using the good days to come to appease Chow Bai-he had a very good effect, and Feng Dague also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Feng Dashing was indeed difficult to serve. It was already very difficult for Chow Bai-he to deal with Feng Dashing, and Feng Dague was very clear about this. Fortunately, Feng Dashing believed that the baby in Chow Bai-he's belly was his own. He thought that this would fulfill his dream of having a son to carry on the family line. That's why he was willing to spend more money on Chow Bai-he, hoping that Chow Bai-he would take good care of her body and the baby in her belly. This also made Chow Bai-he's life much better. Feng Dague himself also met with Chow Bai-he frequently to calm her down, so that their plan could continue to proceed smoothly and they gained a lot of benefits. This time, in order to make Chow Bai-he feel more at ease, Feng Dague continued, Feng Dashing has hidden a lot of money, but it is almost impossible to get him to take out the money or reveal some investment methods. Moreover, if you dislike him and show him patience because of his actions, it will arouse Feng Dashing's suspicion and vigilance, and you will never get much money from him in the future. Feng Dashing is just messing around, thinking that he can test your sincerity by this means. So, you should accompany him and play along until he takes out the money he hid. When it's enough and he gets some investment opportunities, we can pair him up with that yellow-faced woman and make a big fuss about it so that neither of them can ever get back on their feet." At this point, a fierce look flashed across Feng Dague's eyes. In order to be able to step on Feng Dashing under his feet and break his arrogance, Feng Dague has put in a lot of effort. This time, through Chow Bai-he and the child in Chow Bai-he's belly, they finally succeeded in capturing Feng Dashing and making Feng Dashing fall into their plan. Feng Dague will not give up easily, and he also needs Chow Bai-he's better cooperation until the plan is completed and Feng Dashing is completely destroyed. After a pause, Feng Dague readjusted his mentality and continued to say to Chow Bai-he, "As long as our plan is successfully completed, then we can completely get rid of those two people and be together openly in the future. If it really doesn't work, we will move away, leave Luolin village, leave those people behind, and live our own carefree lives. Anyway, we will definitely be together in the future. The three of us will be together as a family." Although the plan went smoothly, Feng Dague was still a little worried, knowing Feng Dashing's suspicion and ruthlessness, and warned Chow Bai-he again. Feng Dashing now attaches great importance to you and the child in your belly, but you must not underestimate Feng Dashing. He is not a good person. When he divorced Ning Huilan, he was so cruel. He even wanted to defraud Ning Huilan of a sum of money, but he didn't want to spend a single cent of his own money. He even didn't want his two biological daughters and severed all ties with them. He is capable of anything. Don't think Feng Dashing is a generous person. He treats you well because he wants a son. If there is any problem, he will turn hostile at any time or even retaliate wildly. We all need to be more careful. Feng Dague knew Feng Dashing and was very wary of some of Feng Dashing's cruel and ruthless practices. Before their plan was successfully completed, Feng Dague did not want any unexpected situations to occur. And for all this, he needs Chow Bai-he to be more careful to avoid any abnormalities that might be seen through by Feng Dashing. Having finally come to this point, Feng Dague was eager for the plan to succeed and had to remind Chow Bai-he many times. Chow Bai-he simply sneered at Feng Dague's remarks and said indifferently, "So what? For the sake of your child, he still has to run around to get the money and continue to please me, right? Whenever I ask his son what he wants to eat, he will rush to buy it and give me the money. But in the end, isn't that money and food that is saved for you and me? So, That old man wants a son so badly to carry on the family line that he doesn't care about anything else. This is where we can continue to control him. When he comes back with the money this time, I'll have the money in my hands. That should be enough for you to buy the motorcycle, right? Chow Bai-ha was very confident that he could control Feng Dasheng. As long as she can keep the baby in her belly and continue to use it to fool Feng Dasheng, she will have an absolute upper hand. Chow Bai-ha felt that it was not that difficult to continue dealing with Feng Dasheng. Feng Dagui was still a little worried at first, but when Chow Bai-ha mentioned the motorcycle, Feng Dagui instantly perked up. He kissed Chow Bai-ha and then said with a smile, "Isn't it all thanks to your help? With the amount of money you got from Feng Dasheng, I'll be able to buy a brand new motorcycle soon. When you get more money from Feng Dasheng, we will match him with that yellow-faced woman as planned. Then we can get rid of those two burdens and live together peacefully. When the time comes, we will be reunited with our son, and I will definitely treat you well." As they spoke, the noises in the room became more and more indescribable. Chapter 41 moved away, standing at the door of the house, listening to the conversation between Feng Dagui and Chow Bai-ha, as well as the noise they made. Feng Dasheng felt so angry that he wanted to take a knife and chop the couple inside. They dared to plot against him so blatantly, wanting him to raise a son for them, and also wanted to take his money and connections. Feng Dagui and Chow Bai-ha really deserve to die. One is his cousin whom he has raised for many years. Only with him can he earn money for the family and make ends meet. One of them was the person he wanted to remarry. She had taken a lot of money from him these days, and he thought it was for the good of the baby in his belly. These two sons of bitches took advantage of his eagerness to have a son and actually set such a big trap for him. They kept it secret from him for such a long time and have been plotting to use him the whole time. They even wanted to mix him up with Feng Dagui's wife in order to completely ruin his reputation and make him a stepping stone for their family of three. Oh, since they want to scheme against him so much and covet his money and connections, then he will just have fun and see who can outsmart whom. Want money? That depends on whether you have a life to enjoy it. Since these two dogs dared to plot against him like this, Feng Dasheng could not swallow this humiliation, especially since he had already spent so much money on Widow Chow, hoping that Chow Bai-ha would give him a son to carry on the family line. However, the child in Widow Chow's belly turned out to be Feng Dagui's. She also wanted him to continue to be the scapegoat and put a green hat on him, which made Feng Dasheng unbearable. Feng Dagui and Chow Bai-ha are both ungrateful bastards. If we don't let them bleed more, it would be a shame for all the serial calculations and betrayals. Thinking of all this, Feng Dasheng finally tried hard to suppress his anger and did not act impulsively. First of all, he needs to find a way to get back all the money he spent, and even a little more, so that Chow Bai-ha and Feng Dagui will bleed heavily. Then he can break up with these two bitches and cut off all ties with them. Otherwise, if he just turned against them, the couple would benefit in the end, and he would be schemed against in vain, and the loss would be even greater. He might not be able to hold his head up in Luolin village anymore. He gave so much for Chow Bai-ha, the widow Chow, and for the child in Chow's belly, thinking it was his own child. It was much more than he had given to Ning Huilan, Feng Manhwa, and others before. In order to prevent his child from becoming an illegal resident, Feng Dasheng has even divorced Ning Huilan and severed the father-daughter relationship with Feng Ningnua and Feng Ningyi, just to be able to do more for his son. As it turned out, this was just a trap set by Feng Dagui and Chow Bai-ha, and the child in Chow Bai's belly was not his at all. Being betrayed by these two people one after another was something Feng Dasheng could not accept at all. With his eyes narrowed dangerously, Feng Dasheng quickly thought of ways to take crazy revenge, wanting to make Feng Dagui and Chow Bai-ha pay a more painful price. Soon, the revenge plan took shape in Feng Dasheng's mind, and he had a preliminary idea of how to implement it. He closed his eyes and exhaled deeply. When Feng Dasheng opened his eyes again, the crazy light in his eyes had disappeared, and he regained his calm. Looking at the still closed door, Feng Dasheng listened to the sounds made by the couple inside, curled the corners of his lips slightly, then stepped back quietly and turned to leave Luolin village. If he wants to take revenge on this couple, he has to replan his plan. At the same time, because he accidentally discovered the true identities of Feng Dagui and Widow Chow and learned the truth and plans, Feng Dasheng couldn't help but think of what Feng Ningnua had said before. Perhaps, at that time, Feng Ningnua already knew these ugly truths and knew about his arrogance and ridiculousness, but deliberately did not make it clear to him, allowing him to wear the green hat tightly, wanting him to pay the price for his choice. Feng Ninghua is indeed as cruel as him. He can let go of family ties just by letting them go. It was because he knew all these circumstances that Feng Ninghua chose to break off relations with him, right? When he thought of this possibility, Feng Daxing's eyes became even darker and more mysterious. In the past, he didn't pay much attention to his eldest daughter, but this time when divorcing Ning Huilan, Feng Ningnua's behavior was indeed beyond his expectations and was out of control. But unfortunately, Feng Ningnua is a girl and will have to get married eventually. This made Feng Daxing feel a little regretful. But at the same time, Feng Dagui and Chao, by his calculations, also made Feng Daxing even more hateful. NB same line, GT forbidden LM transfer dash. This H-text Y-file FEO at 8WMX02J, $4.962 ZAG, 4B1H0 and 11XDXFE, E, X2 MA P6 PWHB0 DS caret 8G8 C8 plus 3 slash 3DQZ6 08J0XE 0 VNMD, U455P8T. He caused his wife and children to be separated, but in the end it was all in vain. It was all a setup against him. Feng Dague and Chao Baihe had always treated him as a sucker and schemed against him thoroughly. Feng Dague and Chao Baihe were indeed cruel enough to make a fool of Feng Daxing. If someone wants to take advantage of him, covet his money and connections, or make him a scapegoat, then it depends on whether Chao Baihe and Feng Dague can withstand his revenge. Twisting his stiff neck, Feng Daxing looked towards the village still immersed in darkness and sneered coldly. After finding a place to stay outside the village for the night, Feng Daxing packed himself up at daybreak and slowly returned to the village, ready to settle accounts with Chao Baihe and get his money back. However, when passing by the house where he used to live, he saw Aunt Wang next door cleaning up, but he couldn't see Ning Huilan and her daughter. Feng Daxing couldn't help but feel a little surprised. He stopped and asked, "Aunt Wang, why are you cleaning up here? Where are Alan and the others?" Suddenly hearing the voice, Aunt Wang looked up and saw that it was indeed that scumbag Feng Daxing. She couldn't help but look cold and said lightly, "Oh, Alan and the others have moved out and sold this house to me. I'm cleaning it up." Ning Huilan moved away? This news surprised Feng Daxing very much. He had originally thought that Ning Huilan's ability was limited and that she would have a hard time after divorcing him. She would come to him for help for the sake of her 2 daughters, and there was no other way out. But now, what did he hear? Ning Huilan and her 2 daughters had moved away. They moved away so quickly, they didn't even notify him. This sudden change made Feng Daxing feel a little flustered. He always felt that things were out of his control. Ning Huilan took her 2 daughters and broke off all ties with him, and left Luolin village without leaving him any contact information. In this huge world, will he never see Ning Huilan and her 2 daughters again? Even though he didn't care much about Ning Huilan and his 2 daughters, Feng Daxing particularly hated situations that were out of control and had too many uncertainties. Chapter 42 Spurned. Feng Daxing was really surprised to get this news from Aunt Wang. He never expected that Ning Huilan would take her 2 daughters, sell her house in the village, and resolutely leave Luolin village. Was she planning to have no relationship with him anymore in the future? Even though he and Ning Huilan had divorced and severed ties with his 2 daughters, Feng Daxing still found it hard to accept the news that Ning Huilan and her 2 daughters had left. This feeling of being out of control made Feng Daxing feel more and more uneasy. He could do without Ning Huilan and his 2 daughters, but how could they just leave Luolin village without consulting him, without even saying hello to him, and without telling him where they were going? Originally, Feng Daxing thought that even if he didn't want Ning Huilan and his 2 daughters anymore, they couldn't just stay away from him like that. Thinking of this, Feng Daxing's face became even uglier. Coupled with the previous incident between Widow Chao and Feng Dague, Feng Daxing felt particularly dissatisfied with the situation he had fallen into and became increasingly irritated. At this time, seeing that Aunt Wang didn't want to pay attention to him and seemed dissatisfied with him, Feng Daxing suppressed his anger and continued, "Aunt Wang, did Alan and the others leave yesterday? Do you know where they moved to? If Aunt Wang knows, can you tell me? There are some things I need to clarify with Alon in person. Since Aunt Wang said she bought this house, she should know where Alon and the others went, right?" I don't know why, but whenever Feng Daxing thought of the plots of Feng Dague and Chao Baihe, Ning Huilan's indifference when they divorced, and the mocking look in his eldest daughter Feng Ningnua's eyes when she looked at him, he became more and more flustered. Knowing Ning Huilan's whereabouts could at least make him feel a little more at ease, so that he wouldn't have to continue to endure this feeling of confusion and loss of being completely out of control. After he has taken revenge on Feng Dague and Chao Baihe, if Ning Huilan performs well, he can consider remarrying Ning Huilan and give Ning Huilan some face. Wow! While Feng Dasheng was still thinking about these things, a basin of dirty water was poured directly in front of Feng Dasheng, and a lot of dirty water stains splashed on Feng Dasheng's shoes. Such a scene made Feng Dasheng frown unhappily. However, when he looked up and saw Aunt Wang's expression, he saw Aunt Wang throw the tin bucket in her hand directly onto the steps with a clang sound. Feng Dasheng was even more surprised, but he still suppressed his dissatisfaction. Aunt Wang. Feng Dasheng wanted to say something to Aunt Wang, but Aunt Wang raised her hand to stop him. They have been neighbors for so many years, and Aunt Wang knows Feng Dasheng very well. After hearing Feng Dasheng's questions and seeing Feng Dasheng's performance, she roughly guessed what Feng Dasheng was thinking. Taking a deep breath and trying to stay calm, Aunt Wang really didn't want to argue with Feng Dasheng here. It would be a waste of energy, and she might even offend that bastard Feng Dasheng and bring trouble to herself and her family. Glancing at Feng Dasheng, Aunt Wang said speechlessly, "Why are you asking this now? This house belongs to Alan. She sold it to me legally. We have even completed the formalities. You have no right to change Alan's decision or this transaction. Besides, Alan has already divorced you, and you have severed all ties with Xiao Nuo and the others. You will no longer have any contact with them in the future. Why are you caring about Alan now when you don't care about your widow Chao or your son?" Aunt Wang felt sick whenever she thought about the bad things Feng Dasheng had done. She still felt that Ning Huilan was well-mannered and good-tempered, but also a coward. If she encountered something like what happened to Feng Dasheng, she really wouldn't mind using a knife to castrate this thing. Of course, Ning Huilan took her 2 daughters and left Luolin village, completely severing ties with Feng Dasheng. This was good for Ning Huilan, Feng Ningnuo, and Feng Ningyi. Everyone has his own destiny. Ning Huilan has made the decision that is best for her. It is a good thing that she has gotten rid of a scum like Feng Dasheng. When she looked at Feng Dasheng again, Aunt Wang calmed down a lot. She looked at Feng Dasheng, waved her hand, and said, "You don't have to ask. I won't tell you. When Alan left, he didn't tell us where he was going, so I don't know either. Anyway, she doesn't have any relatives in Luolin village, so she doesn't need to go anywhere. If she doesn't want to come back, then she doesn't have to come back." After saying these words, Aunt Wang patted the tin bucket on the steps, then turned around and went back into the house without even looking at Feng Dasheng. Aunt Wang felt cheap if she talked to Feng Dasheng too much. Knowing that Aunt Wang would not tell him where Ning Huilan and her daughter were, Feng Dasheng took a deep breath, looked at his former home again, turned around and left, preparing to go to the village committee to ask. If Ning Huilan moved her household registration, it meant that she had made up her mind that she would no longer have any relationship with him in the future. He had previously placed all his hopes on the son in Chao Baihe's belly, and felt that Ning Huilan and his 2 daughters were dispensable and a burden. But after learning about the true colors and conspiracies of Chao Baihe and Feng Dague, and knowing that the child in Chao Baihe's belly was Feng Dague's, Feng Dasheng couldn't help but think of Ning Huilan's kindness. In particular, Ning Huilan's plan to completely separate herself from his life made Feng Dasheng feel uneasy and dissatisfied, and he didn't want to see such a thing actually happen. After Feng Dasheng left, Aunt Wang looked out from inside the house. Seeing Feng Dasheng's leaving figure, she snorted in dissatisfaction. He is really a scumbag. In order to have a son, you got involved with a slut like Widow Chao, divorced Alon, and didn't even want her 2 daughters anymore. Why are you pretending to care about me now? I think Alan made the right decision. We should cut off all ties with people like him and have no contact with them anymore. Do you think Widow Chao is a good person? Maybe she has been cuckolded several times. Cursing all this, Aunt Wang continued to clean the house and ignored Feng Dasheng. Anyway, there is absolutely no problem with the origin of this house. It is legal and compliant, so she's not afraid that Feng Dasheng will make trouble. As for Ning Huilan and her daughter, they have decided not to return to Luolin village. From now on, they'll be able to live a better life away from that scum Feng Dasheng. Scum like Feng Dasheng is really worthless and not worth wasting time and energy on. Chapter 43 Worried. When Feng Dasheng came out of the village committee, his face became even uglier. Even though he had said a lot of nice things to them, he still couldn't find out where Ning Huilan had moved to. Of course, Ning Huilan didn't tell him this. After leaving Luolin village, she wanted to completely cut off ties with the village and never planned to come back in the future. Especially him, he was probably the person Ning Huilan and Feng Ningnua least wanted to see, and the person they most wanted to stay away from. Since he had already divorced Ning Huilan and severed ties with his two daughters, his fate with the mother and daughters in this life was also severed. But this situation made Feng Dashing feel that the situation was out of control. The mother and daughter, who were often beaten and scolded by him, were completely out of his control. They no longer had any attachment to him and would never look back. Feng Dasheng felt particularly unhappy that something that originally belonged to him suddenly disappeared. He was still dissatisfied with Ning Huilan for not giving birth to a son, and was even more indifferent to her two daughters, but he did not want his things to leave his sight and out of his control. Especially thinking of what his eldest daughter Feng Ningnua said at the time. Feng Dashing guessed that Feng Ningnua must have known the true face and purpose of Chao Baihe, but was unwilling to reveal it to him, causing him to be more calculated by Feng Dagui and Chao Baihe. These situations made him particularly dissatisfied, and he needed to get everything clear. As his daughter, how could Feng Ningnua treat him like this? She watched him get cuckolded and schemed against by that pair of dogs. He must teach this bastard a lesson. Even though he had severed his relationship with Feng Ningnua and no longer had to give him living expenses, in Feng Dashing's subconscious mind, he still felt that Feng Ningnua could never escape his control. Unfortunately, reality gave him a very loud slap in the face. Those whom he had discarded like worn-out shoes have now left him. What he thought he needed to cherish was nothing more than a deception. However, thinking of Feng Ningnua's terrifying strength and his indifferent attitude towards him, Feng Dashing frowned again. If he really meets Feng Ningnua, can he really rely on his status as his biological father to make Feng Ningnua obey him? Feng Dashing was indeed no longer as confident as before about this, which made him even more annoyed. He felt that he was becoming more and more incompetent. At this time, Feng Dashing had unknowingly walked to Chao Baihe's home. Looking up, Feng Dashing saw Chao Baihe cooking in the kitchen. He couldn't help but recall what he heard last night, and his eyes narrowed dangerously. Pretending to be unaware of the conspiracy, Feng Dashing continued to frown tightly, as if he had encountered a difficult problem that was difficult to decide, and then he walked in. Seeing Feng Dashing finally coming back, and thinking of the money that was about to come, Chao Baihe's mood instantly became very good. She quickly wiped her hands on the rag, then walked out of the kitchen, greeted Feng Dashing, and said with a smile, "Ah Sheng, you're back. Go wash your hands. You can eat soon. I specially made pickled fish and stir-fried chicken today. They are all your favorites. You should eat more later. Wait a minute, I'll go get the food." After saying these words, Chao Baihe turned around and went back to his work. Although she was anxious to get the money from Feng Dashing, Chao Baihe still restrained herself and did not show too much concern or anxiety. This was the key to her gaining Feng Dashing's trust. Chao Baihe had always been very careful and would not ask Feng Dashing for money directly. After all, Feng Dashing is not a generous person. If he asks for money, it will easily arouse Feng Dashing's vigilance. It is better not to ask for money and wait for Feng Dashing to give him the money himself. This is a better way to deal with it. If that doesn't work, Chao Baihe will mention the baby in her belly more often to attract Feng Dashing's attention and ask Feng Dashing to give her more money. Chao Baihe has used this routine many times, and it works every time, making her more confident and more adept at playing. Especially when it comes to the son in her belly, which is what Feng Dashing cares about the most. Chao Baihe always relies on this trick to achieve her goals without appearing too abrupt. As long as Feng Dashing cares about the baby in her belly, then this is the best way for her to control Feng Dashing. Thinking of this, Chao Baihe's mouth curled up in a hint of disgust and relief. She walked back to the kitchen without paying attention to Feng Dashing's reaction. Anyway, she has succeeded many times and thinks she can control Feng Dashing. Looking at Chao Baihe's gentle and virtuous appearance, pretending to be so affectionate towards him in front of him, and all her performances so natural, it was indeed very deceptive. Feng Dashing couldn't help but laugh at himself silently. He was really crazy in wanting a son to carry on the family line, which was why Feng Dagui and Chao Baihe schemed against him and used him as a stepping stone for a fool. It turned out that all the hypocrisy was so obvious, but he was blind and focused on the child in Chao Baihe's belly. He didn't even notice Chow by his acting skills with so many loopholes. He still thought he could control everything and felt that he was the one who had both talent and beauty. However, after knowing Chow by his true face, Feng Dashing looked at Chow by his actions again and noticed many differences, as well as aspects that he should have paid attention to before. Pickled fish? Stir-fried chicken? These dishes are actually what Feng Dague likes more. Chow Baiha really cared more about Feng Dague. She only remembered what Feng Dague liked more, but she treated him perfunctorily. Fortunately, he still claimed to be very smart and that he could control everything in front of him, but in the end, he was still thoroughly calculated and used by others. Even the so-called care and love in daily life were full of problems. Looking at Chow Bai's back, Feng Dashing narrowed his eyes dangerously and walked towards her, but he had adjusted his emotions and expression so as not to reveal any flaws at such a critical moment, so as not to be noticed by Chow Baiha. Before taking back everything he had, he didn't mind cooperating with Chow Baiha in acting. Feng Dashing really didn't want to touch a slut like Chow Baiha, so he didn't hug her as usual. Instead, he went to the kitchen to help bring out the food. He didn't say a word the whole time, but looked like he was worried and embarrassed. Chapter 44, Too Obvious. As Feng Dasheng learned more of the truth, his anger grew stronger. After being together with Chow Baiha, Feng Dasheng had always been so good to Chow Baiha and gave her so much money. But in the end, the person Chow Baiha was wary of was Feng Dague. As for him, Chow Baiha often acted perfunctorily, unconsciously, and habitually arranged things according to Feng Dague's preferences. This situation really made Feng Dashing very angry. He wished he could just uncover Chow by his careless disguise and expose the series of plots and conspiracies that Chow Baiha and Feng Dague had plotted against him. However, thinking of his subsequent plans and wanting to recover his losses, Feng Dashing endured it and hid the anger in his eyes, not wanting Chow Baiha to notice anything unusual. The more Feng Dashing hated someone, the more he could endure so that he could give the other person the most fatal blow at the most critical moment, making the other person pay a heavy price. Soon, Feng Dasheng regained his composure, but his hatred for Chow Baiha and Feng Dague became even stronger. Chow Baiha was completely unaware of all this. She thought her acting skills were flawless, and she had Feng Dasheng, the sucker, firmly in her hand. Accustomed to Feng Dasheng's care and trust in her, Chow Baiha had become careless. Even though Chow Baiha still thought that she had been trying hard to stay vigilant and please Feng Dasheng without revealing any flaws, she didn't know that Feng Dasheng had already known the truth and the offensive and defensive positions had changed. At this time, all the prepared meals were served. Chow Baiha arranged them neatly, with a gentle and joyful smile on her face all the time, just like a virtuous wife who prepared all this for her beloved husband. Chow Baiha's behavior made Feng Dasheng feel a little dazed. However, thinking back to the truths he heard last night, Feng Dasheng's heart instantly turned cold. After arranging the meals, Chow Baiha looked at Feng Dasheng with sparkling eyes, her eyes full of admiration and love for Feng Dasheng, and said gently, "Ah Sheng, eat. Try my cooking. I made this meal especially for you. Please eat more. You've been so busy these past few days, I just want to make more delicious meals so that you can eat more comfortably and take good care of your body. Ah Sheng, try it and see if it suits your taste." After saying these words, Chow Baiha looked at Feng Dasheng expectantly, hoping to get Feng Dasheng's affirmation. In the past, Feng Dasheng might be moved by Chow Baiha's concern, and would think that Chow Baiha was a virtuous and good woman, and that his choice was not wrong. He would definitely praise her and give her money so that she could buy what she wanted and reward herself. The two of them would then enjoy a delicious meal together and do other things. This kind of situation had happened several times before between him and Chow Baiha, and Feng Dasheng himself still enjoyed it very much. He always felt that Chow Baiha was better, more considerate and gentle than Ning Huilan, and was his ideal type. The most crucial point is that Chow Baiha is pregnant with his son, and she can endure the hardship and discomfort of pregnancy to take care of him. She considers him more in everything, regards him as her heaven, and regards him as the most reliable husband. Such reactions make Feng Dasheng like her even more and more willing to indulge in such a gentle environment. Unfortunately, all of this was just a scam specifically designed for him. It was carefully designed by Feng Dague and Chow Baiha. Everything was done to cater to his preferences and shape Chow Baiha into his ideal type. If he had not come back early yesterday and heard the conversations between Feng Dage and Chao Baihe and knew about the series of calculations of Feng Dage and Chao Baihe, he would definitely not be able to escape from such calculations and would definitely lose miserably and would not be able to take off the cuckold. Fortunately, knowing these truths, he still has a chance to counterattack. Just like this time, when Chao Baihe cooked for him, she also showed her absolute admiration and dependence on him. Her eyes were already tearful, and she was so weak that she could only cling to him completely. This was indeed what he liked most and wanted most, and it was also what he could not find in Ning Huilan before. Feng Dage and Chao Baihe have worked very hard to achieve this level. However, after breaking the filter, Feng Dashing had a lot of questions when watching Chao Baihe's performance again. It may also be that after succeeding so many times, Chao Baihe has become a little slack, which is why there are flaws in these details and habits. Feng Dashing just noticed that before Chao Baihe brought the food, she left some of each dish and packed it up. Feng Dashing guessed that it was specially reserved for Feng Dage. These meals are Feng Dage's favorites. Now Chao Baihe dares to make plans for Feng Dage so blatantly in front of him. Does she want to take better care of Feng Dage? Feng Dashing only felt that all this was even more ironic. How blind was he to be deceived by Chao Baihe's poor acting skills and to ignore so many important and obvious details? Seeing Chao Baihe's blatant behavior of not taking him seriously at all, Feng Dashing felt even colder in his heart. But on the surface, there was nothing unusual. Nodding, Feng Dashing first tried a piece of pickled fish. The fish was sour and spicy and was indeed very delicious, but it was not his favorite. In order to cater to Feng Dage's appetite, Chao Baihe put a lot of thought into it. Seeing Feng Dashing eating pickled fish, Chao Baihe's eyebrows moved and she quickly asked, "Shang, how is it? Is it delicious?" When asked by Chao Baihe, Feng Dashing nodded, but his tone was still a little depressed and replied, "It's delicious. The food made by he has been getting more and more delicious recently." After getting Feng Dashing's response, Chao Baihe was a little surprised to see that Feng Dashing was obviously worried and not in a good mood. If it were before, Feng Dashing would have praised her cooking and definitely said a few more words about how hard she worked to cook and asked her to pay more attention to the baby in her belly. And then he would have generously given her money to spend and asked her to take care of herself. However, Feng Dashing did not do so this time. He did not give her money, and his attitude was not right. This situation made Chao Baihe dissatisfied with Feng Dashing. But even though she didn't get the money, Chao Baihe still didn't give up. She looked at Feng Dashing and asked with concern, "Shang, what's wrong with you? Is the food not to your liking? Or did something happen? You don't look very happy." Chapter 45, Opportunity. This time, since he wanted to take revenge on Chao Baihe, Feng Dashing still made a lot of plans. Without any expectations for the child in Chao Baihe's belly, and after knowing the truth of the matter, Feng Dashing no longer valued Chao Baihe as much as before, but was instead filled with hatred. At present, Feng Dashing only hopes to recover his losses and then take revenge on Chao Baihe and Feng Dage. These two people are very bold to plot against him and treat him as a sucker, but they must also have the ability to bear the consequences. At this time, when asked by Chao Baihe, Feng Dashing deliberately pretended to be very embarrassed, looking at Chao Baihe, hesitant to speak. This situation made Chao Baihe even more uneasy. She thought that her plan with Feng Dage had been discovered by Feng Dashing, and that Feng Dashing wanted to take revenge on her. But Chao Baihe noticed that Feng Dashing didn't look at her with resentment or dissatisfaction, but rather with embarrassment, which made her even more confused. However, before Chao Baihe asked again, Feng Dashing's brows had already knitted tightly, his lips moved, and he sighed. Then he said, "Hey, I'm sorry, the money I invested cannot be taken out for the time being, so I can't bring you any gifts this time. It will take a few days." Chief Wang's project has reached a critical moment. The rate of return is very high, reaching 7.5%. As long as I persist and raise more money to continue investing, I can make more money. Both the principal and interest can be guaranteed, so I didn't bring back much money this time. I told you last time that I would have to wait a month or two before I could buy you a color TV. I would have to wait until I got the principal and the interest I earned before I could buy it for you. While saying these words, Feng Dashing was always paying attention to Chao Baihe's reaction. When he saw Chao Baihe's change from confusion to dissatisfaction, and then to wide-eyed surprise and a look of great interest, Feng Dashing knew very well in his heart that the fish had begun to bite the hook. This situation made Feng Dashing even more satisfied. In terms of investment, he actually has some fame in the village, but his fame is not spread widely. He does not want to get into any trouble or danger. He just wants to make money and enjoy life quietly. No one can cheat him of his money. Only he has control over the money, and no one else knows its depth. This is what makes Feng Dashing feel safe. At the beginning, Ning Huilan and her two daughters actually had no idea how much money Feng Dashing had, or how much assets Feng Dashing had. It was also because of this that when Feng Ningnua pointed out that he had hidden some money in the old ancestral hall. Although Feng Dashing was surprised, he did not suffer too much loss and did not care too much with Feng Ningnua and Ning Huilan. After all, she was his own child and his own woman, so Feng Dashing was still willing to give her a little more money. As for Chow Baihe, Feng Dashing revealed more information to her, letting Chow Baihe know that he had some investments and connections, which made Chow Baihe trust and admire him even more. For the sake of his son, Feng Dashing hoped that Chow Baihe could give birth to the child safely so that he could carry on the family line and inherit everything from him. But unfortunately, everything was just a calculation. The baby in Widow Chow's belly was not his, and Widow Chow had no real feelings for him. Therefore, when Feng Dashing turned around and plotted against Chow Baihe, he did not hesitate at all and did not show any mercy. Seeing that Chow Baihe was already interested in this and was ready to make a move, Feng Dashing was very satisfied. He pretended to be guilty and distressed and continued, "Hey, I'm sorry. I was originally planning to bring back more money and some gifts for you, and also planned to take you out for a trip to relax, but now it seems that the plan has to be postponed for a while." Chief Wang finally relented and allowed me to continue investing and making money. I can't be disloyal, and I don't want to miss such a good opportunity. Once this short-term investment is completed and the proceeds are received, I will be able to make a lot of money. This is also for the future of our son. I have to save more money for him. Ahi, can you wait for a month or so? By then, I will definitely make up for the regrets during this period and give you the best gift. Our wedding will also be grand and beautiful. I want everyone to know how happy I am to be able to marry you. At this point, Feng Dashing couldn't help but sigh helplessly, his brows still furrowed, regretful and embarrassed. When Chow Baihe thought she could use the baby in her belly to control him and make him willingly be a sucker, Feng Dashing knew Chow Baihe very well and knew how to win Chow Baihe's heart, so that Chow Baihe would invest money and return the money to him. Chow Baihe's reaction also made Feng Dashing very clear that the situation had already fallen into his plan and rhythm, and Chow Baihe would take the money obediently. Just as Feng Dashing expected, what Feng Dashing said, especially the high-profit investment opportunities, made Chow Baihe itchy, and she really wanted to get involved. She had also heard that some recent investment projects were indeed very profitable, but she had always been troubled by the lack of connections and was unable to make a fortune. Unexpectedly, Feng Dashing could actually participate in the project with Section Chief Wang and actually make a profit of 7.5%. This made Chow Baihe so excited that she almost exposed herself. Such a good opportunity. If you follow Section Chief Wang to invest, you can double your money. Chow Baihe was also very tempted, especially when she thought of what Feng Dague had said to her last night, saying that Feng Dashing used the money to invest and was very familiar with Section Chief Wang and his people. It was Section Chief Wang and his people who helped Feng Dashing make money and get rich, and the returns on the investments have always been very high, but Feng Dashing rarely brought others to invest and make money, which made many people envy and hate Feng Dashing. It was for this reason that Chow Baihe had long wanted to ask Feng Dashing to take her with him to make a fortune. Although Feng Dashing had many shortcomings and many things that made her feel disgusted, Chow Baihe was indeed envious of Feng Dashing's connections and means of making money through investment. This time, since she was given the opportunity to inquire about relevant channels and investments, Chow Baihe was immediately attracted by Feng Dashing. She was thinking about how to get a piece of the pie, but she was worried that if she spoke rashly under such circumstances, Feng Dashing would become suspicious of her. After quickly weighing the pros and cons for a while, Chow Baihe finally made up his mind. He didn't want to miss such a good opportunity to make money. If he didn't make any money, he would feel like he was losing out. Chapter 46, Trustworthy. Feng Dashing mentioned this investment project and Section Chief Wang. These were all mentioned by Feng Dague and Chow Baihe. Chow Baihe trusted this investment information very much and was very optimistic about it. However, Chow Bai-ha had never been formally involved in this type of investment project, so she was particularly excited, but also had some concerns. She wanted to make money, but was afraid of being cheated out of her money, so she was hesitant for a moment. But after repeated consideration, Chow Bai-ha was still impressed by the investment project that could make money with high returns, and the balance in his heart began to tilt. In order to maintain her image and avoid being suspected by Feng Dasheng for being too eager, Chow Bai-ha had readjusted her emotions. Looking at Feng Dasheng, she couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Ah Sheng, did you just say that Section Chief Wang's investment project can generate a return of 7.5%? Can such a high return really be obtained? After all, this is more than what we can earn from farming in our village. It's incredible." Looking at Chow Bai-ha's performance, Feng Dasheng now noticed many flaws in the details and couldn't help but laugh at himself for his previous carelessness. For the sake of his son, he really lost his mind and didn't care about anything. As a result, he fell into a trap designed by others so easily and almost lost both his life and his money. Whenever Feng Dasheng thought of Feng Dege and Chow Bai-ha's plot to bring him together with his brother and sister-in-law, destroy him, and take away all his money, the hatred in his heart became stronger. Taking out a cigarette box, Feng Dasheng took out a cigarette, lit it, took a deep breath, exhaled a circle of smoke, and then said slowly, "This news can't be false. Section Chief Wang works in an office in a relevant department and is well-informed. It was through him that I was able to make a lot of money. This time, Section Chief Wang invested a lot of money himself and also brought in a lot of big bosses. The whole project is to make big money and quick money. If you don't have connections, you can't get in at all. I'm also lucky. I met Section Chief Wang very early on, so I have the opportunity to make money with him this time." After taking another puff, Feng Dasheng looked at Chow Bai-ha and continued, "You are worried that the returns are too high because it involves wealthy businessmen from Hong Kong. They just want to come to the inland cities to invest and make money. There are many ways to make money, so they will make these investments so that everyone can make money together. I'm very lucky to be able to invest in this project. I cannot let Section Chief Wang down. Otherwise, I will be sorry to Section Chief Wang, and my way of making money will be cut off. I took all these into consideration, so I didn't withdraw the money, but plan to continue investing for a while. Anyway, this is just a short-term investment. Just bear with it for a month or two." Paying attention to the changes in Chow Bai-ha's expression, Feng Dasheng knew that Chow Bai-ha had relaxed a little, so he continued, "Ahi, I'm sorry, I have to wait a while before I can buy you the gifts I promised you. When I make money from this investment, I will buy you a better gift. As for now, I still have to go to the village to borrow money from people, borrow more, and try to earn more." After listening to what Feng Dasheng said, Chow Bai-ha felt relieved. As long as the investment is secure, she would like to get involved and make more money. If there is money to be made, then of course you want to make more. Chow Bai-ha also wants to have more money around her so that she can be more confident and doesn't have to always ask two men for money. With a plan in mind, Chow Bai-ha quickly adjusted his mood. Seeing Feng Dasheng in such an awkward situation, with his brows furrowed while smoking, Chow Bai-ha touched the back of his hand considerately and said gently, "Asheng, you don't have to be so embarrassed. We must prioritize investment when we have such a good investment opportunity. As for buying a color TV and taking me on a trip, we can slow down for a few months and there won't be any problem. I know you're thinking about our future and our son's future. I must support you. Asheng, you are capable of great things and have even greater ambitions. I believe you will be able to make a name for yourself and become even richer than that big boss from Hong Kong City. I believe in you." At this point, Chow Bai-ha looked at Feng Dasheng's moved expression and was very satisfied. She continued, "Ah Sheng, do you not have enough money on hand? If Chief Wang needs more money for these investments, I can give you all the money I have on hand, and you can help me invest. There's so many people in the village, and Asheng has helped them get rich. I also want to make money with Asheng. Asheng is so capable. I will give you the money to invest for me. It will definitely not be a mistake. What's more, Asheng has worked so hard to make money for our future and for our son's future, so I have to do my best and cannot let Asheng bear all the burdens alone." Even though she was extremely anxious, Chow Bai-ha still tried hard to stay calm, not to arouse Feng Dasheng's suspicion, and to maintain her own personality. However, Feng Dasheng seemed to be stunned by Chow Bai-ha's words and did not pay attention to other aspects. This made Chow Bai-ha feel a little relieved and felt that things were still under his control. And Feng Dasheng's eyes became moist after Chow Bai-ha finished speaking. He thought silently for a while, then looked at Chow Bai-he again and said with emotion, "Ahe, you are so kind. No matter what happens, you will always trust me unwaveringly. If you have some spare money here, I will help you invest it, and I will give you all the money I make. It's just that the return of 7.5 points is really high. I still have to borrow more money from the village. When the time comes, I will invest in it together and make more money. I will definitely not lose money. It may be difficult to encounter such a rare opportunity to make money in the future. I have to seize this good opportunity." When Feng Dasheng finished speaking, Chow Bai-he smiled at him gently and said, "Ah Sheng, I could definitely trust you. I know you can definitely make more money. Wait a moment, I'll go get the money and give it to you." Asheng is really good at making money. I am happy just thinking about being able to make money with Asheng. After saying these words, Chow Bai-he quickly got up, went into the inner room, scratched at the wall next to the cabinet for a while, scraped off some dust and dirt, and took out a cloth bag. Chapter 47, Uneasy. This time, Feng Dashing's performance was perfect. He caught Chow Bai-he off guard and successfully got a lot of money from Chow Bai-he. It was also because Chow Bai-he thought that the secret between her and Feng Dagui had not been discovered by Feng Dashing. In addition, Feng Dashing showed special expectations and attention to the child in Chow Bai-he's belly, which made Chow Bai-he careless. However, Chow Bai-he was still relatively cautious and did not give all her savings to Feng Dasheng, but left some way out for herself. The interest rate of 7.5% is indeed very tempting. But when it comes to money, Chow Bai-he wants to make money, but she is also worried that if she invests all her money in this project, something unexpected will happen and she will lose all her money. She only gave Feng Dasheng a part of her savings. If she made money, that would be great, but if she lost money, she would still have some savings to live on, so she would not be forced into a desperate situation all of a sudden. Of course, Chow Bai-he was still cautious and didn't want Feng Dashing to know how much money she had saved. If she could impress Feng Dashing with this little investment and have him return her double the money in the future, she would earn more. After counting the cash, Feng Dashing put it directly into the briefcase. He looked at Chow Bai-he again and noticed Chow Bai-he's reluctance. Feng Dashing just sneered secretly, but his face was very moved. He said to Chow Bai-he, "Ah hey, thank you. With your money, I will go to the village to borrow some more. Then I will go to Chief Wang, and the total amount will be much higher and better. This way, I can show my strength to Section Chief Wang. I hope that Section Chief Wang will take me seriously and help me make more money in the future. When I make money, I will give you both the principal and the interest. I will also give you the interest I earn, and take you to buy a big color TV and a motorcycle, and make you the most blessed woman in our village." In fact, Feng Dashing was very clear about Chow Bai-he's actions. He did not intend to get all the money at once, but was prepared to continue to waste time with Chow Bai-he. After a few more calculations, he would naturally be able to get all the money back. Even if Chow Bai-he wanted to be cautious, Feng Dashing believed that Feng Dagui would not be able to hold back. Isn't it just to give a little bit of profit to appease Chow Bai-he first and continue fishing to attract Feng Dagui to pay more money? Feng Dasheng is very clear about all this, and he will handle the matter well, so that Chow Bai-he, Feng Dagui, and Grandma Bai and others will hand over all the money. He will get back double the money that was cheated from him. Feng Dagui has always wanted to get involved in these projects and has been coveting the way they make money. This time, he has received a sum of money from Chow Bai-he and told Chow Bai-he the relevant information about these projects. Then, Chow Bai-he will tell Feng Dagui, and Feng Dagui will definitely raise more money and participate in this so-called project. After Feng Dagui borrowed a lot of money for a little profit and invested all the money with Chow Bai-he, he would settle the accounts with these two dogs. In order to reduce trouble, Feng Dashing thought for a while and continued, "By the way, Ahi, when I meet Section Chief Wang, in order to gain more trust and attention from him, I need to say that all this money is mine. I need to tell you about this first. But don't worry, I should be able to get the first interest payment in 3 days, and I will give it to you then. This amount of money is not too much, so it's easier to calculate. I don't want to keep track of it with Section Chief Wang. It's too troublesome and might make Section Chief Wang unhappy." This time, Feng Dashing didn't want to go through any procedures with Chow Bai-he. He just wanted to take his money away. After 3 days, he would be paid an interest, which was just a small amount of money, but it was enough to make Chow Bai-he feel at ease and continue to be greedy. Feng Dashing knew Chow Bai-he and Feng Dagui very well, so he showed enough patience this time. wanted to make these people pay a more painful price. If you want to plot against him, it depends on whether you have the ability and luck to do so. Although Chow Bai-ha was still a little worried about Feng Dashing's explanations, he felt a little insecure when it came to Section Chief Wang. If things really go wrong, she won't be able to make any money, and it might also affect Feng Dashing's future way of making money, which is really not good. She was also planning to get more money from Feng Dashing and live a good life with Feng Dague, so she could only obey Feng Dashing for now. Nodding, Chow Bai-ha said softly, "Ah Sheng, I will listen to you. I feel relieved to give you the money. Since this money still needs to go through Section Chief Wang's hands, we naturally can't be so troublesome. Let's handle it, as you say. Ah Sheng, if the money is not enough, I will find a way to help you borrow some." It was rare to see Feng Dashing talking to her about serious matters so seriously, and Chow Bai-ha was still a little scared. After hearing what Feng Dashing said, that the matter involved Section Chief Wang, Chow Bai-ha subconsciously did not want to make things complicated so as not to implicate herself. Since Feng Dashing can handle all these, she might as well leave it to Feng Dashing. As for the interest and principle, Chow Bai-ha also believed that as long as Feng Dashing still wanted the child in her belly, he would have to give her more money, so she really didn't need to worry too much. Since Chow Bai-ha said so, Feng Dashing nodded and replied, "Okay, I know that he will definitely understand my difficulties. Don't worry, you will be able to get the first interest in 3 days. When the time comes, I will bring it directly to you. Then you will know that this project I mentioned can indeed make a lot of money. I still need to go to the village to borrow more money. I'll go over now. Ahi, you pack up first. I'll go directly to the city after I borrow the money and give it to Section Chief Wang, so that we don't miss the investment time." After saying these words, Feng Dashing stood up and hurried away with the money. Looking at Feng Dashing's leaving back, Chow Bai-ha still felt a little uneasy. Thinking of what Feng Dashing had said, that they had to hurry to the city to find Section Chief Wang today, Chow Bai-ha decided to find Feng Dague to discuss this matter after Feng Dashing left Luolin village. This is a serious matter. Chow Bai-ha does not want to miss the opportunity to make money, nor does he want his investment to go to waste. Even though she believed that Feng Dashing would not lie to her and did not dare to lie to her, Chow Bai-ha was still a little uneasy and needed to have a good discussion with Feng Dague to avoid any accidents. Chapter 48 Business. Chow Bai-ha still feels uneasy about this investment. After Feng Dashing left Luolin village again, Chow Bai-ha contacted Feng Dague as soon as possible. However, considering their current relationship, Feng Dague didn't come until the evening. After all, Chow Bai-ha is currently with Feng Dashing. If Feng Dague stays with her for too long and is seen by other people, and the news gets to Feng Dashing, it would be dangerous after all. It was also because of Feng Dague and Chow Bai-ha's caution that the matter was able to be hidden so deeply that basically no one else could notice any clues. Now it comes to the important matter of making money. Chow Bai-ha is very anxious. He is worried about missing such an opportunity to make money, and even more worried that his money will be wasted. That night, Feng Dague came quietly to find Chow Bai-ha again. Because of the secret code left during the day, Feng Dague was also a little surprised. He wondered why Chow Bai-ha wanted to contact him so early in the morning. What important thing had happened? However, the secret code left by Chow Bai-ha also told him to come back in the evening. Feng Dague was not so nervous then and patiently waited until dark before coming. After seeing Feng Dague, Chow Bai-ha felt a little relieved. During the day-to-day, because of this investment matter, Chow Bai-ha has been feeling uneasy and a little restless, and it is difficult for him to concentrate on anything he does. Fortunately, Feng Dashing had left Luolin village at noon and did not stay with her. So she did not have to waste her energy trying to please Feng Dashing and did not have to be so tired. Holding Feng Dague's hand, Chow Bai-ha pulled him until they sat down beside the bed. Seeing Chow Bai-ha being so proactive, Feng Dague was a little surprised. It was the first time he saw Chow Bai-ha being so proactive. Seeing how proactive Chow Bai-ha was, Feng Dague couldn't help but feel excited. He put his hand to the hem of her clothes, ready to take off her clothes. Noticing Feng Dague's action, Chow Bai-ha slapped him on the head and said, "Stop messing around. I have something very important to tell you now. Don't mess around. This is related to Feng Dashing. Please listen to what I have to say first, and then help me think of a way to deal with it. This matter is urgent and very important to us. Now is not the time to play around." After being slapped by Chow Bai-ha and hearing these words, Feng Dague was a little dissatisfied. He wanted to continue taking off his clothes. He didn't think that anything would happen that was out of control on Feng Dashing's side. This time, Chao Baihe was also a little annoyed. She stretched out her hand and pushed Feng Dague's clothes back. She looked at him seriously and said, "Ague, I'm talking to you about serious matters. Today, Feng Dashing came over and told me about the investment he made with Section Chief Wang in the city. He said that the project had a profit of 7.5%. Feng Dasheng can't withdraw his own money for the time being, but there is still an opportunity for additional investment. He will be able to get the first profit in 3 days. He came here today to borrow money from the village for investment." Seeing that Feng Dague had finally calmed down and stopped making trouble, Chao Baihe breathed a sigh of relief and continued, "I also borrowed a little bit and gained more trust from Feng Dasheng, but I'm still a little worried about this matter, so I asked you to come here so that I can discuss it with you. We have to figure out this important matter as soon as possible so as not to miss the opportunity to make a lot of money." It was the first time I met Feng Dasheng so serious. I still feel a little scared. I am really afraid that Feng Dasheng will know something. But I still want to make money, so I want to get involved in the project. After saying these words and recounting the matter in general, Chao Baihe looked at Feng Dague again and asked, "Ague, do you think this is true? Is there any trap? After all, a profit of 7.5% is really very high. Feng Dashing has agreed to take me with him to invest, but I'm afraid it's a scam. I've been struggling with this for so long. It's really hard for me to handle it all by myself. I can only ask you for help." Under the temptation of making a lot of money, Chao Baihe really had no other ideas. She just wanted to listen to Feng Dague's explanation so that she could have a better understanding of the situation and further determine the authenticity of this investment opportunity in her next step. If the project can really make so much money, then she doesn't mind continuing to give more money to Feng Dasheng so that Feng Dasheng can help with the investment and let her make more money. Making money is a serious matter, and Chao Baihe is not in the mood to mess around with Feng Dague for the time being. However, after hearing what Chao Baihe said, Feng Dague couldn't help but look at her in surprise. After thinking for a while, Feng Dague nodded and said, "Don't talk about you. I also felt guilty when I saw Feng Dasheng, but I acted well. Feng Dasheng hasn't noticed anything unusual yet. To be honest, we have plotted so many things against him behind his back, and he is such a cruel and ruthless person. His means of revenge are cruel and terrible. How can we not be afraid? But what you said reminds me that when we want to meet in the future, we must be more cautious and must not let Feng Dashing see any clues. Otherwise, we will all be in trouble." After a pause, Feng Due continued, "But I have also heard about the investment project mentioned by Feng Dashing and Section Chief Wang. After I heard the news, I wanted to ask Feng Dashing for help so that I could also invest and make money. But before I could ask him, he told you first that he was willing to invest with you. We definitely can't give up such a good opportunity to make money easily." At this point, Feng Dague couldn't help but look at Chao by his belly, with a look of pride in his eyes, and said, "It seems that Feng Dashing really cares about the child in your belly. For the sake of the baby in your belly, he is willing to pay more attention to you and invest with you to make money. If it were anyone else, including me, Feng Dashing would never tell us so much important news. He really trusts you and values you very much. This is more beneficial to our plan. What Feng Dague is most worried about now is that Feng Dashing knows the truth and is extremely disappointed with the child in Chao by his belly. If the situation really gets that bad, Feng Dashing's revenge will definitely not be something he and Chao Baihe can bear." Chapter 49, Jealousy. Now that he knew the news, Feng Dague naturally was unwilling to give up the opportunity. Feng Dague had seen a lot of businesses that could easily make a lot of money and were guaranteed to make a profit from Feng Dasheng, and he was extremely envious. Unfortunately, Feng Dasheng kept a close eye on these channels and would not reveal them easily. He only knew a little bit of information because he followed Feng Dasheng and did a lot of things and came into contact with some of them. He also knew about the mysterious and powerful Section Chief Wang. Feng Dasheng actually didn't have much ability, but thanks to Section Chief Wang, most of the projects Feng Dasheng invested and made money, and quite a lot of it. Knowing all this, Feng Dague actually thought about getting in touch with Section Chief Wang and getting himself a chance to make a lot of money. But Feng Dasheng kept the news very secret. He had been following Feng Dasheng for so many years, but had only met Section Chief Wang once from afar and was unable to get more information, let alone establish a relationship with him. Feng Dashing's behavior also made Feng Dague very dissatisfied. He resented that Feng Dashing did not take him to make money together and only gave him a little bit of benefits every time. Now that Chao Baihe has such an opportunity, Feng Dague naturally doesn't want to miss it. Looking at Chao Baihe, Feng Dague became more and more excited and continued to say to Chao Baihe, "Hey, this is a good opportunity for us to make a fortune. We must seize it well." The interest is at 7.5%, and it's calculated on a monthly basis. This is more profitable than lending money. As long as we invest more money, we can earn more interest, which is a great thing. Knowing Chao Baihe's concerns, Feng Dague continued, "Hey, you don't know. I've been eyeing this project for a long time. I want to make more money quickly by making money in the short term, so that we can get rid of Feng Dashing's suppression and exploitation as soon as possible, but I can't find any good way." Feng Dashing was very shrewd and didn't want to tell me much of the truth, not even that I knew Section Chief Wang. Now, Feng Dashing is willing to take the initiative to bring you to invest for the sake of the child you're carrying in your belly. Then you must give more money so that you can make more money. That Section Chief Wang is very capable. Feng Dashing made a lot of money thanks to him. Since this project is arranged by Section Chief Wang, it will be more certain and secure. There will definitely be no problems. Being able to participate in such a high-return investment, especially a project that Section Chief Wang is involved in, is definitely a great way to make a lot of money. Only people with connections can get the relevant information and get the opportunity to invest. Feng Dague was so excited that he couldn't help grinning. He has always wanted to get in touch with Section Chief Wang, but unfortunately there has never been a good opportunity. He is planning to give up and just hopes that Feng Dashing can take him to make money together. Now, the opportunity has come to Chao Baihe, and Feng Dague hopes to seize it and make more money. However, after listening to Feng Dague's words, Chao Baihe still felt that this investment opportunity with such a high return was a little inappropriate. Can the other party really afford such a high profit? Can they pay for it? Can the profit of the other party's project really be that high? What if this is a scam? If they invest more money, won't they end up losing everything? But seeing that Feng Dashing and Feng Dague both attached so much importance to this project and trusted Section Chief Wang so much, Chao Baihe himself was shaken again and tended to believe that this was all true. With such worries in mind, Chao Baihe thought about it and couldn't help asking, "Dague, is this investment opportunity really guaranteed? Can I really get back both the principal and the profit at that time? What if the other party takes all the money and runs away? What should we do then?" When I heard the news from Feng Dashing, I was very excited and gave him some money to help me invest and make money. But later, the more I thought about it, the more I felt that this matter seemed inappropriate and there were many safety risks. "Dague, why don't we invest less and save more money for emergencies to avoid any accidents?" Chao Baihe still hopes to handle these investments more prudently to avoid losing all his money. Even though this matter was proposed by Feng Dashing, it was most likely a high-risk and high-return investment opportunity, and he could earn more if he won, but Chao Baihe still felt uneasy. However, Feng Dague didn't think so. Feng Dague has been with Feng Dashing for quite some time. He has seen how Feng Dashing makes a lot of money and is very confident in the investment project that Feng Dashing mentioned. What's more, he had heard about this kind of investment news and had always wanted to invest, but Feng Dashing kept saying that it was not a good time yet and asked him to wait. As a result, Feng Dashing now wants to take Chao Baihe to invest and make money, forgetting that he also wants to make money, which makes Feng Dague very dissatisfied. Since Feng Dashing won't take him with him, he can do it with Chao Baihe and make money, but the matter needs to be kept secret to avoid being found out by Feng Dashing. This time, Feng Dashing went to the village to borrow money for investment, but he didn't even look for him or tell him about this. This made Feng Dague reflect on himself and felt that Feng Dashing might have been using him all the time and didn't really treat him as a brother and would not really take him to make a fortune together. Whenever Feng Dague thought of Feng Dashing's proud and satisfied look every time he made money with Section Chief Wang, he would become so envious and jealous that his face became distorted. He also wants to have a taste of making big money and enjoying success. As long as he had money, he wouldn't have to rely on Feng Dashing anymore. When that time comes, it will be the chance for him and Chao Baihe to deal a fatal blow to Feng Dashing. Having said this, Feng Dague stood up suddenly and continued to say to Chao Baihe, "Hey, wait a minute. I'll go home and get the money. We absolutely cannot miss such a good investment opportunity. I know that Section Chief Wong, who is in charge of investment. He is a really powerful person. Nothing will go wrong. I'm going to borrow money now, and you can also borrow more money. When the time comes, you can give it to Feng Dasheng and ask Feng Dasheng to help with the investment. This will be considered as more support from you. He will definitely trust you more, and we can also make more money, so we can implement the final plan as soon as possible. After saying these words, Feng Dagui immediately left Chao Baihe and prepared to borrow more money so that he could earn more later. Chapter 50, Uneasy. This time, Feng Dasheng successfully took a lot of money from Chao Baihe and Feng Dagui. When Feng Dasheng specifically informed Chao Baihe of the news and said that he would go directly to the city to deal with these matters, Feng Dasheng had already given Chao Baihe and Feng Dagui time to discuss. In the past, Feng Dasheng still missed his cousin Feng Dagui and wanted to find a more stable way to make money and then bring Feng Dagui along to make money together. Of course, Feng Dasheng also took good care of Feng Dagui and helped him make some money, but he did not tell Feng Dagui about those complicated and dangerous ways. He just wanted to handle these difficult problems himself so that Feng Dagui could feel more relaxed. But in Feng Dagui's eyes, his good intentions were seen as him deliberately preventing Feng Dagui from making money, and making a lot of money, to the extent that Feng Dagui and Chao Baihe had colluded with each other in order to plot against him. They wanted to make him wear a cuckold, take the blame, and suffer all kinds of plots against him. When he learned the truth, Feng Dasheng was very disappointed and felt that all his good intentions had gone to waste. Since Feng Dagui wanted to make a lot of money, so much, Feng Dasheng gave him the opportunity. Moreover, since Feng Dagui thought that he was selfish and had no regard for family affection and did not take him with him to make money, Feng Dasheng simply told Chao Baihe about the matter first, and then waited for Chao Baihe to discuss it with Feng Dasheng. Such an arrangement really made Feng Dagui more convinced of the investment information, and he was willing to invest more money and hand the money to him through Chao Baihe. Since Feng Dagui and Chao Baihe want to lose everything so much, Feng Dasheng will help them. Because he was busy dealing with the aftermath and felt disgusted with Chao Baihe, Feng Dasheng was very busy these days. He hardly ever came back to Luolin village and had never been close to Chao Baihe. They spent even less time together, which made Chao Baihe feel uneasy. In the past, Feng Dasheng would always pester her and would only stop when he touched her belly and talked to the baby in her belly, which made her very disgusted, but she had to pretend to flatter Feng Dasheng, hoping to get more money from him. Chao Baihe was really upset that she had to serve Feng Dasheng like that and couldn't have a rest even when she was pregnant. Her emotions had been suppressed to a certain extent, and she was about to explode. However, Feng Dasheng has been busy investing and making money these days to help her and Feng Dagui make money. Every time he came, he would just meet her briefly, say a few words, and leave. He didn't even get close to the child in her belly. It seemed that without her realizing it, there was some distance between them. He didn't touch her anymore and was no longer as obsessed with the child. This made Chao Baihe feel that something was wrong, and she became even more worried. This kind of ambiguous state made Chao Baihe uneasy and listless. She suddenly missed the way Feng Dasheng obeyed her in everything and flattered her. This made Chao Baihe a little dazed. She couldn't figure out for a moment whether she was attracted to Feng Dasheng. However, when he thought of this possibility, Chao Baihe couldn't help but feel a little chilly. How can Feng Dasheng compare with Feng Dagui with his wretched and sloppy image? But Chao Baihe couldn't help but worry about Feng Dasheng's busy schedule these days. Today, Feng Dasheng was finally able to come to her place to have dinner with her. He seemed to be in a very good mood. However, Chao Baihe was still very uneasy. She always felt that Feng Dasheng had changed a lot recently, making it increasingly difficult for her to see through him. During the meal, although Chao Baihe kept finding topics to please Feng Dasheng and wanted to find out whether Feng Dasheng had really changed, Feng Dasheng's responses were perfunctory, and he looked uninterested. This made Chao Baihe even more uneasy, thinking that Feng Dasheng had gotten tired of her and no longer cared about her, and was as gentle and flattering as before. Finally, the meal was almost over. Chao Baihe was ready to ask Feng Dasheng something, but she hadn't figured out how to start the conversation properly. At this moment, Feng Dasheng looked at Chao Baihe, who looked even more uneasy and troubled. He couldn't help but pull the corners of his mouth, smiled slightly, and asked first, "Hey, what's wrong with you? Why do you look a little absent-minded? Did you not get enough rest last night? If you're too tired, why don't you take a rest after dinner?" I have to go to the city later to continue to deal with those investment matters with Section Chief Wong. I'm afraid I won't be back tonight, but I will definitely compensate you in a few days." After saying these words, Feng Dasheng took another sip of soup and then looked at Chow Baihe again. Even though he knew that Chow Baihe must be worried about the safety of the money, Feng Dasheng did not say it directly, but wanted to continue testing Chow Baihe. However, when he thought of the messy relationship between Chow Baihe and Feng Dage, and the plots of these two villains against him, Feng Dasheng lost interest in Chow Baihe and was filled with only anger and hatred. Of course, things have come to this point, but Feng Dasheng still holds back and plans to deal with things first and settle the score later. After hearing what Feng Dasheng said, Chow Baihe came back to her senses instantly, quickly adjusted her mood, looked at Feng Dasheng, and said with some embarrassment, "Ah Sheng, it's nothing. I was just thinking about whether I should stew an old hen tomorrow to nourish your body. You've been so busy these past few days, running around all over the place, just to make more money for us. You must not have eaten well or rested well. You've lost a lot of weight. It makes me sad just looking at you. If you come back tomorrow and have more time, I will stew an old hen for you to nourish you." Not wanting to arouse Feng Dasheng's suspicion, Chow Baihe immediately turned the topic to this side. She expressed concern about Feng Dasheng's physical condition and also mentioned that Feng Dasheng had been busy with investment in the city these days. She hoped that Feng Dasheng could take the initiative to mention it and let her know more about the situation. Chow Baihe was now worried that Feng Dasheng would notice something, that she and Feng Dague's plans would be discovered by Feng Dasheng, and he would take revenge on them. She was even more worried that the money she and Feng Dague gave to Feng Dasheng would be wasted. For some reason, after giving that large sum of money to Feng Dasheng, Chow Baihe felt very uneasy and regretful. She felt that she should keep the money firmly in her own hands to be safer. However, Chow Baihe didn't dare to tell Feng Dasheng about these things directly and had to ask indirectly, hoping to get some information and know how those investments are doing now. Chapter 51, Still Need Money? Feng Dasheng was naturally well aware of Chow Baihe's little thoughts. In fact, Chow Baihe's acting skills are very average. It was because Feng Dasheng cared too much about the son in Chow Baihe's belly that he subconsciously ignored so many details. He always felt that Chow Baihe was very good and could give birth to a son for him to make up for his regrets. But now, the filter he had for Chow Baihe has been shattered to pieces. When he looked at Chow Baihe again, Feng Dasheng indeed saw many differences. He just felt it was ironic that Chow Baihe had such stiff acting skills and such obvious purpose. Chow Baihe loved money very much, but she always acted very noble and seemed to be indifferent to matters of money. She seldom talked about money in front of Feng Dague in order to deceive him and reassure him. However, after several polite rejections, she would take the money and jewelry he gave her and then use the money to subsidize Feng Dague. Feng Dasheng didn't think there was anything good about someone like Feng Dague. He could actually make Chow Baihe so devoted to him and willing to serve him for Feng Dague and even plot against him and seek his money. However, since they dared to fool him, Feng Dasheng didn't mind making some calculations to get more money from them. At this moment, seeing Chow Baihe's unconcealed worry, Feng Dasheng knew it very well in his heart. He just smiled gently and said, "He's the one who cares about me the most. I am really lucky to have met Ahi and to be with Ahi. But don't worry, everything is going very smoothly, and you have made money from your investments. I came back this time because I told you last time that I would bring you the first installment of interest income. I just wanted to eat first and then give it to you. I didn't expect Ahi to be so kind and trust me so much. I will definitely not deceive Ahi. I will definitely make more money for Ahi and let you and the child live a better life in the future." Having said that, Feng Dasheng picked up the briefcase, took out an envelope from it, handed it to Chow Baihe, and motioned her to open it. The moment she took the envelope, Chow Baihe already felt that the envelope contained cash. Knowing that it was Feng Dasheng who brought her the first profit, Chow Baihe finally showed a sweet and satisfied smile on her face. She felt relieved and opened the envelope to take a look. Seeing that there was a lot of money in the envelope, Chow Baihe was even more surprised. Without having time to count, she looked up at Feng Dasheng and asked in surprise, "Sheng, how can there be so much money? All this is what I earned after investing the money. Is it my income?" Regarding the question of investment returns, Chow Baihe had already calculated it himself and with Feng Dague and had a rough idea of it. The issue that Chow Baihe was most worried about before was whether the investment was safe and whether the interest income promised by the other party would be counted. But now, she finally got her first profit, and the total amount was more than she expected. This made Chow Bai-ha even more excited and unbelievable. She wanted to confirm it further with Feng Dasheng. In response, Feng Dasheng nodded and said seriously, "Ahi, this is the interest income of the first investment. It is calculated based on 7.5% interest. You take it first. The project is progressing very smoothly, and the interest will not be delayed. This time I'm going to collect the interest and increase my investment. They are still raising funds and have attracted many wealthy people to invest. In the future, there will be fewer and fewer opportunities for retail investors to join this project. Many people are very optimistic about it. Now, the project is progressing very smoothly. We will soon have enough money. For the convenience of management, we will not absorb small investments. We have caught up with the last chance. It is also the face given to me by Section Chief Wang. We are all very lucky." While saying these words, Feng Dasheng was always paying attention to Chow Bai-ha's reaction. Seeing that Chow Bai-ha was skeptical, but was filled with the excitement and joy of making money and could hardly suppress the smile on her face, Feng Dasheng knew very well that the fish had taken the bait. Pointing to the envelope in Chow Bai-ha's hand, Feng Dasheng continued, "These interests are yours. Most of them are from me, and I'll give them to you. Keep them well. In a few days, there should be a second payment of interest income, and we'll be able to make more money." "Ahi, I said I would help you make a lot of money and live a good life. I have never forgotten it." While saying these words, Feng Dasheng himself felt extremely disgusted and almost gave away the truth. However, if Feng Dasheng wants to take revenge on Feng Dague and Chow Bai-ha, he still has a lot to do, including getting the money that Feng Dague and Chow Bai-ha have hidden. After a pause, Feng Dasheng continued, "I'm going out this afternoon, and I have to take advantage of this opportunity to get a few more people to invest and make money together. This is the last chance Section Chief Wang has given me. I must seize it and borrow more money. For such a profitable investment project, there will definitely be many people in the village willing to lend money." Feng Dasheng couldn't be in a hurry to get the money from Chow Bai-ha and Feng Dague. He could only stir up Feng Dague and Chow Bai-ha's ambition to make money step by step so that they would invest more money. Only in this way can he cut off Feng Dague and Chow Bai-ha's retreat, making them burdened with debts and unable to live a good life in the future. After Feng Dasheng finished speaking, Chow Bai-ha couldn't help but be stunned. She has already received the first investment income from such a profitable project, and many people in the village will also be able to receive these. Then, more people will want to get involved and get a piece of the pie, and it will not be difficult for Feng Dasheng to borrow money again. Chow Bai-ha frowned anxiously and asked, "Sheng, if it is difficult to borrow money in the village, then I will go to my mother's house to borrow more. I will definitely be able to satisfy you. My mother's family still has some spare money. Now, you have some investment projects led by Section Chief Wang, which are all profitable. I will go back and tell them, and they will definitely be happy. When the time comes, I'll give you the money, and you must keep our promise." Chow Bai-ha didn't need to explain all this. As soon as he got the money, Feng Dasheng continued, "Ahi, I know that you care about me the most. When I make a profit from this investment, I'll give it all to you. I'll take you to meet Section Chief Wang this afternoon. You should be able to invest in your own name then, without having to get involved with mine." Chapter 52. Each one's own calculations. Chow Bai-ha frowned even more tightly at what Feng Dasheng said. She had never thought that Feng Dasheng would be willing to take her to meet Section Chief Wang and let her participate in the investment in her own name and earn profits on her own. After all, Feng Dasheng had kept these channels, especially the one related to Section Chief Wang, strictly secret and was unwilling to let others get involved. Even when she talked about these things sometimes, Feng Dasheng would directly change the subject and didn't want her to get involved too much. She wanted to find out more relevant information for Feng Dague, but there was no progress. Feng Dasheng had always been very cautious. But this time, Feng Dasheng spoke directly and said that he would take her to meet Section Chief Wang, and she would invest on her own in the future. Such a change was somewhat sudden, and Chow Bai-ha became even more confused and uneasy. Noticing Chow Bai-ha's changes in reaction, Feng Dasheng sighed softly and then continued, "Hey, I do this for us and the child. In the future, I might go to other places with Section Chief Wang's subordinates to invest. The business trip will be longer. If Section Chief Wang has any good investment projects, you can go directly to Section Chief Wang to invest. There is no need for me to do it myself. You also know that Chief Wang's investment projects are always very tricky. If you are slow, you will miss out. I only trust you. I hope that when I need it in the future, you can invest money on my behalf, make more money, and avoid missing out on good investment opportunities. I can't trust anyone else. You're the only one I can trust now. Feng Dasheng was also a little surprised. Chao Baihe was more vigilant than he expected and not easy to fool. The last time he invested so much money, he used Feng Dague to help Chao Baihe make the final decision. But this time, Feng Dasheng was ready to pull himself out of all this. He had to take advantage of the opportunity when Chao Baihe and Feng Dague's vigilance decreased after making money and deal with all this as soon as possible. Even though he himself found these words ironic and disgusting, Feng Dasheng still acted very well. That slight sense of fragility and the look of having no one else to trust were enough to soften Chao Baihe's heart. Sure enough, seeing Feng Dasheng's performance, Chao Baihe was indeed moved. Chao Baihe knew that Feng Dasheng was difficult to get along with, but because of the child in her belly, he always doted on her and cherished her even more. Chao Baihe couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Even though Feng Dasheng was so good to her, she still couldn't give more love to Feng Dasheng. She was still thinking about Feng Dague and her first love, and ultimately, she could only feel sorry for Feng Dasheng. Moreover, as she and Feng Dague made more money and had the opportunity to deal with Chief Wang, Feng Dasheng would lose his value to both of them. It would be time for them to implement their plan, kick Feng Dasheng out, and then the two of them could live happily together. Thinking of Feng Dague and their children, Chao Baihe finally put aside the guilt in her heart and decided to seize this good opportunity. As long as she takes over Feng Dasheng's investment channels, she and Feng Dague can contact Section Chief Wang on their own and invest and make money on their own. That way, they can also be together faster. Having weighed the matter carefully, Chao Baihe regained his composure and adjusted his emotions. Looking at Feng Dasheng in Feng Dasheng's expectant eyes, Chao Baihe held his hand and said seriously, "Ah Sheng, I know this matter is very important. Don't worry. I will definitely do it well. If you have any inconvenience here in the future and need to contact Section Chief Wang, please let me know and I will help you share some of the burden. Ah Sheng, I'm very happy that you trust me so much and are willing to let me participate in your investment project and help you do these things. I won't embarrass you." Although her heart was already jumping with excitement, Chao Baihe still tried hard to suppress her emotions so as not to reveal her true thoughts and let Feng Dasheng discover these abnormalities. At this moment, Chao Baihe seemed to have seen the joyful moment when her and Feng Dague's plan was successful. She felt that she had endured for such a long time to serve Feng Dasheng, and these days were finally coming to an end. Noticing Chao Baihe's fleeting excitement, Feng Dasheng only mocked her secretly, but said happily, "Ah hey, I knew you would not let me down. Don't worry, Section Chief Wang is a very good person and is very good at investment. He won't cheat us." This time, Section Chief Wang also knew that you invested so much money, knew the relationship between you and me, and knew that you were pregnant with my child, so he was willing to give you this opportunity to invest and make money with you. When you meet Section Chief Wang, you will know the details yourself, and you will definitely not regret it. The fish has been hooked, and Feng Dasheng is about to start preparing to close the net. In the end, Chao Baihe was too greedy, and he trusted Feng Dague even more, so he became emboldened by Feng Dague's repeated instigation and really wanted to get some investment opportunities from him. Of course, Feng Dasheng also knew that the interest income he brought this time gave Chao Baihe hope and made her feel that those investment projects were very reliable and reduced her worries, so she was willing to take this step. This step is also the key for him to take back the money he gave and collect more interest. The plan has proceeded to this stage. Feng Dasheng is very satisfied. He also believes that after he closes the net, Chao Baihe and Feng Dague will definitely regret it. At this time, Chao Baihe was still immersed in the joy of the plan's imminent success and did not notice anything unusual on Feng Dasheng's side. By the time she looked at Feng Dasheng again, Feng Dasheng had already adjusted himself. Thinking that Feng Dasheng was still kept in the dark by her and Feng Dague, Chao Baihe was even more satisfied. She nodded and replied, "Ah Sheng, I understand. I will definitely not let you down. Okay, let's eat first. I'll clean up later and prepare to go with you to deal with these things as soon as possible. When we have these ways to make money, we can save more for our son. He will definitely be very happy in the future." In order to appease Feng Dasheng, Chow Bai-he continued to talk about the child in her belly, believing that this method would be enough to make Feng Dasheng forget everything else and only think about his son. Chapter 53. Setting up a factory? On the other hand, living in Shangzhou village, Feng Ningnua's family is relaxed and in a very good mood. It was completely different from when they lived in Luolin village. The villagers in Shangzhou village were very friendly and warm to Feng Ningnua and her family. In their opinion, Feng Ningnua is a capable and courageous person, and he is also Li Jiwen's savior. He taught them a lot of knowledge on drowning first aid. This is very impressive and selfless. They have a very good impression of Feng Ningnua, Ning Huilan, and Feng Ningyi. They are willing to accept them as villagers of Shangzhou village, and everyone will get along well in the future. Especially Li Dai's family, who lived relatively close to Feng Ningnua's home. And Feng Ningnua had saved Li Jiwen's life, so they had helped Ning Huilan and Feng Ningnua a lot in the past 2 days, allowing Feng Ningnua and the others to integrate into the life of Luolin village more easily. This new life is completely different from the past, different inside and out. Ning Huilan, Feng Ningnua, and Feng Ningyi all feel more at ease and comfortable. Ning Huilan had never imagined that after moving to Shangzhou village, their family would live such a comfortable life, and she liked Shangzhou village even more. Seeing that his mother and sister were smiling more and more and looked much more relaxed, Feng Ningnua felt relieved. After settling down in Luolin village, life began to get back on track, and Feng Ningnua and the others began to discuss how to make money in the future. Although the family still had a considerable amount of savings from the last sale of medicinal herbs, which is enough for them to live on for a while, Feng Ningnua and her friends were not the kind of people who would live off their savings. They needed an income to maintain the family expenses before they could feel at ease. However, because Feng Ningnua and his sister Feng Ningyi are still in school, if they really want to do business and make money, they will have to rely more on their mother Ning Huilan. Although it is still summer vacation, and Feng Ningnua and Feng Ningyi can continue to help, Feng Ningnua is very concerned about his mother Ning Huilan's health and hopes to arrange everything during this time so that his mother will not be too tired when doing business and making money. Considering that many people in Luolin village have skills, Feng Ningnua proposed to build a toy factory in the village, specializing in the production of dolls and the like. With this arrangement, Mother Ning Huilan's good skills and design creativity will be put to good use. The two sisters can also help out after studying, and they can also help Shangzhou village, giving the villagers more ways to make money. They have settled down in Shangzhou village and live in the village, but they have no land and can only find other ways to make money. The villagers of Shangzhou village are very kind to her family. When Feng Ningnua was considering opening a factory, she took these aspects into consideration, striving not to pollute the environment of Shangzhou village, not to make too much noise, and to help the villagers of Shangzhou village. This will allow her family to gain more recognition and support in Shangzhou village, and they will be able to live more safely in the future. This business is also what his mother Ning Huilan likes to do, and the sales of the products are guaranteed. Feng Ningnua is also optimistic about it. If they can open up overseas sales channels, then they can make some toys and supplies for Christmas and other festivals, which will be the easiest way for them to sell and will also bring in better profits. Even if he wants to make money, Feng Ningnua still hopes that his mother can be relatively relaxed and do what she likes. Only in this way can the business last longer and be more vibrant, rather than just working hard for the sake of making money. Of course, considering the specific situation of Shangzhou village, setting up a cutting and sewing factory here to make products such as rag dolls can allow some free women in the village to find new ways to make money. They can work together in the factory or take some materials home to make them, which can help increase their income and improve their family's living conditions. The villagers of Shangzhou village were very friendly to them, which was also a factor that Feng Ningnua had to take into consideration when thinking about these things. Fortunately, the doll business should be relatively suitable. Ning Huilan's eyes lit up when she heard her eldest daughter, Feng Ningnua's suggestion. After thinking for a while, Ning Huilan nodded and said, No, this is a very good idea. We can definitely make a good doll and make money. But I usually just sew and mend for you. When you were little, I also made clothes and dolls for you. But after all, it has been a long time since I last did it. I have to try it first to get a feel for it, and then see if I should implement it in detail. This is a big deal, and the investment will be huge, so we have to be cautious. Once I feel comfortable with it and feel I can handle it and do a good job in production, we can discuss the specific details of opening the factory. Ning Huilan likes this business approach very much, is excited, and is eager to try it out. However, Ning Huilan was also very cautious. She had to find her own skills first, determine her skill level, and figure out her own positioning before considering setting up a factory. If one really wants to set up a factory and engage in production, there will be more and more complicated aspects that need to be paid attention to and responsibilities that need to be assumed. Ning Huilan wants to calm down and think carefully before making a decision, rather than making a decision on impulse and then cleaning up the mess later. Although there is still some money in the family, Ning Huilan is used to being frugal, and spending money is not without burden. She needs to take on the responsibility of the family and will not squander money. At the same time, Ning Huilan didn't want her eldest daughter, Feng Ningnua, to think too much and continued. After all, this is a big deal of investing in building a factory. We still have to master some core technologies ourselves so that we can feel more at ease. Even if we can hire some designers and experienced craftsmen, we also need to understand it ourselves so that there won't be any problems. I haven't done this for a long time. I need to get familiar with it first and get a feel for it. Then I can arrange to set up the factory. Only then will I feel more confident. Having said this, Ning Huilan looked at her eldest daughter, Feng Ningnua, and continued. Ningnua, this business should be doable, but I need some time to adjust myself. Don't be too anxious. When I regain my feeling, I will definitely be able to manage a ragdoll factory like this one. I'm very optimistic about this good way to make money, and I will work hard to do it well. With the possibility of pursuing a career, Ning Huilan became much more energetic. Although she was still a little unconfident in her abilities, Ning Huilan knew that as long as she could regain the feeling of being a ragdoll, she would be able to take on all of this. Chapter 54, Guilty. Feng Ningnua also agreed with his mother Ning Huilan's words. If we really want to set up a toy factory like this, it will basically be managed by my mother Ning Huilan in the future. It will be more appropriate if everything is done according to my mother's own pace. The most important thing is that her mother Ning Huilan has divorced Feng Dashen. The three of them, mother and daughter, have moved to Shangzhou village and started a new life. Feng Ningnua also hopes that her mother can have her own career and do things she likes to do, and not be unable to adapt to the divorce or the idle life, and have wild thoughts. When she was at the Feng family in Luolin village, Ning Huilan was busy like a top every day and had almost no free time. But now, after divorcing Feng Dasheng, the pace of life of the three of them, mother and daughter, has changed suddenly, and this will require some time to adapt. Although the three of them have adapted well and are living a happier and more relaxed life in Shangzhou village, Feng Ningnua is still worried and does not want any unexpected problems to arise. Under such circumstances, Feng Ningnua is indeed more worried about his mother. He hopes that his mother can have her own career, her own life, and live a life that belongs to her alone, instead of living for others. Only by becoming independent in this way can my mother have more hope for her future life. Running a doll toy business like this would probably be more suitable for her mother. Feng Ningnua considered many aspects before finally choosing this one. Now it seems that the mother is indeed more interested in doll toys and is ready to start finding the rhythm and actually putting it into practice. Noticing his mother's increasingly radiant eyes, Feng Ningnua finally felt relieved, knowing that this choice would not be wrong. As for the issue of product sales, Feng Ningnua also has his own plans. For toys like this, the competition in domestic sales will be greater and prices will be suppressed. But if we open up export routes, the product design will be more targeted and will be able to win a larger market. Feng Ningnua has already considered these aspects and thought of some related ways, so he is not too worried. Once things on this side are dealt with, she should start her own related career plans. Feng Ningnua also has his own business plan. Nowadays, he can earn some money by selling medicinal materials, which can serve as the initial capital for his business. Feng Ningnua is also ready to start his own business. By then, once I have built up my own business as quickly as possible and opened up sales, it will be much easier for me to support my mother's toy company. Seeing that his mother had gone to find needle and thread and was ready to start trying, Feng Ningnua was in a very good mood. He said goodbye to his mother and rode his bicycle to Xuanli town for a walk. Feng Ningnua also has his own career plan, and it's time to start. She hopes to set up a toy factory on her mother's side and secure sales channels on her side before starting production. Then she won't have to worry about product sales, and everything will go more smoothly. In order to start a company, Feng Ningnua now needs more money. After thinking for a while, Feng Ninghua found another wild ginseng from the space and went to Renlin Pharmacy again. Fortunately, the inventory in the space is slowly being unlocked, and Feng Ninghua can mobilize more and more supplies. This gave Feng Ninghua more confidence. This time, Feng Ninghua earned hundreds of thousands of dollars from Renlin Pharmacy by relying on this older and larger wild ginseng, and he was in a particularly good mood. With this money, Feng Ninghua's career development plan can be started smoothly. As long as the right people are found, money is no longer a big problem and some project can be started. The most important reason why Feng Ninghua still comes to Renlin Pharmacy to sell medicinal materials is that Renlin Pharmacy has a very good reputation and maintains a very good confidentiality policy and will not leak any information about its customers. This is exactly what Feng Ninghua needs most. After all, such medicinal materials are extremely rare. Once the news leaks out, it will be very disadvantageous to her. The most important thing is that Feng Ninghua does not want to be too high profile before he becomes stronger, so as not to be entangled by people with ulterior motives. Renlin Pharmacy can do its best to meet Feng Ninghua's requirements. Feng Ninghua is naturally willing to conduct transactions here, which can also reduce some trouble. Because Feng Ninghua was a big customer, the treatment he received at Renlin Pharmacy was different. In order to make it convenient to use the money later, Feng Ninghua specially asked Zheng Chunjiang for help and opened a new passbook specifically for depositing this sum of money. Next, Feng Ninghua prepared to start his business plan. All the money could be put to good use, and if stored, it would also be convenient for access. She is still a minor and cannot open a passbook by herself, so she can only ask Zheng Chunjiang for help. Zheng Chunjiang admired Feng Ninghua more and more. Naturally, he was willing to help Feng Ninghua with his request. He quickly handled these matters through internal channels and handed the passbook with the money deposited to Feng Ninghua. In this way, he doesn't have to go to the bank to withdraw so much cash to pay, which is convenient for everyone and safer. Although he didn't know why, Feng Ninghua didn't come with her family this time. Feng Ninghua was obviously the most opinionated and capable one among the three mother and daughter. Zheng Chunjiang didn't ask about it for fear of making Feng Ninghua unhappy. Everyone has their own secrets. All he needs to do here is complete the transaction and purchase a batch of good medicinal materials for Renlin Pharmacy. This is the most important thing. What's more, Feng Ninghua seemed to be very sensible and not an immature person. He was very calm and steady during the transaction process, which made Zheng Chunjiang think of him more highly. He was able to understand Feng Ninghua's requirements and just did it without going into details. Moreover, seeing Feng Ninghua being very calm about the income of several $100,000, Zheng Chunjiang admired him even more, but he also felt a little guilty. Such a good wild ginseng has many uses for the Renlin Pharmacy, and the income generated is definitely more than hundreds of thousands. Feng Ninghua was very smart and knew the market price of wild ginseng very well, but he still approved the price he offered this time. After receiving the money, he did not say anything more. Instead, he handed the wild ginseng to him from the beginning and trusted him very much. This really made Zheng Chunjiang feel guilty, and he always felt that his price was too low and he took advantage of Feng Ninghua. But the deal had already been done. Feng Ninghua had no objection, and Zheng Chunjiang didn't say much either. However, when he met Feng Ninghua's indifferent eyes, Zheng Chunjiang felt even more guilty and couldn't help but smile at Feng Ninghua. Chapter 55 Plan. This time, when he came to Renlin Pharmacy to sell medicinal materials, he sold a wild ginseng of such good age and quality. Feng Ninghua was worried at first. After all, such wild ginseng is rare, and the transaction amount is large, which can easily attract the attention of others. Even though Renlin Pharmacy is a large and powerful company, it is rare to see such good wild ginseng. After successfully completing the transaction and getting the passbook, Feng Ninghua was still paying attention to Zheng Chunjiang's reaction while chatting with him. At this moment, Feng Ninghua couldn't help but feel a little surprised when he caught a glimpse of Zheng Chunjiang's obviously guilty look. It was a transaction where money was exchanged for goods, and both parties had no objections. Why was Zheng Chunjiang feeling guilty? Thinking there was something wrong with the passbook, Feng Ninghua reopened it and checked it, but couldn't find anything wrong. This made Feng Ninghua frown, wondering if something had happened that she was not aware of. Seeing Feng Ninghua's surprised and puzzled look, Zheng Chunjiang realized that he had just lost his composure. He quickly adjusted his mood and said with a smile, "Xiao Nua, You are really capable. It has been a long time since anyone in our area has been able to find wild ginseng of such a high age and such good quality. You must be lucky. In the future, if you have any good medicinal herbs, Xiao Nuo, please don't forget to take care of our Renlin pharmacy and remember to sell the good herbs to us. Don't worry, as long as it's the herbs you brought, we will definitely try to give you a high price to satisfy you. Thinking of his guilty conscience, Zheng Chunjiang continued. If Xiao Nuo has any different opinions about our Renlin pharmacy's offer and thinks that we're too low, just bring it up and we can discuss it. Don't worry about it. Business is all about mutual consent. If you have any questions, just raise them directly and discuss with each other. Xiao Nuo, don't worry about what we will think. We will respect your opinions. Only if we cooperate better can we achieve long-term success. In fact, judging from the transaction between him and Fengning Nuo, the price he offered was not low. Renlin Pharmacy also needs to make a profit, and it is impossible for it to give away all the profits. He was able to reach a deal with Feng Ningnuo only after he offered a slightly higher price than the stipulated price. However, seeing Feng Ningnuo so calm and not showing any surprise about the hundreds of thousands of dollars, Zheng Chunjiang felt a little guilty. But the deal had already been done, and Feng Ningnuo didn't raise any opinions. So Zheng Chunjiang just spoke out first to see Feng Ningnuo's reaction before making any other subsequent decisions. By doing this, Zheng Chunjiang also wanted to test Feng Ningnuo's attitude towards doing business. In just a few days, he has bought a lot of very high-quality medicinal materials from Feng Ningnuo. He and the entire Renlin pharmacy attach great importance to them. Today, he once again bought wild ginseng of such rare quality and age from Feng Ningnuo, as well as some other good medicinal materials. This made Zheng Chunjiang even more shocked, and he also realized that Feng Ningnuo's situation was very different from what they had guessed. Perhaps they should pay more attention to customers like Feng Ningnuo in the hope of future cooperation and continue to buy good medicinal materials from Feng Ningnuo. It was also because of this that Zheng Chunjiang considered reorganizing the relevant price arrangements for buying and selling, hoping to make Feng Ningnuo more satisfied and continue to cooperate with them in the future. The transaction amount has been reported, and the passbook has been given to Feng Ningnuo. If this transaction is to be handled again, the situation will be more complicated, so Zheng Chunjiang will test Feng Ningnuo first. Although he didn't know how Feng Ningnuo found these good medicinal materials, Feng Ningnuo was capable. Zheng Chunjiang also hoped that they could continue to cooperate in the future. He hoped that the issue of price could be resolved from the next transaction. They would definitely arrange a higher and more suitable price to reach a deal with Feng Ningnuo. Good medicinal materials are hard to come by. Now that he has met Feng Ningnuo and has bought a lot of high-quality medicinal materials from Feng Ningnuo, Zheng Chunjiang naturally has to pay more attention to it and maintain a good relationship with Feng Ningnuo. After hearing what Zheng Chunjiang said, Feng Ningnuo finally understood what Zheng Chunjiang was feeling guilty about. Feng Ningnuo was quite satisfied with the price of this transaction and did not feel that he had lost much. It was impossible for her to include all the profits and let Renlin Pharmacy work in vain. She had to leave some profit space for Renlin Pharmacy so that subsequent business could be better arranged. Zheng Chunjiang felt that the price this time was not appropriate and mentioned it to her implicitly, but Feng Ningnuo had no intention of changing the price directly. As for the next time, I'll decide based on the circumstances. In response, Feng Ningnuo looked at Zheng Chunjiang, smiled slightly and nodded, then said, Dr. Zheng, when I find other good medicinal herbs and want to sell them, I will definitely come to Dr. Zheng first. This transaction was very good. I have to thank Dr. Zheng for helping me to open this passbook. Otherwise, it would be difficult for me to carry so much cash, and it would be unsafe. Dr. Zheng has been very thoughtful and has helped me a lot. I have to thank Dr. Zheng. Dr. Zheng, don't worry about the subsequent transactions. I'm not a troublemaker. As long as the price from Renlin Pharmacy is right, I will choose Renlin Pharmacy as my partner. Feng Ningnuo saw all of Zheng Chunjiang's help and kept it in mind. He had a very good impression of Zheng Chunjiang and was willing to continue cooperating with Renlin Pharmacy. After all, Renlin Pharmacy has its own pharmaceutical factory. Feng Ningnuo has some pharmaceutical projects and will look for them for cooperation in the future. It is also important to establish a good relationship now. The management of a pharmaceutical factory will be more troublesome and the regulatory requirements will be more stringent. She would feel more at ease cooperating with a factory like Renlin Pharmacy that has professional management experience, standardized production processes, and workers with strong professional skills. Feng Ninghua has also considered starting his own company to produce drugs, but judging from the current situation, the difficulties in all aspects are not small. Feng Ninghua also has other projects that need to be developed as soon as possible, so he is not prepared to invest too much energy and money in this area for the time being. Therefore, outsourcing some recipes or co-producing them would be a better choice. Renlin Pharmacy would be a very suitable partner. Of course, the price Zheng Chunjiang offered for these medicinal materials transactions was still very good, and Feng Ninghua did not ask Zheng Chunjiang to give a higher offer for the time being. Chapter 56, Dangerous Building. The transaction at Renlin Pharmacy went smoothly, and Feng Ninghua did not have any objections regarding the price. The transaction has been completed, and the money has been received. It is not a fair thing to regret now and want to bargain again. Feng Ninghua basically would not do something like going back on his word after completing a transaction, as he did not want to damage his integrity and impression. The price given by Zheng Chunjiang was the purchase price, which certainly could not be compared with the retail price. Feng Ninghua did not get stuck on it and was satisfied with this transaction. She was very clear about the current transaction price, and also knew how much profit Zheng Chunjiang and Renlin Pharmacy could earn from the wild ginseng she sold, but she had no opinion. Through these two collaborations, we will be able to reset the price in the future and give her a more favorable purchase price. This time she was in a hurry, so she didn't continue to worry about it, but next time, she definitely won't do that. After all, the medicinal herbs she sells are already rare in the market, and the prices will not be the same as before, so they will definitely go up. As for how much the price will increase, that is something Zheng Chunjiang will discuss with Renlin Pharmacy. If she needs to sell medicinal materials next time, she will see then. At this time, after leaving Renlin Pharmacy, Feng Ninghua went directly to Qingli Village on the other side of Shuangli Middle School. Compared with Shangzhou Village surrounded by bamboo forest, the houses in Qingli Village are older and the quality of life of the villagers is relatively low, not as good as that in Shangzhou Village. In order to make a living, many people in Qingli Village chose to work outside or do business outside. Nowadays, the number of people left in Qingli Village, especially those living in the old house area in the middle of the village, is decreasing, and most of them are the elderly and children. Feng Ninghua came to Qingli Village specifically this time. Looking at the appearance of Qingli Village, Feng Ninghua found it hard to imagine that in a few years, these houses that were disliked by the villagers would become key demolition areas, and the price of land would continue to rise. If she could buy some land in Qingli Village, she would definitely be able to reap the benefits when the land is demolished in the future. Although he thought of the possibility of making money from this investment, Feng Ninghua did not act rashly. It would be more appropriate to arrange these investments after she can complete today's tasks smoothly. Although Qingli Village is next to Shuangli Middle School, unfortunately, Qingli Village is located in the backdoor area of Shuangli Middle School and has not yet enjoyed the various benefits brought by Shuangli Middle School. On the contrary, due to poor transportation conditions, its development has not been smooth. Only when the road is built in the future and the traffic conditions in Qingli Village are improved will the land price in Qingli Village soar rapidly. As for now, many people see no hope for the development of Qingli Village and choose to go outside to make a living. This is indeed a very good investment opportunity for Feng Ninghua, but she also hopes that today's matters can be accomplished smoothly and that Luo Yuanying can help handle such an investment plan. At this moment, Feng Ninghua was riding a bicycle, traveling through these ancient alleys. Some of the narrow places were only about 1 meter wide. There was a section of the alley that turned left and right, with a turn every 10 meters or so. The traffic conditions were indeed very inconvenient. In such a small alley, people need to be careful when walking, riding bicycles, or motorcycling. Meeting other vehicles is very troublesome. It also restricts the movement of large vehicles and bulk commodities and limits development. The situation will only get better if traffic conditions improve. While walking in such an alley, Feng Ninghua saw that many houses on the roadside had already collapsed and became dangerous buildings. His eyebrows couldn't help but twitch, and he had to be more careful. It is also because of such conditions that many people have no idea of the development potential of Qingli Village and easily give up their houses and land in the village. Feng Ninghua watched this situation all the way, and his thoughts became more and more firm. Fortunately, When Feng Mingnua passed through this alley, he did not encounter any cars coming from the opposite direction, so his journey was relatively smooth. Soon, Feng Mingnua saw a pomegranate tree on the side of the road and rode his bike directly to his destination. Next to the pomegranate tree, there is a low house. Since the house was built relatively early, it is an ordinary tiled house and is already low. The alley was paved later, causing the inside of the room to be about 1 meter lower than the outside. From the outside, the house appears even lower and more dilapidated. It is only 1 meter high and very cramped, which is very different from other houses around it. Such a house only has 2 wooden windows about 2.5 meters wide. The window leaves are now tightly closed. The wooden door is also old and corroded by termites. Some wood blocks have fallen off the bottom, making it look even more shabby, decadent, and lifeless. If it weren't for the painful groans that could be heard from time to time in the house, most people would think that such a dilapidated house was uninhabitable, and no one would continue to live in a house with such poor conditions. Feng Mingnua came here today, and the person he was looking for was Luo Yuanying in this room. This is a very remarkable person, but unfortunately, due to physical reasons, Luo Yuanying was not able to fully display his own strengths and means in his previous life, leaving behind many regrets. Even so, after being framed and bankrupted, Luo Yuanying lay dormant for several years, made a comeback in a wheelchair, and created a legend. Feng Mingnua knew a lot about Luo Yuanying. He came here this time hoping to reach a cooperation with Luo Yuanying so that he could set up his own company more smoothly and allow Luo Yuanying to have fewer regrets and rise again faster. At this point in time, Luo Yuanying was framed in Luopu City, which led to the bankruptcy of his company, and his business and money were snatched away by his opponents, and his health also collapsed. Since Feng Mingnua wants to build a career, it is necessary to attract talents. Luo Yuanying is the first important talent that Feng Mingnua wants to attract. As long as the cooperation can be achieved, Feng Mingnua will be able to help Luo Yuanying to adjust his body and have better conditions to rise again and reach a higher level. Now that he knows Luo Yuanying's experience and regrets, if this negotiation goes smoothly, Feng Mingnua doesn't mind helping Luo Yuanying a little more. Especially after seeing Luo Yuanying's current dire situation, Feng Mingnua was even more willing to help. It depended on whether Luo Yuanying needed it, and whether Luo Yuanying could reach a cooperation agreement with her and help her deal with the company's affairs in the future. Chapter 57, Pain Attack. Having arrived here, Feng Mingnua first took a look at the situation inside the house. Knowing that Luo Yuanying was in poor health, Feng Mingnua was still very worried about him and hoped that he could still help him this time. Regardless of whether Luo Yuanying is willing to cooperate with him, Feng Mingnua hopes to be able to help. Of course, whether Luo Yuanying cooperates or not, the price he needs to pay will be different. It depends on Luo Yuanying's own choice. Fortunately, the space came back with him, and there were still a lot of supplies inside that could come in handy. Feng Mingnua was quite confident about inviting Luo Yuanying this time. As long as Luo Yuanying is willing to help her establish and manage the company, Feng Mingnua will also help him to take care of his health and help Luo Yuanying make a comeback faster. At this time, Feng Mingnua was sure that Luo Yuanying was at home. When he was about to knock on the door, he suddenly heard a bang from inside the house. Feng Mingnua noticed that Luo Yuanying had thrown the quilt because of his inconvenient hands and feet. He couldn't help but feel a little worried. He quickly knocked on the wooden door and asked, "Mr. Luo, are you home?" Inside the room, Luo Yuanying, who was suffering from swollen and painful joints all over his body, just wanted to get himself a drink of water, but because the muscles in his wrists, elbows, and shoulders were all swollen and painful, he couldn't hold the cup at all, so he dropped it directly to the ground and broke it. In the past few days, rheumatic gout inflammations all over his body have flared up, causing Luo Yuanying to feel pain all over. His hands and feet have become stiff, and he cannot move freely. It is also very difficult for him to do simple things, and it is difficult for him to take care of himself. Moreover, due to the inflammation all over his body, Luo Yuanying also developed a low-grade fever, which made him feel very uncomfortable. His throat felt like it was on fire, and his heart was a little panicked. He just wanted to drink some water quickly, hoping that it would provide some relief. The simultaneous onset of such rheumatic and gout symptoms caused even more serious damage to Luo Yuanying's body, making his entire body almost useless and unable to do anything. Even now, as he sat on the edge of the bed, Luo Yuanying's hip and knee joints were still swollen, inflamed, and painful, making it impossible for him to sit still. He could only move his body and limbs constantly, hoping to find a more comfortable position that would alleviate the pain and suffering caused by the inflammation. Luo Yuanying remembered that drinking water could relieve the pain caused by gout, and she wanted to drink more water and drain more water to relieve the pain and make herself feel better. Moreover, because his feet were swollen and deformed, he was in great pain and unable to walk. Luo Yuanying had to eat, drink, defecate, and urinate on the bedside. The smell in the room was very bad, and Luo Yuanying himself could not stand it, but there was nothing he could do. He was alone, with no one to take care of him and no money to hire a caregiver to help. He had to handle all things by himself. The environment was dirty and filthy, and he had no way to make any other changes as his physical condition simply did not allow it. Unfortunately, as the cup was smashed, Luo Yuanying felt even more desperate. These were prepared when he was still able to move. The total amount is limited, and as they are used, they are less. They cannot be added for the time being. As his condition was getting worse and worse, Luo Yuanying didn't know whether he could still survive or whether he could hold on. Looking at the kettle on the bedside table, although it was less than half a meter away, Luo Yuanying felt it was extremely far away and difficult to reach. He couldn't even drink some water, and he felt even more desperate. His hands and shoulders were severely inflamed and painful, which seriously affected his movements. He was unable to exert strength to do anything and couldn't even hold a cup. It would be even more difficult for him to pick up the kettle. However, he was still running a low fever and his throat was very dry. In order to feel better, Luo Yuanying gritted his teeth and tried to move his body little by little so that he could get closer to the kettle and drink some water to relieve the discomfort. It was also at this time that Luo Yuanying heard a knock on the door. He thought that he was longing for someone to come and help him, so he had some hallucinations and auditory hallucinations. He couldn't help but shook his head and smiled bitterly. However, the knocking on the door continued, and Luo Yuanying heard Feng Ningnua's questioning voice again, and then he realized that he had not heard wrongly. The voice outside was very unfamiliar, but it was someone who was looking for him by name. Luo Yuanying frowned slightly, not knowing who the other person was and what they wanted. Hearing the knocks continue, the other party insisted on looking for him. Luo Yuanying was a little surprised, but he still endured the pain all over his body and said, "Yes, who is it?" Originally, he was not going to pay attention to the other party. After all, his current physical condition and the environmental conditions in the house were not suitable for entertaining guests. Luo Yuanying did not want to meet guests for the time being. But since he knew that the other party came to see him specifically and knocked on the door so politely, and also heard the noise of him breaking the cup just now, he knew that he was at home. Perhaps the other party had something important that needed his help. This made Luo Yuanying even more confused. After thinking for a while, Luo Yuanying continued to speak to the outside. "Just push the door and come in. The door is not locked. Just push it hard and it will open. I'm sorry, my current physical condition is not very convenient, and I can't go out to open the door to meet you. Please forgive me. If you don't mind the situation in the room, and if you have something urgent to ask, then come in and talk." No matter what the other party's intention is, if they really have something to ask him, he will listen first and then think about the subsequent response measures. Luo Yuanying thought he had a clear conscience and was not afraid of any enemies coming to him. Even if his opponents really wanted to cause trouble for him, they would not be so polite to him. What's more, his current situation is already as bad as it can be. If the other party wants to come and laugh at him or see his miserable state, then he could take advantage of the other party's intention. Anyway, he has nothing to lose at the moment. In the darkness, feeling the swelling and pain all over his body, Luo Yuanying couldn't help but smile bitterly. He didn't know how he had ended up in such a miserable situation. He didn't know if it was really meaningful for him to insist on living. Letting out a slight sigh, Luo Yuanying closed his eyes, preparing himself to face the other party's disgust towards him and the current environment, knowing that his image would probably be completely ruined when the other party opened the door. It is not possible for ordinary people to stay in such a filthy, dirty, and chaotic environment. Chapter 58, Dirty and Smelly. After getting Luo Yuanying's response, Feng Ningnuo pushed open the door. The sunlight shone in from the door, dispelling the darkness and dampness in the room a little. Because I was sick during this period and unable to take care of myself, the room was very messy, dirty, and smelly. The house was already cramped and low, damp, and poorly ventilated. In addition, Luo Yuanying had been eating, drinking, defecating, and urinating by the bed these days, and had not been able to clean up the garbage and excrement in time. In the hot August now, the situation would only get worse. All kinds of foul smells soon filled the entire house and spread outward. The door was closed before, and the windows were shut tightly. When he was outside, the stench was not so strong, but when he pushed the door open, the stench hit his nose directly, and Feng Ningnua almost stepped back. Fortunately, Feng Ningnua had anticipated this situation from the beginning and stuffed some activated carbon deodorizing cotton into his nose, which made him feel a little better, but he was still greatly affected. Thinking of the important purpose for which he came this time, Feng Ningnua quickly adjusted himself and looked at the situation in the room. Seeing the mess and dirt in the room, Feng Ningnua's expression became even more solemn, but he did not retreat. Instead, he tried to remain calm, without any look of disgust, and continued to walk up the stairs. Luo Yuanying, who was sitting on the edge of the bed, moved his body slightly from time to time because of the pain all over his body, trying to find a more suitable posture that would relieve the pain and torture in his body so that he could deal with this matter with a calmer mind. When the door was pushed open and Luo Yuanying saw that the person who came in was a girl, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. Knowing that his current situation was very bad and the sanitary conditions in the house were also very poor, Luo Yuanying felt very embarrassed. He had lived in such an environment for several days. At the beginning, he smelled a lot of bad odors and felt very uncomfortable, but he had no way to make any changes. He could only drag it on, hoping to wait until his physical condition was a little better before cleaning up and clearing out the garbage. Being alone in the darkness, he gradually got used to it. After all, he had nothing to lose, so he just had to bear it by himself. But now, as soon as Feng Ningnua opened the door, Luo Yuanying's weakness and ugliness were exposed in front of Feng Ningnua, and all kinds of filth and stench were hidden. This made Luo Yuanying realize that he was completely disgraced this time. After the door was opened, Luo Yuanying felt extremely embarrassed and paid more attention to Feng Ningnua's reaction. Seeing that Feng Ningnua did not show any disgust or avoidance, but instead adapted to the dark environment and walked in and was not scared away by the dirty and smelly environment, Luo Yuanying could not help but be even more surprised. He was also a little curious about Feng Ningnua's purpose. He wondered why Feng Ningnua came here to find him, and what did he want to find him for. At least, judging from Feng Ningnua's current reaction, Luo Yuanying's impression of Feng Ningnua has improved a lot. Enduring all the pain and torture in his body, Luo Yuanying tried to stay calm. Looking at Feng Ningnua, who was walking towards him, he slowed down his tone and asked in a hoarse voice, "Classmate, you came here to see me. Is there something wrong? As you can see, my current health is not very good. I can't even take care of myself. I can only make the house dirty and smelly, and there is no way to clean it up. Are you really here to see me this time? If you're not used to the environment here, please leave as soon as possible and don't pollute your eyes." Although it was a bit unexpected, Luo Yuanying still made things clear and informed Feng Ningnua of his current physical condition to avoid wasting time talking to him. He can't even take care of himself at the moment and really can't do anything else. Moreover, in such a dirty and smelly environment, Luo Yuanying didn't want other people to stay here for a long time, lest they be sick from the smell. Standing more than 1 meter away from Luo Yuanying, Feng Ningnua first roughly checked Luo Yuanying's physical condition. Luo Yuanying's gout and rheumatism were already very serious, and this time it was an acute outbreak, causing inflammation, swelling, and pain in many joints of Luo Yuanying's body and joint stiffness. He could not perform many movements, which led to such a bad situation. And there was no one to take care of Luo Yuanying. He had to take care of everything by himself. In the end, he could only solve the problems of eating, drinking, defecating, and urinating by the bed. The sanitary conditions in the house are already very poor, but when you are in poor health, there is really no other choice. It is already good enough to be able to survive. At this time, seeing that Luo Yuanying's physical condition was already very bad and the symptoms of gout and rheumatism were already very serious, Feng Ningnua was also worried about Luo Yuanying's current health. If Luo Yuanying's physical condition continues to deteriorate, Luo Yuanying's lifespan will definitely be affected. Such poor physical condition will also greatly affect Luo Yuanying's life and career. The most important thing is that relying on taking painkillers to relieve the pain in the body is not a long-term solution. It will only further damage Luo Yuanying's liver and kidneys, causing irreversible damage. If she cannot get better treatment, Luo Yuanying will probably suffer from more and more frequent and severe pain, which will be very difficult to endure. After understanding these basic situations, Feng Mingnua raised his head and met Luo Yuanying's gaze. Feng Mingnua nodded at him and said, "Hello, Mr. Luo. My last name is Feng. I came here today to ask Mr. Luo to be the partner and person in charge of my company. I know that Mr. Luo started a business in Luopu City before, and the company was doing very well. However, because he trusted a villain, the company ran into serious problems and eventually went bankrupt. However, Mr. Luo's personal ability is unquestionable. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Luo to come to my company as a partner and person in charge, responsible for the development and management of various projects of the company. And to express my sincerity, I am willing to give Mr. Luo 2 Shufeng pain relief pills, which can help Mr. Luo quickly relieve the swelling and pain in his joints, and continue to repair Mr. Luo's body, restore your liver and kidney functions, and make your body better. Mr. Luo, please forgive me for my intrusive visit today, and please consider my proposal." Feng Mingnua went straight to the point and stated his purpose and bargaining chips, hoping to reach an agreement with Luo Yuanying as soon as possible, which would be good for both of them. Chapter 59, Are You Kidding? Feng Mingnua's direct approach surprised Luo Yuanying very much. The most important thing is that Feng Mingnua had investigated his past and knew his abilities, so he came to him to start a company together and asked him to be responsible for the management and development of the company. Luo Yuanying knew that Feng Mingnua was indeed well prepared. However, looking at Feng Mingnua like this, I guess Feng Mingnua is not yet an adult and is still a student. How can he have the ability and courage to start a company? Since they found him and specifically asked him to start a company together, Feng Mingnua must have understood his abilities and was very optimistic about them, which is why they didn't care about his current physical condition and the environment he was in and came to talk to him about these things specifically. All this made Luo Yuanying feel unbelievable and weird. Furthermore, what was the Shufeng Jintong pill that Feng Mingnua mentioned? Could it really be effective for his condition? And could it be effective quickly? Luo Yuanying still felt that what Feng Mingnua said was a joke. But even though he felt that this matter was too strange and difficult to understand, Luo Yuanying knew Feng Ningnua's purpose, and things became much easier to handle. Continuing to look at Feng Mingnua, Luo Yuanying noticed that Feng Mingnua looked calm and confident, without any guilt at all, which made Luo Yuanying even more surprised. After thinking for a while, Luo Yuanying said, "Classmate, you're still studying, but you're already preparing to start your own business? You know, when you start a business, there are a lot of things that need to be dealt with, and the company's development will also face many difficulties, which all need to be faced and dealt with. Have you considered these situations? Do you have the methods and ability to solve this series of problems? Classmate, thank you for coming to me, and thank you for your trust in me. But starting a business is not like playing house. It's not that easy. If you just want to have fun on a whim, there's really no need to make such a big joke." Not sure how determined Feng Mingnua was to start his own business, whether he was capable of starting a business, whether he had enough money and connections to support his business, or whether he was just playing a trick on him. Luo Yuanying tactfully advised Feng Mingnua not to joke with him here. It was not fun, and he did not have the time to play such games with Feng Mingnua. What's more, he was very clear about his own physical condition. How could it be so easy to get better? Even during this attack, he has not recovered, even though he has been taking excessive amounts of painkillers every day. Luo Yuanying himself has no idea how long this disease will torment him. He doesn't know when he will be able to recover the ability to walk and do things. He will not make any promises under such circumstances for fear that he will not be able to fulfill his promises, which would be bad. He had learned a lot about gout and rheumatism and had consulted a doctor. He knew that such diseases were difficult to cure. How could they be solved with just 2 pills? He also said that he could cure him and restore his liver and kidney functions, which was something many doctors could not do and did not dare promise. But Feng Mingnua told him this, and Luo Yuanying felt it was unbelievable at first, so he tactfully expressed his refusal. Can the Shufeng pain relief pills that Feng Mingnua mentioned really cure his gout and rheumatism, relieve all kinds of pain in his joints, and make him get better as soon as possible? Luo Yuanying didn't want to take advantage of such a big opportunity, as she thought the possibility was slim. Having suffered all kinds of torture from these illnesses, Luo Yuanying has tried many methods, but to no avail. He can only rely on painkillers to get by. He has begun to give up hope of recovery and only hopes to reduce the pain when the symptoms occur. Damage to liver and kidney functions is inevitable and difficult to recover. This is also a very serious medical problem that cannot be effectively solved by taking two so-called wind-clearing and analgesic pills. Although Feng Minhua did not feel guilty when he said these words, but was very confident, which did make Luo Yuanying excited for a moment, thinking that he had finally waited for the opportunity to recover from his illness. But after thinking about it calmly and combining his own experience, Luo Yuanying was still defeated by the cruel reality. He felt that his body could no longer recover, and he felt that what Feng Minhua said was a bit exaggerated and unreliable. He calmed down and did not agree to Feng Minhua immediately, even if the other party had good intentions, but painted a pie in the sky that was impossible to achieve. Luo Yuanying would not dare to take it. Feng Minhua was not surprised by Luo Yuanying's tactful refusal. What worries Feng Minhua the most now is her age and background, which will have a great impact on her entrepreneurship and make it difficult for her to solve many problems better. As a minor and a student, she could not even handle the documents and passbook on her own, let alone start a company and treat Luo Yuanying's illness. It was also with these issues in mind that Feng Minhua made a special trip to find Luo Yuanying, hoping to persuade Luo Yuanying and invite Luo Yuanying to be her partner and the person in charge of the company. In this day and age, many industries are still booming and development opportunities are fleeting. Feng Minhua only hopes to implement his entrepreneurial plan as soon as possible, make more money, seize the dividends of the times, and does not want to miss such a rare opportunity. In order not to miss these development opportunities, Feng Minhua needs to ask Luo Yuanying for help this time. In order to invite Luo Yuanying, Feng Minhua made a lot of preparations and would not be discouraged by Luo Yuanying's rejection. During the discussion with Luo Yuanying, Feng Minhua became more and more optimistic about Luo Yuanying's sense of responsibility and became determined to poach this person. Luo Yuanying is indeed capable. He has been able to develop to that level in Luopu City. So, if he starts a business in Qingyu City, Luo Yuanying already has experience in entrepreneurial development and will only do things better. As for Luo Yuanying's current physical condition, which was what worried him the most, Feng Minhua did have a way to help. As long as Luo Yuanying agreed and took the Shufeng Jintong pills, this miraculous pill would be enough to quickly relieve Luo Yuanying's pain, restore the mobility of the joints in the body, reduce swelling and fever, and allow Luo Yuanying to calm down and think about these cooperation issues more clearly. With the cooperation, Feng Minhua will continue to provide Luo Yuanying with the necessary medicinal prescriptions and related pills for his subsequent treatment and conditioning to help Luo Yuanying recover better. All of this depends on what choice Luo Yuanying will make in the end. Chapter 60 Technical Content. Because he was very familiar with his physical condition, Luo Yuanying remained very calm and did not think that what Feng Minhua said was true, especially the Shufeng Jintong pills, which can quickly relieve pain and repair body injuries. In Luo Yuanying's opinion, the effects have been exaggerated too much, which makes him even more afraid to believe it. Although he didn't know the specific identity of the person in front of him, when it came to his own physical condition, Luo Yuanying thought he should understand his body better, and it was from this point of view that he judged the problem with what Feng Minhua said. Even Luo Yuanying particularly hoped that what Feng Minhua said was true, and that those wind-clearing and analgesic pills could really have such a magical effect and help him get rid of the ravages of these illnesses as soon as possible. Unfortunately, the ideal is beautiful, but the reality is too cruel. Luo Yuanying doesn't want to fall into greater despair because of a little hope. Looking at Luo Yuanying, who was injured and tortured, wanting to believe but couldn't, Feng Minhua could understand his thoughts. He just shook his head and said seriously, "Mr. Luo, I am serious. I'm not joking with you here. I plan to start an internet technology company and a biotechnology company. These are both very new and very profitable industries with unlimited development prospects. Moreover, as long as the technology is stable and effective and the supporting production is done well, such high-tech companies will definitely be able to develop well and receive policy support from relevant departments. This is one of the important reasons why I am optimistic about these two industries. Let's put the matter of the pills aside for now. After all, it's really hard for people to believe such miraculous medicinal effects just by telling them. Feng Mingnua plans to start with the company and technology to gain Luo Yuanying's trust, and then talk about the pills and treatment and repair-related matters. As for the companies he wanted to start, Feng Mingnua was very confident. He had done a lot of preparatory work and was sure that he could convince Luo Yuanying. For talents like Luo Yuanying, it is indeed easier to attract the other party's attention and gain their trust by approaching from the technical aspect. Industries such as network technology and biotechnology are emerging in many aspects in China. They have many gaps and a very promising market. Network technology is still subject to many infrastructure restrictions, and its development will be more difficult. However, many biotechnologies will begin to develop rapidly in a few years. Feng Mingnua wants to enter this industry a few years in advance, and with mature technology, he does not have to worry about some problems not being solved and can develop faster and better. Luo Yuanying has been exposed to these two industries. He can understand the technical content and development trends here. Feng Mingnua wants to use these two to try to convince Luo Yuanying. Sure enough, after Feng Mingnua talked about these plans, Luo Yuanying was even more surprised, and his eyes looking at Feng Mingnua also changed. Noticing this, Feng Mingnua was not in a hurry and continued. At present, in China, these industries are still relatively backward and much worse than the technological development level abroad. This is an indisputable fact, but I don't lack core technology. I can do it myself. These related technologies are even more advanced and complete than those of some large foreign companies. They have all been verified through experiments and trial production and are absolutely feasible. This technical foundation is also where my confidence lies. Having said this, Feng Mingnua raised his head, looked at Luo Yuanying, and said seriously, "Mr. Luo, I am not here to visit you this time to joke with you. I have the technology and the funds, but I am not old enough and it will be very inconvenient for me to do things. So I need a qualified partner to help me take charge of the company's daily production management. I know Mr. Luo's experience and ability, so I came to visit sincerely, and I am not joking with Mr. Luo. I also ask Mr. Luo to take this conversation seriously and not miss such a cooperation opportunity just because of my young age." Taking out a document from his bag, Feng Mingnua handed it to Luo Yuanying and continued, "Mr. Luo, words are not enough. Please take a look at the information I prepared first. If you think it's okay, then we can continue to discuss in detail. If you still feel that these materials are not up to Mr. Luo's standards, that's not a big deal. I can go find other partners. There will always be people willing to cooperate. But please take a look at it first, Mr. Luo. We won't have to regret whatever decision Mr. Luo makes later." Although Feng Mingnua is very optimistic about Luo Yuanying, if Luo Yuanying is prejudiced against her, thinks that she is too young to accomplish anything, and is unwilling to cooperate with her, then Feng Mingnua has other candidates, and it does not necessarily have to be Luo Yuanying. Luo Yuanying's abilities are very good, but if Feng Mingnua cannot have enough trust in her, he is not willing to spend too much time and energy on Luo Yuanying. She needs someone to be a partner and help Luo Yuanying recover her health. But in order to cooperate, both parties need to trust each other. If this cannot be done, Feng Mingnua would rather wait a little longer and not rush. But before giving up, Feng Mingnua will try his best, continue to fight for it, and not leave any regrets for himself. After all, from all the aspects she thought of, Luo Yuanying is a very suitable partner, and she very much hopes to reach a cooperation with Luo Yuanying. However, noticing the swelling of the joints on Luo Yuanying's hands, the gout attack was already very serious. Feng Mingnua couldn't help but frown and said, "Mr. Luo, in your current condition, can you still hold this document? Do you need me to read it to you directly? The Shufeng Jintong pills I mentioned do have a very good effect. If Mr. Luo is willing, he can take the pills first to relieve the pain in his body, which will also make Mr. Luo feel better. Of course, this is just my suggestion. It's up to Lu Xinyan to decide what to choose." Seeing that Feng Mingnua really took out a document and was indeed well prepared, Luo Yuanying couldn't help but look at Feng Mingnua a few more times, thinking that he might have made a mistake this time and underestimated the ability of the man in front of him. Realizing this, Luo Yuanying still shook his head and said, "Thank you, Mr. Feng. I can still hold on. Let me take a look at this document first, so as not to make Mr. Feng wait too long. We'll discuss the specific situation in detail after I read this document. Student Feng, give me the file. I'll take a look first." Chapter 61 Information. Luo Yuanying first took the information handed over by Feng Ningnua and began to look through it in the light coming in from the door. Even though his arms and wrists were still very painful, making him upset, Luo Yuanying still tried hard to endure it. He planned to first take a look at the document given by Feng Ningnua to understand Feng Ningnua's specific abilities before deciding on the possibility of subsequent cooperation. He had gotten used to this little bit of pain in his body and could still bear it, so there was no need to ask Feng Ningnua directly for pills. After all, the value of the Shufeng Jintong pills that Feng Ningnua described as so miraculous was still unknown. He couldn't afford it at the moment and didn't want to be at a disadvantage in this negotiation because of the pills. Even though his physical condition is already very bad, Luo Yuanying still has his own persistence and his own rhythm, and will not make rash changes just because of the opportunities given by others. He is not the kind of person who goes back on his words. Before making a decision, he needs to understand the situation clearly and try his best to make a decision that he will not regret. Having had such a painful experience and lesson, Luo Yuanying is now more cautious. Feng Ningnua could understand all of this and was not in a hurry. He let Luo Yuanying check the information first. Of course, Feng Ningnua already knew about Luo Yuanying's past. Since he showed the documents to Luo Yuanying, he must be sure. The content of the document provided by Feng Ningnua really attracted Luo Yuanying's attention. He sat up straight in an instant, ignoring the pain in his body, and quickly concentrated on checking the information, hoping to determine its authenticity. Luo Yuanying paid the most attention to some of the technical solutions in particular, knowing how much value they would represent if such technology were real and feasible. Luo Yuanying had worked in this kind of industry before, so he had some understanding of these things and knew the important value of them. He especially hoped that these technical documents were authentic. If it is feasible, then he would definitely be willing to follow Feng Ningnua and do a good job in this field. Moreover, Feng Ningnua was able to prepare so thoroughly. Luo Yuanying knew that Feng Ningnua was indeed well prepared. Such technical documents were specially prepared for him, and he himself was indeed beginning to be tempted. After carefully reviewing these documents, Luo Yuanying became more and more surprised. He didn't expect that this young girl in front of him, who looked so young, was so capable and could come up with such an amazing plan. The documents already involved simple production process, raw material selection, formula design, market development plan, etc. Even though this was just a simplified version of the information, Luo Yuanying could already see many differences in it, and he had a higher opinion of Feng Ningnua. Regardless of whether this plan was made by Feng Ningnua himself or designed by someone else, the fact that Feng Ningnua could produce such a document is itself a reflection of his strength. If Feng Ningnua had the funds needed to start a company, everything would be easier. Looking at this document, Luo Yuanying became more and more excited, and his heart began to waver. However, because the problems in the joints of his hands were still very serious, Luo Yuanying only persisted for a while before his hands began to be unable to bear it. In order to avoid making a bigger mistake, Luo Yuanying could only hand the document back and give it to Feng Ningnua. This action is much easier for him, who now has difficulty moving, than putting the information on the table. Noticing that Luo Yuanying's condition was already very serious, Feng Ningnua took the document first and then said, "Mr. Luo, your physical condition is already very bad. If you only take painkillers and do not receive other treatments, your physical injuries will only get worse, and the consequences will be disastrous. Do you need to try the pills I brought here to see how effective they are? What I brought here is the Shufeng pain relief pills I just mentioned. After taking one pill, I guarantee that your pain will be relieved within 3 minutes, and the swelling in your joints will start to subside. In 10 minutes, you will be able to regain your ability to move. The effect is very significant." Luo Yuanying's gout and rheumatism have become very serious. Feng Ningnua really wants to help so that Luo Yuanying can recover her health and have a different career in life in the future and will not end up with such a bad ending. Such wind-relieving and analgesic pills are of very high value, so Feng Ningnua certainly would not give them away for free. Luo Yuanying would need to pay a certain price to obtain them. Feng Ningnua's condition was to cooperate with her, help her manage the company, and develop the company. As long as Luo Yuanying agrees, Feng Ningnua will be responsible for curing Luo Yuanying's illnesses in the future so that Luo Yuanying will no longer suffer from these illnesses. After a pause, Feng Minghua continued, "The most important thing is that such a miraculous pill will not have any toxic side effects, such as damaging the liver and kidneys, so you can take it with confidence. Mr. Luo should have seen a doctor and knows that your gout and rheumatism are difficult to cure, but I have a way to cure them. You can take Shufeng Jintong pills to relieve the pain of the attack. The effect is guaranteed. Of course, whether to believe it or not, whether to use it or not, is up to Mr. Luo to decide. I won't force you to do that." Having said that, Feng Minghua had already taken out a small medicine bottle from his backpack and placed it on the table beside the bed. He looked at Luo Yuanying again, waiting for Luo Yuanying to make his own decision. After hearing what Feng Minghua said, Luo Yuanying's first reaction was that the other party was exaggerating and fooling him. After all, gout and rheumatism are very troublesome diseases if you go to the hospital for treatment. It is very difficult to recover. Even relieving the pain takes a lot of time. Alleviating the symptoms also requires long-term persistence and cannot be achieved overnight. But according to what Feng Minghua just said, can taking the kind of wind-clearing and analgesic pills really achieve such a miraculous therapeutic effect within a few minutes? This situation was too outrageous, and Luo Yuanying couldn't believe it. However, Luo Yuanying was also very clear that given his current condition, there was really no need to poison him or trick him into taking random medicines. Feng Minghua told him all this and made such a promise. Was he really just trying to fool him? Allowing him to view such important documents and information is a way of showing his sincerity and cooperation. Would Feng Minghua play around with his health? Luo Yuanying felt all this was impossible and had to reconsider the issue. Chapter 62: Miraculous Effects of Medicine. After hesitating for a while, Luo Yuanying pursed his dry lips and looked at the medicine bottle, his heart wavering. His physical condition is really bad now, but he cannot get more effective treatment. The situation is still getting worse. I don't know when it will end and when his body and mobility can be restored. Simply relying on painkillers to numb the pain and relieve the pain in your body is actually like drinking poison to quench thirst. Although general painkillers can relieve pain, they can also cause various serious consequences, including damage to liver and kidney function, as well as some other additional toxic side effects. Many of these injuries are irreversible, and temporary pain relief will cause your body to suffer more serious consequences and bring more serious damage. Unfortunately, he has not found a cure for his gout and rheumatism. He can only rely on his daily conditioning to balance the body's uric acid circulation and avoid inflammation. But sometimes it is difficult to control it. Accidental factors will cause problems with the internal circulation and trigger gout attacks, making his life worse than death. And this time, Feng Minghua actually said that he could use the wind-clearing and analgesic pills to relieve the pain he was suffering from. In just a few minutes, he would be able to regain his mobility and physical condition. Even if he continues to accept Feng Minghua's treatment arrangements, there is a possibility that his body will fully recover to normal. Such statements sound very fake, but Luo Yuanying hopes they are all true. With these documents and information as a basis, Luo Yuanying had some new insights into Feng Minghua's abilities. Now that he calmed down and thought about it, he no longer thought that what Feng Minghua said was exaggeration and nonsense. His current physical condition seems to be unable to get any worse. Maybe he can get better if he gives it a try. Considering these possibilities, Luo Yuanying became even more shaken and wanted to give it a try even more. After all, he still felt that there was no need for Feng Minghua to come to such a dirty, messy, and smelly place just to play tricks on him. If it really works, he won't have to suffer from these illnesses anymore, and he will be able to be relieved and relax. Having made the decision in his heart, Luo Yuanying raised his head and looked at Feng Minghua again. Facing Feng Minghua's serious and unashamed eyes, Luo Yuanying felt more confident and nodded, saying, "Okay, Feng, I promise you. As long as you can cure my illnesses and relieve me from the pain and restore my mobility as soon as possible, I will be willing to work for you, help you manage the company, and generate more income for you. Anyway, my body is already in this condition. It can't be any worse than this. I'm willing to believe in the chance you give me." In the midst of pain and despair, Feng Minghua extended an olive branch and offered a life-saving straw to relieve the pain and restore health. Luo Yuanying was still willing to give it a try, hoping that all this was true. Having said that, Luo Yuanying turned around to look at the small medicine bottle on the table and was about to reach out to take it. A little hope of recovery did arise in his heart. Even though the pain in his body and hands was still very serious, Luo Yuanying still tried hard to move his hand closer, hoping to take the pill given by Feng Ningnua. Since Feng Ningnua knew that his illness was very serious, Luo Yuanying no longer needed to hide anything. The situation was what it was, and he was unable to move if he was unable to. Seeing Luo Yuanying's difficult movements, Feng Ningnua shook his head gently, walked forward, picked up the small medicine bottle, poured out a pill from it, and handed it to Luo Yuanying's right hand, which was in a slightly better condition. Afterwards, Feng Ningnua poured some water for Luo Yuanying and handed it to him. Given Luo Yuanying's current poor physical condition, he couldn't even do such a simple thing. Feng Ningnua stepped in to help him, to avoid breaking the medicine bottle or the kettle, which would have been troublesome. Seeing Feng Ningnua's considerate behavior, Luo Yuanying felt even more embarrassed. He thought that he was really useless and that the illness had tortured him to such an extent. But his current physical condition is indeed very bad. It is difficult for him to do even such a simple action by himself. He can only take this Shufeng pain relief pill with the help of Feng Ningnua. As soon as the pill entered his mouth, a sweet taste began to spread in his mouth. Wherever the cool breath passed, Luo Yuanying felt that the heat in his body was rapidly subsiding, and his body felt much better. Especially this cool feeling rose to the head, making Luo Yuanying's originally drowsy and aching head become much clearer. The effect was very significant. Even Luo Yuanying himself was shocked. He also thought that since Feng Ningnua was so persistent, this Shufeng Jintong pill should have some effect, but he really didn't expect that the effect of the Shufeng Jintong pill would be so magical that it started to work immediately. After his mind became clear again, Luo Yuanying could feel the effect of the wind-clearing and analgesic pill more intuitively, and felt that his body was getting better rapidly, which made Luo Yuanying even more unbelievable. When a miraculous medicinal effect spread to every part of his body, the swelling, stinging, and heat also quickly subsided. Luo Yuanying relaxed after a long time and felt like he was alive again. From the time he took the Shufeng Jintong pills to the time he clearly felt his health improve, the whole process took less than 2 minutes. Luo Yuanying was very clear that such miraculous medicinal effects could not be achieved by ordinary treatment methods. This time, he really met a noble person and a miracle doctor, which enabled him to achieve such a good therapeutic effect, allowing him to get rid of the torture of all kinds of illnesses and begin to return to normal. The more he experienced all this, the more fortunate Luo Yuanying felt, and the more he admired Feng Ningnua. Feng Ningnua had the capital to be proud of owning the Shufeng Jintong pills with such miraculous effects. However, when faced with his doubts, Feng Ningnua chose to give him a chance, allowing him to experience the miraculous effects of the Shufeng Jintong pills for himself. The pain and fever in his body recovered, and he was no longer tormented by these illnesses. If it were someone else, perhaps, when he raised his question without knowing the consequences, they would have simply walked away. Why would they continue to explain the situation to him and give him a chance to try? Feng Ningnua is truly remarkable. The Lord is very magnanimous and really thinks highly of him, which is why he tolerated his impoliteness and offense just now. He should be grateful and repay the favor. Chapter 63 Change. In a short period of time, Luo Yuanying's illness had improved a lot. The low fever subsided, the swelling began to disappear, and he became more awake. Luo Yuanying himself was shocked by the speed and effect of the improvement. If Luo Yuanying had not experienced it himself, he would not have believed it. However, the speed at which his physical condition improved and the effectiveness of the results were beyond his comprehension. It was just as Feng Ningnua had said at the beginning. This forced Luo Yuanying to rethink Feng Ningnua. He felt that he had underestimated Feng Ningnua's abilities and was limited by his own knowledge. He almost missed such a good opportunity for treatment and recovery. The relief of the symptoms and the improvement of the body were real, and Luo Yuanying had no choice but to believe it. Moreover, the swelling in the joints subsided, just like a balloon deflating, and it deflated visibly, allowing him to see the joints as they should have been originally. Luo Yuanying often fantasized about such a magical effect, but he thought it was completely impossible to achieve. Unexpectedly, he actually witnessed and experienced it personally this time. Everything was unbelievable, but it was because of the Shufeng Jintong pills given by Feng Ningnua that his symptoms improved and his body recovered a lot. This made Luo Yuaning even more grateful to Feng Ningnoa. When he felt that recovery from these illnesses was impossible and began to feel disappointed, Feng Ningnua's help restored his hope and vitality. No matter where these wind-clearing and analgesic pills came from, and whether they were prepared by Feng Ningnuo himself, Feng Ningnuo was willing to use such a miraculous pill to treat him, allowing him to relieve his pain, regain consciousness, and improve his health. Such courage is extremely rare. After all, with such miraculous therapeutic effects, if Feng Ningnuo took these two Shufeng Jintong pills to the auction house for auction, he would definitely get more returns. But Feng Ningnuo insisted on giving him the medicine, not caring about his initial distrust, and still hoping that he could get better, which made Luo Yuanying even more moved. Feng Ningnuo invested so much in him after just meeting him for the first time. Did he really think highly of his ability and think that such an investment would double the return? Was he also sure that he would choose to trust him and cooperate with him? If it were him, he could use these wind-clearing and analgesic pills to build other relationships and achieve greater results, instead of wasting so much time on someone like himself, who seemed completely hopeless and did not trust the efficacy of the medicine. Using this magical wind-clearing and analgesic pill on him is indeed what he urgently needs at the moment, but it may not be the best way to use it. Taking these aspects into consideration, Luo Yuanying couldn't help but be moved by Feng Ningnuo's respect and trust in him, and his thoughts began to change. He moved his fingers, wrists, and shoulders and confirmed that his hand were really much better. The movements had become much more normal, and he was no longer in pain and unable to move. He seemed to be able to do his own things and was no longer like a useless person because of the swelling and pain in his hands. Luo Yuanying was more and more surprised and tried to move his feet. His knees and ankles were swollen like dough, round and smooth. The inflammation was so severe that the joints had basically lost their function. He couldn't even bend or straighten his legs and could only keep them at about 30 degrees. He couldn't sit or lie down, and he was exhausted both physically and mentally. Once the feet are not placed in the right position, there will be dense, stabbing pains in the knees, hips, and other places which go deep into the bone marrow. It is very unbearable. I can't sleep, my head is dizzy, and I am tortured by a low fever and can't be fully awake. Even his toes were swollen with gout stones, making it impossible for him to touch the ground or exert force. Standing and walking were out of the question. He simply couldn't do it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so useless that he could only do ordinary things like eating, drinking, defecating, and urinating in bed or beside the bed, making himself and the house a mess, dirty and filthy. But now, the swelling in those areas that were originally red, swollen, and painful has begun to subside, and the speed of swelling is visible to the naked eye. The pain is also becoming less and less severe. The effect is much better than taking double the dosage of painkillers. Such a miraculous recovery effect even stunned Luo Yuanying himself. He looked at it again, and the situation he saw was different each time. The swelling went down really fast. Luo Yuanying was even more shocked by the efficacy of Feng Ningnuo's wind-clearing and analgesic pills. He was sure that his symptoms were beginning to subside very quickly, and he was feeling much better. The effect of that pill was extremely miraculous and far exceeded his expectations. When Luo Yuanying raised his head again and looked at Feng Ningnuo, his eyes changed again. The improvement of his physical condition and the disappearance of pain gave Luo Yuanying more confidence and further strengthened his thoughts. Trying to stand up, this time, Luo Yuanying stood up smoothly. The joints in his legs and feet were no longer stiff and painful and no longer hindered his standing. The recovery effect was particularly significant. Luo Yuanying stood up and looked at his legs, which were quickly reducing swelling and slowly returning to their normal shape. His eyes turned red with excitement. Luo Yuanying bowed to Feng Ningnuo and said gratefully, "Thank you, Boss Feng, for giving me this magic medicine. My health has improved a lot, and I can stand up. Thank you so much, Boss Feng. If it weren't for Boss Feng's help, I don't know how long I would have to suffer from this illness. I never thought that I would have the opportunity to recover so quickly. Thank you so much, Boss Feng. Just now, I was shallow in knowledge. If I have offended Boss Feng, please forgive me." After saying these words, Luo Yuanying bowed to Feng Ningnuo again to express his gratitude. The way Feng Ningnuo is addressed has changed from classmate Feng to Boss Feng. This is the final decision Luo Yuanying made after he truly recognized his current situation and Feng Ningnua's abilities and kindness. Since Feng Ningnua has helped him so much and paid such a huge price, this is done to make him cooperate with Feng Ningnua, work for Feng Ningnua, and help run and manage the company in the future. Luo Yuanying is also willing to be used by Feng Ningnua and help Feng Ningnua with these things. Of course, after seeing Feng Ningnua's abilities, Luo Yuanying also knew that this was an opportunity given to him by Feng Ningnua. If he didn't seize the opportunity, Feng Ningnua could just go find other capable people to cooperate with. It didn't have to be him. Therefore, Luo Yuanying was sincere in his gratitude to Feng Ningnua. Chapter 64 Awkward. After experiencing such a magical thing, Luo Yuanying has surrendered. He is very grateful for Feng Ningnua's help and is willing to cooperate with Feng Ningnua, being able to help him recover from the pain of his illness, quickly return to normal, regain his mobility, be able to take care of himself, and get out of the miserable state he was in just now, all made Luo Yuanying realize Feng Ningnua's abilities and felt that working with Feng Ningnua was no joke. Since Feng Ningnua has such ability and has given him the opportunity to cooperate, Luo Yuanying naturally wants to seize it, knowing that he will not make the wrong choice this time. Luo Yuanying was very impressed not only by the miraculous effects of the Shu Feng Jintong pills, but also by the documents and information provided by Feng Ningnua. He hoped to cooperate with Feng Ningnua and seize this important opportunity for rapid rise. Noticing the change in the way Luo Yuanying addressed her, knowing that Luo Yuanying agreed to cooperate with her, Feng Ningnua nodded and said, "Uncle Luo, you don't have to be so polite. This Shu Feng Jintong pill can quickly relieve the pain of your illness. Take another pill in the evening, and your illness will be completely cured and back to normal. As for getting fully well, you still need to continue with treatment and conditioning and pay attention to your daily routine. In that case, Luo Shu, your body still has a chance to fully recover. I'm not lying to you." Just like what Luo Yuanying did, Feng Ningnua also changed the way he addressed Luo Yuanying and agreed to their cooperation. Luo Yuanying is indeed a capable person and has extensive experience in managing companies. He has also learned lessons from his failures and will certainly be more cautious in doing things in the future. He is a very good partner. The person Feng Ningnua wanted to recruit as a partner at the beginning was Luo Yuanying. He was impressed by Luo Yuanying's conditions and trusted Luo Yuanying's abilities and experience. Luo Yuanying had already agreed to these ways of cooperation, so Feng Ningnua naturally followed his wishes. In addition to cooperating with Luo Yuanying, Feng Ningnua also attaches great importance to Luo Yuanying's physical treatment and recovery. He hopes that Luo Yuanying can fully recover and be busy with the company's development in the future without being held back by physical reasons. Pointing to the medicine bottle on the table, Feng Ningnua continued, "Uncle Luo, there's another wind-clearing and pain-relieving pill in this bottle. Remember to take it at night. You should clean yourself up first today. It's best to move to a clean and ventilated house and a better living environment so that your body can recover better and avoid being harmed by dampness and coldness in the future. Your body will be able to recover faster and better. As for the company's affairs, you don't have to be so anxious for the time being. Once you have sorted it out, you can understand the contents of the information and consider the implementation and development of these projects. We can discuss the specific details of our cooperation and other matters related to the establishment of the company tomorrow. What Uncle Luo needs now is to recover his health first." Although Feng Ningnua had helped Luo Yuanying relieve the pain from his illness by giving him Shu Feng Jintong pills, which made Luo Yuanying's body recover quickly, Luo Yuanying had been tortured by these illnesses for several days and could not take care of himself, which caused him to have many problems, and he needed some time to sort things out. Feng Ningnua was not in a hurry to reach a cooperation agreement with him, but gave Luo Yuanying some time. It was still not too late to talk about it tomorrow. Give Luo Yuanying more time to pack up and think. Feng Ningnua believes that when they meet again tomorrow, Luo Yuanying will be much better. After a pause, Feng Ningnua continued, "Uncle Luo, after taking the Shu Feng Jintong pills, your symptoms will improve quickly and detoxification will occur. Just pay more attention to yourself. But please rest assured, Uncle Luo, the Shu Feng Jintong pills have no toxic side effects. Detoxification is an inevitable phenomenon for the body to return to normal. It can make Uncle Luo's illness heal faster and more thoroughly. There is no danger or harm. When the time comes, Uncle Luo does not need to worry too much. Tomorrow, I will bring some pills for Uncle Luo to heal his body so that he can recover as soon as possible. Since they are ready to cooperate, Feng Ninghua has also considered more aspects and will help Luo Yuanying. Only when Luo Yuanying's health completely recovers will he be able to handle the subsequent cooperation matters and the company's development and growth better without being tortured by various illnesses. Feng Ninghua has her own Shufeng pain relief pills that can help Luo Yuanying recover faster. Luo Yuanying has already tried them and witnessed the miraculous effects of these Shufeng pain relief pills, so she will cooperate with her. Knowing that Luo Yuanying still had some grudges to resolve, but first needed to adjust her physical condition and also needed an opportunity to achieve the goal of the rapid development plan, Feng Ninghua was willing to give Luo Yuanying such an opportunity and believed that Luo Yuanying was a grateful person and would not let her work in vain. Feng Ninghua's words made Luo Yuanying feel a lot more at ease. After witnessing the miraculous effects of the Shufeng Zhentong pills, Luo Yuanying trusted Feng Ninghua's words even more and no longer thought that Feng Ninghua was just talking big and had no basis for his words. His physical condition was already very serious, but he had such a good opportunity. Luo Yuanying naturally hoped to get better as soon as possible, so as not to continue to suffer from the illness. Having received such great benefits and kindness from Feng Ninghua, he will manage the company well in the future, repay Feng Ninghua, make more money for Feng Ninghua, manage the company well, and will not do anything ungrateful. However, before Luo Yuanying could continue to say anything, he suddenly felt a pain in his stomach, and his expression changed again and again. But Feng Ninghua was still here. Luo Yuanying's face had turned pale, but there was nothing he could do. He could only hold it back and not lose his composure even more. Noticing this, Feng Ninghua knew that the Shufeng Zhentong pills had taken effect, and Luo Yuanying needed to solve the problem of detoxification, and continued, "Uncle Luo, you go ahead and do your work. I'll go back first. Get yourself ready today, and we'll talk about cooperation in detail tomorrow. I hope that when I see Uncle Luo tomorrow, his illness will have been completely cured." After saying these words, Feng Ninghua nodded towards Luo Yuanying, then turned around and left, leaving all the space in the house to Luo Yuanying. He did not stay here any longer, so as not to make Luo Yuanying feel even worse. Chapter 65, Scammer. Knowing how the wind-clearing and analgesic pills work, Feng Ninghua did not continue to disturb Luo Yuanying, but left directly, very quickly, and even considerately helped close the door so as not to delay Luo Yuanying from solving the problem. Seeing Feng Ninghua just leave without staying here, Luo Yuanying felt even more embarrassed. However, feeling his stomach becoming more and more uncomfortable, Luo Yuanying could not care about anything else and had to solve the problem at hand first. As for the cooperation with Feng Ninghua has already said that they could discuss it in detail tomorrow. Luo Yuanying is not in a hurry anymore. He decided to solve his own problems first, take care of his body, and tidy up his image before continuing to check the information left by Feng Ninghua. But Feng Ninghua's behavior still made Luo Yuanying feel that Feng Ninghua had considered everything about meeting him today and had prepared ways to deal with it, which made him fall directly into Feng Ninghua's rhythm and be led by the nose unknowingly. Thinking of this, Luo Yuanying couldn't help but smile helplessly. The situation had occurred because the pain made him dizzy, which was one reason. Luo Yuanying would not deny Feng Ninghua's ability. Every step made him make choices unconsciously, but they were all according to Feng Ninghua's wishes. Fortunately, Feng Ninghua really values him and hopes to reach a cooperation with him, so he gave him such an opportunity and would not harm him. With his brows tightly furrowed, Luo Yuanying thought that the most important thing now was to solve his own problems and get better faster. He will have a detailed talk with Feng Ninghua tomorrow about the cooperation between them. As long as his body returns to normal and is no longer tormented by these illnesses, he will be able to regain his composure and handle problems more rigorously. In this regard, Luo Yuanying is even more looking forward to meeting Feng Ninghua tomorrow. And Feng Ninghua had already left Luo Yuanying's home at this time. Feng Ninghua was in a very good mood this time because he was able to successfully recruit Luo Yuanying and make Luo Yuanying agree to cooperate and work for him. Luo Yuanying is a very good talent and a man who values his promises. Having already agreed to something, he will not go back on his word easily. The cooperation with Luo Yuanying has been achieved. The specific terms of their cooperation will have to wait until tomorrow to discuss in detail. Today, her plan went so smoothly. One of the reasons was that she took advantage of the onset of Luo Yuanying's illness. The situation was complicated and difficult. Luo Yuanying desperately wanted her body to get better, but she was forced by the reality. She knew that it would be extremely difficult to completely improve her gout symptoms, and she was afraid that there was no hope. That was why she was anxious and frustrated and did not consider the problem rigorously. After she threw out several baits in succession, Luo Yuanying finally agreed to cooperate. He was grateful to her for giving him the Shufeng Jintong pills and was moved by this. Naturally, it would be easier for him to waver in his determination and turn to meeting her requirements, cooperating with her, and being used by her. Everything went very smoothly. Feng Ningnuo now had a more solid foundation and was ready to have a good talk with Luo Yuanying tomorrow. However, since the company has not been formally registered and established, Feng Ningnuo is not in a hurry to attract other talents. Instead, he plans to buy some things and go home. The three of them, mother and daughter, had just moved to Shangzhou village and were not yet familiar with the environment. Feng Ningnuo was a little worried, so she decided to rush back as soon as possible to avoid any unexpected situations. But when Feng Ningnuo was riding his bike back, he passed by a restaurant and unexpectedly saw Feng Dasheng. Next to Feng Dasheng was a very familiar person. Seeing these two people, Feng Ningnuo immediately hid in the alley at the side, not wanting to meet Feng Dasheng face to face. Although they had severed their relationship, Feng Ningnuo was well aware of how scoundrel and difficult to deal with Feng Dasheng was, and she didn't want to be entangled with him anymore. She had to stay away from him as soon as possible to protect herself and not be hurt by that scumbag. Moreover, Feng Ningnuo has already figured out the identity of the person next to Feng Dasheng. He is actually a swindler, Wang Dali. Wang Dali's fraudulent methods are very meticulous and difficult to detect. He always claims to be a staff member of the relevant department and often goes in and out of relevant departments. He has gained the trust of many people. He has been cheating in Qingyu City. The number of crimes he has committed is very large, the amount of fraud is huge, and the impact is extremely bad. In order to lower the victim's defensiveness, Wang Dali pretended to be someone else and deceived others, gaining their trust so that he could find opportunities to commit crimes. As for entering and leaving relevant departments, Wang Dali did have someone he knew and they had a good relationship. He went in and out under that person's name to increase the credibility of his identity and make the victims lower their guard. Using such means, Wang Dali successfully defrauded a lot of money. Now, Feng Dasheng is entangled with Wang Dali? Thinking of Feng Dasheng's income of unknown origin, Feng Ningnuo had some bad guesses. If Feng Dasheng and Wang Dali are in cahoots, then Feng Dasheng's income was also obtained through fraud? So, what kind of fraud is Feng Dasheng planning to carry out when he is with Wang Dali now? If Wang Dali is arrested, will Feng Dasheng also be implicated? How much did Feng Dasheng participate in this series of events? Will bring more harm to the three of them? After realizing these problems, Feng Ningnuo frowned, took out a hat and put it on, disguised himself, and then stared at Feng Dasheng and Wang Dali inconspicuously, eavesdropping on their conversation, hoping to gain some useful information and know Feng Dasheng and Wang Dali's conspiracy in advance. Hearing this, Feng Ningnuo was even more speechless. The people that Feng Dasheng and Wang Dali were plotting against were actually Chao Baihe and Feng Dague. Well, it seems that the conspiracy of Chao Baihe and Feng Dague has been exposed. Feng Dasheng is unwilling to continue to be a scapegoat and is preparing to defraud Chao Baihe and Feng Dague of their money for revenge. Feng Ningnuo was indeed a little surprised that such a dog-eat-dog drama happened so quickly, but he was happy to see it happen. After all, considering Feng Dasheng's madness in wanting his son to carry on the family line, he would probably trust Chao Baihe completely, and they wouldn't break up so quickly. Even if she had left a little hint at the time, Feng Dasheng would have found it hard to believe it. Now that Feng Dasheng has discovered the truth about being cuckolded and being a pimp, he's going to take care of Chao Baihe and Feng Dague. She needs to keep watching this good show for a while longer, and she can also find an opportunity to deal with Feng Dasheng and his people. Chapter 66, Different Thoughts. 2 days later, Feng Dasheng returned to Luolin village from his friend's home in town. Knowing that if he didn't go back for such a long time, Chao Baihe would definitely be nervous and worried, Feng Dashing wanted to do this the more he could control Chow Bai's mentality and make Chow Baiha lose her composure. Even though he brought a lot of profits back to Chow Baiha last time and took Chow Baiha to meet Wang Dali, Chow Baiha was still very cautious. She wanted to earn such high returns, but also wanted security, so she only gave most of her savings and did not give all of it to Feng Dashing. Although Feng Dashing gave his profits to Chow Baiha, allowing Chow Baiha to see more about the profitability of the project and allowing Feng Dague to make a lot of money from it, and Feng Dague continued to persuade Chow Baiha to invest, Chow Baiha still did not cross the red line and was still very cautious. This situation made Feng Dashing a little annoyed, so he deliberately left Chow Baiha alone for 2 days. Today, Feng Dashing returned to Luolin village. Naturally, he would continue to implement his plans and would not easily let Chow Baiha and Feng Dague go. When Chow Baiha saw Feng Dashing coming back, she was already looking forward to it. This time, Chow Baiha handed over most of her fortune to Feng Dashing. Her eyelids kept twitching, making her confused about the situation and increasingly irritated. However, since she had already received the first profit from Feng Dasheng, the amount was not small, much better than she had expected at the beginning, and Feng Dague continued to insist on investing more and was always looking for ways to increase his investment. Chow Baiha did not back down. She gritted her teeth and handed the money to Feng Dasheng without rushing to get it back. Of course, the money has been invested in the project, and she and Feng Dasheng went to see Chief Wang and the project site. Everything was going well, but the money could not be withdrawn for the time being. Chow Baiha could only continue to endure and wait for Feng Dasheng to come back. During these 2 days, Chow Baiha hardly saw Feng Dasheng and could not learn about the investment crimes from Feng Dasheng, which made her even more anxious and worried. Fortunately, Feng Dasheng finally came back, and Chow Baiha finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Chow Baiha had just prepared a simple lunch and said happily, "Sheng, you're back. Have you eaten yet? I just made some fried rice for lunch. Would you like to join me for some? If you want to eat something else, I'll make it for you." Chow Baiha's cooking skills were pretty good. Although Feng Dasheng despised and hated Chow Baiha, in order to stabilize Chow Baiha and Feng Dague and to reduce some trouble, Feng Dasheng nodded, put his suit jacket on the sofa, and replied, Hey, I just came from Section Chief Wang's place. I only ate a little, but I'm not full. Please give me a bowl of fried rice, but not too much. I'm on a tight schedule this time. I have to do some other things after dinner, so a simple meal will be fine. Once the investment matter is settled, we will go out for a big dinner together and reward ourselves. Walking to the dining table and sitting down, Feng Dasheng rubbed his temples, looking very tired from running around. He really was not in the mood to get any closer to Chow Baiha. Whenever he saw Chow Baiha, Feng Dasheng would think of the conspiracy and obscene behavior between Feng Dague and Chow Baiha that night. He felt disgusted even to the point of touching Chow Baiha. If it could be avoided, he didn't want to have any close behavior with Chow Baiha. He just wanted to get the money as soon as possible and make Chow Baiha and Feng Dague pay the price they deserved. At that time, he would break up with Chow Baiha immediately and no longer have anything to do with this fickle and money-loving woman. Seeing Feng Dasheng looking exhausted, Chow Baiha was also a little surprised. However, when Chow Baiha thought about what Section Chief Wang said when they met that day, she understood something and did not have any doubts because of Feng Dasheng's cold attitude toward her. If you want to make money, especially a lot of money, you really need to pay a lot. Feng Dasheng really worked hard for her and the baby in her belly. At this moment, Chow Baiha couldn't help feeling a little guilty. She deceived Feng Dasheng like that. What should she do if the truth comes out and Feng Dasheng can't stand it and retaliates against her? This time, she and Feng Dague were at fault first, and there were other plots against Feng Dasheng later. Could she really remain indifferent? However, when thinking of Feng Dague, Chow Baiha felt that Feng Dasheng was extremely disgusting and deserved to be cheated of all his money. Although she despised Feng Dasheng's performance in her heart and thought Feng Dasheng was a loser, Chow Baiha still forced a smile and said, Sheng, you've worked hard these past few days. Let's eat first. You look thinner and darker. It must be very tiring running around for that investment project. Eat first. If it's not enough, I'll make you something else. Now that you're back in the village, Sheng, you have to relax more. You can't be too tense just to make money. I'll feel bad. Having said this, Chow Baiha couldn't help but wipe her eyes and continued, Sheng, you haven't been back for 2 days. I really miss you and can't sleep well at night. I've gotten used to your company. It's only been 2 days and I can't stand it anymore. Sheng, can you stay with me tonight? I miss you. For some reason, Chow Bai-ha now hopes to see Feng Dasheng more often. It seems that only in this way can she ensure that the money she gave him is safe and will not be absconded with by others. Even though she had made a lot of profits, and Feng Dasheng had been keeping an eye on the project, and Feng Dage was secretly watching her, Chow Bai-ha still lacked a sense of security and needed more reassurance from Feng Dasheng before she could feel at ease. At this moment, being able to have dinner with Feng Dasheng and seeing how exhausted Feng Dasheng looked, knowing that he was working hard for her and the baby in her belly, Chow Bai-ha still felt that it was not enough. She always felt that there was something important that she had overlooked. Unfortunately, after thinking about it, she still couldn't find anything wrong, but she couldn't think of it, so she had to give up. In addition, Chow Bai-ha's left eyelid has been twitching more and more violently in the past 2 days. This is a sign of good fortune, and Chow Bai-ha is also looking forward to making a lot of money. As long as things go well, she and Feng Dague will have a guaranteed good life in the future, and Chow Bai-ha will not make any mistakes at such an important moment. Chapter 67 Choice. Looking at Chow Bai-ha's gentleness and affection, and her dependence and love for him, Feng Dasheng just felt disgusted. Although he was not in the village these 2 days, he had left spies in the village to keep an eye on things and knew everything that was going on here. Chow Bai-ha and Feng Dague were together almost every night. He even knew what time Feng Dague came and left. He was no longer fooled by Chow Bai-ha's performance. He no longer thought that Chow Bai-ha really liked him, really depended on him, and was willing to have a son for him. Whenever he thought of Chow Bai-ha juggling between him and Feng Dague, being close to his first love Feng Dague, but still thinking about his money, coming to please him for money, and being willing to do anything, Feng Dasheng didn't even want to touch Chow Bai-ha because he thought she was dirty. In addition, Feng Dasheng wanted to slap himself whenever he thought about how he had been played around by Feng Dague and Chow Bai-ha, how he had almost been cuckolded, how he had been forced to raise a son for Feng Dague, and how he had given up everything for Feng Dague's daughter and son. The more Feng Dasheng thought about this, the more he hated Feng Dage and Chow Bai-ha. He was determined to get justice from Chow Bai-ha and Feng Dague to vent his anger. Now, the plan has reached the most critical moment. Feng Dasheng still suppressed the nausea, so as to avoid being discovered by Chow Bai-ha. What he asked for was that Chow Bai-ha and Feng Dage give him all their assets, and also asked them to borrow more money, and be burdened with debt. Only when it reached this point did Feng Dasheng feel relieved. For the purpose of his plan, Feng Dasheng could only shake his head helplessly and said, "Ahi, Section Chief Wang's project has reached a very critical moment. I need to help keep an eye on the project over the next few days to ensure that I can make money and get the money as soon as possible to avoid mistakes. I came back this time to give you the earnings from the past few days. After delivering the money, I will go to the village to ask if anyone is willing to continue investing. There is still one last chance. I will help them bring the money over and invest it in the project so that everyone can make a lot of money together. It is impossible for him to stay. Feng Dasheng will never touch Chow Bai-ha, this fickle slut, again. He felt sick even just sitting in this house. But for the sake of his own plan, Feng Dasheng had to continue to endure it, at least for this day. He has already received a lot of money from Chow Bai-ha, which is more than what he gave to Chow Bai-ha, and it is enough to break even. Today, if he could take more money from Chow Bai-ha and make both Chow Bai-ha and Feng Dague in debt, he would have to prepare to leave and never have to come here and stay in the same room with Chow Bai-ha again. He felt dirty even getting close to such a disgusting and vicious woman, so he would try not to meet her in the future. Standing up, Feng Dasheng walked to the window, away from Chow Bai-ha, and continued. This is a short-term investment with high returns, quick results, in a short time. Tomorrow is the last investment opportunity for the project. If you want to add money to invest, there is still a chance, but after tomorrow morning, Section Chief Wang will no longer accept investment, no matter how much money you give. Time is very tight. I still have a lot of things to do. I can't stay here with you for the time being. I have to leave the village tonight and go to the city to help. But don't worry, this investment project will be over soon. By then, I will get back all the principal and interest. I will rest in the village for a while and wait for the next investment opportunity. Then I can spend more time with you and our son." Although he felt nauseous, Feng Dasheng still had to pretend that he knew nothing and act as if he cared the most about the child in Chow Bai-ha's belly, and made promises that would never be fulfilled. As long as Chow Bai-ha is stabilized and the investment plan is explained again, Chow Bai-ha will probably consult Feng Dague. In that case, Feng Dage, who is eager for quick success and instant benefits, will not miss the opportunity easily since he has already tasted the benefits brought by this project investment and will definitely continue to invest. That was exactly the result Feng Dasheng wanted. Feng Dasheng didn't feel the slightest bit sorry for ruining Feng Dagawei and Chao Baihe and making them burdened with heavy debts. He just felt that Feng Dagawei and Chao Baihe deserved it. Sure enough, after Feng Dasheng finished saying these words, Chao Baihe became even more anxious and worried. She wanted to make money and didn't want to miss such a good opportunity to invest and make money, but she was still a little worried. Chao Baihe also knew that Section Chief Wang had already said that the investment project would end in the next few days and the subsequent returns would become even higher, and no more people would be allowed to share the benefits. Therefore, what Feng Dasheng said this time was similar to what she had known, and Chao Baihe did not doubt it. But when she thought of what Feng Dagawei had said, Chao Baihe hesitated again. Feng Dagawei wants to invest more and make more money. He does not want to miss this high-yield investment opportunity. He is even willing to borrow money at a high interest rate of 5 or 6 points just to get those returns. Then he can live a better life and no longer have to do things according to Feng Dasheng's face. Moreover, once Feng Dasheng is no longer of any use and they have their own way to make money, they can continue to implement their plan, destroy Feng Dasheng, and the two of them could be together openly. Thinking of the good days in the future, Chao Baihe became even more hesitant. Although she felt uneasy in her heart and thought it was very unkind to take advantage of Feng Dasheng and then kick him into the sewer, she wanted to be with her first love Feng Dagawei even more. After struggling internally for a while, Chao Baihe had made up his mind, and his eyes became much more determined. Raising his head again and looking at Feng Dasheng, Chao Baihe said, "Ah Sheng, I will help too. Wait a minute, I'll go out and borrow some money too. I'll try to get more back and give it to you to invest. I feel relieved to have you and Section Chief Wang on this project. I will seize this last opportunity to borrow money. Ah Sheng, don't worry. I will lend you more money so that you can bring more money to Chief Wang for investment and let Chief Wang pay more attention to you. No matter what decision she makes in the future, she must make more money. Only when he has enough money can Chao Baihe feel truly at ease. After all, if she and Feng Dage could no longer survive in the village due to subsequent calculations, it would cost a lot of money for them to leave Luolin village together." Chapter 68, more urgent. After dinner, Feng Dasheng did not help Chao Baihe pack up as he did in the past, but went out to do some work. Now that he already knew the true identities and conspiracies of Chao Baihe and Feng Dagawei, Feng Dasheng no longer had the affection he once had for Chao Baihe, and he no longer had any expectation for the child in Chao Baihe's belly. Under such circumstances, when Feng Dasheng is with Chao Baihe, he needs to be very careful and carefully hide his true emotions so as to avoid being discovered by Chao Baihe. In order to make himself feel better and more relaxed, Feng Dasheng just wanted to reduce the time he spent with Chao Baihe. At this time, Feng Dasheng put down his bowl and chopsticks and left Chao Baihe's house under the pretext of borrowing money from the villagers, not wanting to stay any longer. Feng Dasheng used this good excuse very skillfully and naturally, and did not arouse Chao Baihe's suspicion. Although Chao Baihe was not so accustomed to some of Feng Dasheng's recent changes, with the investment project as an excuse, Chao Baihe also believed that Feng Dasheng wanted to make more money and give her unborn child a better life. So she did not consider anything else and did not doubt Feng Dasheng. However, when cleaning up the dishes, Chao Baihe's left eye kept twitching, and her right eye also twitched from time to time, and it never stopped. This strange situation made Chao Baihe extremely confused, and he couldn't calm down. She was in no mood to do housework, and Feng Dasheng was not at home. After weighing it for a while, Chao Baihe wiped her hands, changed her clothes, sneaked out of the house, and went to meet Feng Dagawei in the woods beside the pond. This was what they had agreed on early in the morning. Feng Dasheng came back today, and Feng Dagawei was eager to know the relevant news about the investment and how much money they had made this time. So he made an appointment with Chao Baihe to meet here in advance. Feng Dagawei will wait here all the time, but if there is any situation on Feng Dasheng's side that prevents Chao Baihe from going out to keep the appointment, Feng Dagawei will pay attention to the situation at Chao Baihe's home, and if he sees that Chao Baihe has closed the window, he will not have to wait any longer. Both of them enjoyed this kind of secret code-like agreement and found it more exciting. They never got tired of it, and it did not arouse Feng Dasheng's suspicion, which made Chao Baihe and Feng Dagawei very pleased, and they gradually relaxed their vigilance. When Feng Dagawei came to the forest, he had been paying attention to the situation at Chow Bai's house. Seeing Feng Dashing leave and go to the village, Feng Dagui was a little surprised, but also more expectant. According to some information he received, the investment project was very profitable and many people were trying to find connections to invest in it, but they had no access and could only watch with envy. Section Chief Wang has very high requirements. If you are not trustworthy, he will not even meet you, let alone accept investment. Therefore, Feng Dagui knew that the investment time for this project was very limited. He could only pin his hopes on Feng Dasheng and Chow Baihe, hoping that they could give more support so that they could continue to get opportunities to invest and make money. Such short-term projects are all for the purpose of making quick money. Feng Dagui has already tasted the sweetness and is addicted to it, wanting to make more. Unfortunately, he himself does not have such connections, and is even worse than Chow Baihe, which makes Feng Dagui have to pin his hopes on Chow Baihe. Feng Dashing hurried back to the village, probably to deliver the profits to Chow Baihe and others, or to continue borrowing money to invest in projects. Thinking of these possibilities, Feng Dagui became even more excited and wanted to continue to get involved and make more money. Although Chow Baihe has met Section Chief Wang, the latest and most authentic information on investment is still mainly in the hands of Feng Dashing. Chow Baihe herself has no way of learning more, and she does not understand that much. Section Chief Wang will not reveal too much information to her. Chow Baihe and Feng Dagui still have to continue to rely on Feng Dashing. They have invested so much money this time. Not only has Chow Baihe been worried, but Feng Dagui himself is also very worried. He needs to continue to understand the situation so that he can make a timely judgment and decide on the subsequent investment plan. Since Feng Dasheng is back, there should be some latest news, and Feng Dagui is eager to know. Finally, seeing Chow Baihe coming, Feng Dashing hurried to meet her. When they met, Chow Baihe immediately repeated to Feng Dashing what Feng Dashing had just said and also talked about getting the profits. Chow Baihe is very satisfied with the returns from this investment and hopes to earn more, but she is also worried that she will not be able to get her principal back. She has been very conflicted and worried and needs Feng Dagui's support for follow-up actions to make her firm in the decision she wants to make. Especially for this investment project, it was already the last time to add money and increase the investment, but Chow Baihe was even more hesitant. She wanted everything, which made her feel very uncomfortable. When Feng Dagui heard Chow Baihe say that Feng Dasheng had brought back money this time, which was a profit they had earned in the past 2 days, and that tomorrow was the last day to increase investment in the project. If they missed it, there would be no more opportunities, and that this high-yield project was almost over, he felt a lot more relieved. However, since this project is so profitable and they have already made a lot of money, Feng Dagui naturally does not want to miss the opportunity to continue making money. Chow Baihe is very cautious, but Feng Dagui just wants to make more money as quickly as possible and surpass Feng Dashing. Then he won't have to rely on Feng Dashing to make money, but can achieve financial freedom and live the good life he wants. As for Feng Dasheng, when the time comes, he will continue to carry out his original plan, destroy Feng Dasheng, and trample Feng Dasheng from the clouds into the mud. In order to achieve his goals, Feng Dagui was willing to take more risks. He also felt that such risks were relatively safe and would definitely make money while preserving their capital. Chow Baihe already knows Section Chief Wang. If there are opportunities for future cooperation, they can go directly to Section Chief Wang and develop this avenue. Then they will no longer need Feng Dasheng as a middleman. After considering so much, Feng Dagui has made up his mind. Looking at Chow Baihe, Feng Dagui said seriously, hey, let's invest all our money. You and I will go borrow money now and try to borrow more. When the time comes, you will give all the money to Feng Dasheng and let him help us invest it. With success just around the corner, Feng Dagui became more and more anxious. He was eager to trample Feng Dasheng into the mud and make Feng Dasheng look up to him. If Feng Dasheng knew that the child he was looking forward to so much was actually his and Chow Baihe's, it would definitely give Feng Dasheng a greater stimulation. Thinking of this, Feng Dagui couldn't help but curl the corners of his lips. Chapter 69, Discomfort. Thinking about good things in his heart, Feng Dagui's mood became better and better, and he couldn't help but smile on his face. Although it is not an easy task to completely surpass Feng Dasheng, they can make money through this investment opportunity and let Chow Baihe further take Feng Dasheng's money and keep it for himself. All the money will be theirs in the future. At that time, according to the original plan, he would bring Feng Dashing together with that yellow-faced woman and throw all the dirty water on Feng Dashing. Then, he could use the identity of the victim to continue to get money from Feng Dashing. After trying all kinds of methods, they can always continue to get more money from Feng Dashing, laying the foundation for their future good life. As long as their plan succeeds, then he and Chow Baihe can leave the village and live a good life outside with less gossip. The most important thing is, after he plotted against Feng Dashing, he and Chow Baihe would tell Feng Dashing the truth, letting Feng Dashing know that the son he had been looking forward to for so long was not Feng Dashing's, but his Feng Dague's. That would definitely be a more painful blow to Feng Dashing. At this moment, Feng Dague could even imagine what Feng Dashing's expression would be when he knew the truth and knew that the child in Chow Bai's belly was not his. Just thinking about these things, Feng Dague himself could feel happy. Of course, things haven't been completely accomplished yet, and they still need to continue working hard. After a pause, Feng Dague looked at Chow Baihe and continued to say to her, "Hey, this is a short-term investment. In more than a week, we will be able to get back all the principal and income. This is a great opportunity to make money. We must take advantage of such a good opportunity to make more money. It will be a pity to miss it. When Feng Dashing helps us with the investment, we can take action against Feng Dashing. We can make him and that yellow-faced woman create an unclear farce and make Feng Dashing bear the hat of disregarding human ethics. That will be enough to solve this hidden danger. We can make him and that yellow-faced woman a couple and ruin Feng Dashing's reputation. As long as we can successfully get rid of those two troublemakers, we can also take the opportunity to extort some money. We don't have to worry about Feng Dashing refusing to give it. After all, such immoral things are the most fatal. Feng Dashing will never be able to turn things around. In order to successfully destroy Feng Dashing, get rid of that yellow-faced woman, and avoid carrying a bad reputation, Feng Dague has been planning for such a long time with all his heart and soul. Now, their plan is about to succeed, and Feng Dague still needs to continue to get the cooperation of Chow Baihe. Chow Baihe also disliked Feng Dashing very much. She really didn't like being alone with Feng Dashing and didn't want to commit herself to Feng Dashing. Even though Feng Dashing was pretty nice to her and gave her a lot of money, Chow Baihe still liked her first love Feng Dague more. After all, she was the white moonlight that she longed for but could not get when she was young. Now that she can be with Feng Dague, Chow Baihe is really willing to give it her all. In recent days, Feng Dashing has been busy with investment projects to make more money and has not been very close to her and even has very little time to be alone with her. In this different situation, Chow Baihe was worried and a little disappointed at first, but when she was with Feng Dague, Chow Baihe forgot all about those things and no longer felt that Feng Dashing would be her reliance in the future. Nodding, Chow Baihe replied seriously, "Ague, I will listen to you. I know what to do. Feng Dashing trusts me very much now. Let's quickly get more money and get it done before dark. I can give it directly to Feng Dashing, or I can go with him to meet Section Chief Wang to finalize these investments and try to make more money." From what Feng Dashing said, the investment project is already very urgent and the investment window is about to close. We need to seize this opportunity. Feng Dashing hasn't found any clues yet, so our other plan should be implemented as soon as possible. I really don't want to be entangled with that old man anymore. Our son also likes you more and can't wait to see our family of three reunited. In order to live a better life in the future, Chow Baihe will not miss Feng Dashing's kindness to her. She only hopes to get rid of Feng Dashing as soon as possible and stop being entangled with Feng Dashing, so as not to disgust herself, especially since she had severe morning sickness recently. If she didn't handle it well, she might be exposed. By then, if Feng Dashing found out anything, their plan would be ruined. For herself, for Feng Dague, and for their son, it was not difficult for Chow Baihe to make up her mind. After hearing what Chow Baihe said, Feng Dague felt a lot more at ease. In fact, Feng Dague was also very uncomfortable with letting Chow Baihe serve Feng Dashing. But in order to deal with Feng Dashing, Feng Dague had no better way. He used Chow Baihe to plot against Feng Dashing and used the child in Chow Baihe's belly to drain Feng Dashing's money. This was the simplest and most effective method Feng Dague could think of. This was indeed the case. Together, they managed to trick Feng Dashing into a loop, and their plan was about to succeed. But when he saw the way Chow Baihe was trying to please Feng Dashing and thought about how Chow Baihe had served Feng Dashing before, Feng Dague still felt a little uncomfortable. However, in order to complete the plan thoroughly and make Feng Dashing fall into the dust, Feng Dague still has to continue to endure until he sees his plan succeed with his own eyes and sees Feng Dashing being destroyed. Quickly adjusting his emotions, Feng Dague looked at Chao Baihe again and continued, Ahi, also know Section Chief Wang. We can completely bypass Feng Dashing and invest on our own. From now on, we don't have to go through Feng Dashing to make money through investments, so there's no point in keeping him. We should also deal with Feng Dashing and that yellow-faced woman as soon as possible so that we could be together openly. The plan has reached such a critical moment. If we work harder, we will definitely achieve our goal, but now we need to make more money. After taking a deep breath, Feng Due thought for a moment and continued, Ahi, I'll go get the money. Let's invest all the proceeds and try to earn more. We can't miss such a good opportunity. Once we make more money and get Feng Dashing's money, we won't have to work so hard anymore. After saying these words, Feng Dague hugged Chao Baihe and kissed her on the face. Then he said reluctantly, Ahe, I'm sorry to trouble you this time. Wait for me. I'll go raise money and come back soon. Chapter 70 Happy. In the evening, Feng Dashing, who had been drinking and chatting in the village, returned to Chao Baihe's house drunk and in a very good mood. He especially spent a lot of time with Chao Baihe and Feng Dague today just to help them raise money. Chao Baihe might still have some concerns about this investment and choose to handle it with caution, but Feng Dashing knows Feng Dague very well. He knows that Feng Dague has always been coveting the connections and ways to make money in his hands. He has long been resentful of him and wants to replace him. Well, he had taken Chao Baihe to meet Section Chief Wang before, which gave Feng Dague the confidence to speed up the process of getting rid of him and invest and make money alone with Chao Baihe, thinking that this path had been taken. In recent days, the profits he brought back continuously have become important evidence of Feng Dague's confidence in this investment project, making Feng Dague eager to make money from it and prove that he can also make more money and his ability is not worse than his. In this way, when this short-term investment project has made a lot of profits and the time for additional investment is about to end, with only one last chance to increase the investment and the entire short-term investment project is about to end, Feng Dague will definitely try again and invest more money, or even all his fortune, and he will definitely borrow a lot of money. The more Feng Dague wants to make big money, the more he wants to get rid of his shadow and surpass him, the more he will not give up this good opportunity. Even Chao Baihe still had some doubts and concerns about this investment project, but the project's returns were so good, and he had already received several installments of returns, all real money, and he had indeed earned a lot. Chao Baihe was greedy for money and ultimately did not want to miss such a rare opportunity to make money. Driven by greed, Feng Dague and Chao Baihe would not give up such an opportunity easily, and they would end up falling into the trap he set. Even if Chao Baihe knew Wang Dali, so what? The debt that he had previously owed due to being deceived and plotted against by Feng Dague and Chao Baihe was almost settled, precisely because he saw through Feng Dague and Chao Baihe's true colors, knew their calculations, and their subsequent plot to kick him out. Feng Dashing would not leave any way for Feng Dague and Chao Baihe to survive. Today, the plan has progressed to such a critical moment. Feng Dashing specially left some time for Feng Dague and Chao Baihe to deal with it. It was enough time for them to be excited and nervous. Under the temptation of making money, they took out everything and went into debt. Although he went to several acquaintances' homes in the village in the afternoon to sit, chat, drink, and brag, Feng Dashing had also been paying attention to the movements of Feng Dague and Chao Baihe. He knew that Chao Baihe went to the grove to meet Feng Dague shortly after he left and told Feng Dague all the news. Feng Dague and Chao Baihe did not disappoint him. They became more and more reckless in their actions. They dared to do so in broad daylight. They really treated him as a fool who knew nothing, and they became more and more blatant. Of course, Feng Dashing did not deny that he was indeed very stupid in the past. He had become obsessed and crazy in order to have a son to carry on the family line, which was why he fell into the schemes of Feng Dague and Chao Baihe. He was kept in the dark and was unwilling to open his eyes to see the truth for such a long time. If Feng Mingnua's words had not made him suspicious, and if he had not happened to return to the village in the middle of the night last time, I am afraid that he would have continued to fall into such calculations and eventually become the scapegoat. Such a situation made Feng Dasheng feel somewhat fortunate that he was able to stop the loss in time, so as not to lose everything including himself and his entire fortune, and not to let Feng Degui and Qiao Baihe, the couple, get all the benefits. Now it's time to close the net and make Feng Degui and Qiao Baihe pay the price. Before coming to Qiao Baihe's house, Feng Dasheng had readjusted his emotions and did not show any abnormality, so as not to arouse Qiao Baihe's suspicion and disrupt his plans. The plan is about to be completed, and Feng Dasheng doesn't want any accidents to happen. On the way here, Feng Dasheng specially bought half a pound of pork head to go with the wine. He was in a very good mood and planned to continue drinking at Qiao Baihe's house to further alleviate Qiao Baihe's doubts. The happier he appeared, and the more determined he was to get a return on his investment, the more he would make Qiao Baihe relax her guard. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Qiao Baihe cleaning up at the stove, but the rag never left that 1 square decimeter area. She kept repeating the same action there, completely absent-minded. Feng Dasheng knew that Qiao Baihe must still have doubts about this investment, and was even more worried. After all, if a cautious person like Qiao Baihe were to invest more money at once, he wouldn't be so quick and decisive. But with Feng Dagui's instigation, Qiao Baihe would give most of his money to him and let him invest it. In the afternoon, Feng Dagui and Qiao Baihe borrowed money in the village and also went to the neighboring village to borrow money. They were very anxious and obviously wanted to make more money from this investment project. TZC same line, prohibit Vihaya this Q0, Q file FD $810 BPB, 4 plus 93 I 2QA equals SC 4K 4 slash BURUO 0 C 61 Tim 5 E me 2 Av 6 OBW 0 carat J sharp AJ 8 equals 85 A3 G3 VKK 68 I 0.0 PBD 2D 44 No 5 A 38 WP. The more money invested, the more returns. Feng Dagui has gone a little crazy and wants to make more money from this investment so that he can better deal with him and complete his plans. Thinking of this, Feng Dasheng couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, revealing a hint of sarcasm. But he quickly restrained himself for fear that Qiao Baihe would discover anything. After adjusting his mood, Feng Dasheng shouted towards the kitchen, "Ah hey, I bought your favorite pork head meat. Let's have an additional dish for dinner. I went to raise money very smoothly today and raised a lot of money. Enough for us to take advantage of this opportunity to make a big profit again. Ahi, hurry up and bring me some wine. I'll have a drink tonight. You're still pregnant with our son, so you can drink some water and soup. Let's celebrate together and be happy together. Later, I have to take the money to the city to ask Section Chief Wang for investment. I have to leave after dinner." When Feng Dasheng was speaking, his tone was very cheerful, and one could hear the joy in his voice. Qiao Baihe can't drink much and gets drunk after drinking only half a pound of wine. Feng Dasheng had planned to get Qiao Baihe drunk today and then take the money to the city to avoid Qiao Baihe nagging in his ears, worrying about this and that, or even changing his mind at the last minute and ruining his big plan. The revenge on Qiao Baihe and Feng Degui is about to be completed, and Feng Dasheng does not want any problems to occur at such a critical juncture. However, thinking that Qiao Baihe was still pregnant, drinking would be inconsistent with his personality, so Feng Dasheng changed his mind. Chapter 71. Each with his own agenda. Qiao Baihe was indeed worried about his investment, which made him feel uneasy. Of course she liked to make money, but this risky investment method made Qiao Baihe very worried, and she was somewhat afraid to follow it. This time, after telling Feng Degui the news of the investment project, Feng Dagui was particularly excited and made a decision on the spot. He was prepared to increase the scale of investment and even borrow money to increase investment in order to make more money before this short-term investment ended, so that they could live a better life in the future. Moreover, if this investment goes smoothly, they will continue their conspiracy against Feng Dasheng and bring Feng Dasheng to ruin. There were so many things to do that Qiao Baihe was so distracted that she didn't even notice Feng Dasheng coming here. At this moment, Qiao Baihe was startled when he suddenly heard Feng Dasheng's words. He came to his senses in an instant and subconsciously looked back, seeing that it was really Feng Dasheng who came back and brought back the braised meat. Qiao Baihe subconsciously showed Feng Dasheng her signature gentle and surprised smile, quickly adjusted her mentality, smiled slightly, and said, "Ah Sheng, you're back. Wait a moment. The food here will be ready soon. Wait until I have finished cooking, and then I will get you some wine. Wait for me." and I will drink with you. Although I can't drink, I can drink soup with you. As long as you are happy, don't let my pregnancy ruin your mood. Ah Sheng, if you are hungry, there is some dried meat in the cupboard. You can eat it first to fill your stomach. I will be ready soon. After saying these words, Chow Baihe quickly turned around and continued to busy herself preparing tonight's meals. She also took the opportunity to adjust her mood to avoid being noticed by Feng Dashing. Even though she still had some doubts about this investment, Feng Dague was so persistent and optimistic, and Feng Dashing had been involved in the project. She had also made a lot of profits, and the return on investment was very good. All of this made Chow Baihe's heart continue to tilt, and she finally made up her mind. Anyway, this investment is just a short-term investment, and it will all be over soon. By then, it will not be difficult to get back all the principal and profits. She will not suffer any other losses if she makes money. What's more, she already knew Section Chief Wang. If there was any problem, she would go directly to Section Chief Wang and go to Section Chief Wang's unit. There wouldn't be any big problem. After getting to know Section Chief Wang and knowing his unit, Chow Baihe felt more confident and no longer worried about being cheated of all her money by Feng Dashing. Moreover, for the sake of the child in her belly, Feng Dashing cared so much about her that he would definitely treat her well and trust her, which gave her the opportunity to take action against Feng Dashing. Chow Baihe was originally hesitant about those calculations, but when she saw Feng Dashing's fat face and beer belly, which were so much worse than Feng Dague's, Chow Baihe no longer felt it was inappropriate and decided to stick to the original plan. As long as Feng Dashing and that yellow-faced woman are gone, there will be no obstacles for her to be with Feng Dague. Having made up his mind, Chow Baihe secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and his mood barely returned to calm. After preparing the meal neatly, Chow Baihe adjusted her mood, then took the meal out and took the wine out as well. Feng Dashing is not easy to deal with, so she needs to make sure that she doesn't reveal any flaws, lest her plan fail at such a critical moment. At this moment, seeing Feng Dashing's smiling face, it was obvious that the fundraising was going very smoothly. Chow Baihe's heart, which had been hanging in the air, finally settled down. Feng Dashing is so optimistic about this investment project that he has continuously increased his investment and even went to the village to borrow money for investment. So they cannot miss such a good opportunity to make money. Feng Dague entrusted her with the task of increasing the stakes this time, so she had to work hard to get it done so as not to miss the deadline for making money, which would make them regret it. If they earn more money, she and Feng Dague will have a much better life in the future, and it will also be an important guarantee for them to leave Luolin village and start anew. Having made up her mind, Chow Baihe poured wine for Feng Dashing, then asked with a smile, "Ah Sheng, you are so happy today. Have you finished raising the money? That project is so profitable, and Section Chief Wang is a trustworthy person, so he must be right. Many people in the village envy you for being able to make a lot of money. Now that you have given them the opportunity, they will all be grateful to you." To be honest, Chow Baihe was still somewhat dissatisfied with Feng Dashing's way of handling the matter. If it were her, she would also go to borrow money, but she would never tell anyone about the investment project. She would simply go to borrow money. All the profits after the investment would be hers, and she would not have to share them with those people in the village, so she would be able to make more money. Chow Baihe was actually a little confused. She didn't know why Feng Dashing had changed a lot recently, and was willing to share any opportunity to make money. Even though Feng Dashing said that he was praying for the baby in her belly, hoping that the child would be born safely and grow up safely and smoothly, Chow Baihe didn't quite believe it. She only cared about the benefits that she actually had in her hands. But no matter what her opinion was before the plan was completed, she still needed to continue to maintain her persona in front of Feng Dashing, so as not to arouse Feng Dashing's suspicion and ruin their plan. After hearing what Chow Baihe said, Feng Dashing seemed not to notice the unnatural look in Chow Baihe's eyes, and just continued to say happily, "Ah hey, the matter of raising money is going very smoothly. I have already received a large sum of money. I will go back to the city to find Section Chief Wang and get this done. I'm waiting to make a lot of money. I'm on a tight schedule. We have to leave right after dinner, lest Chief Wang takes a break. Then we'll miss the opportunity. Ahi, come on, let's have a drink. I'll drink the wine, and you'll drink the soup. Let's have fun together." At this moment, Feng Dashing felt that in order to take revenge on Chow Baihe and Feng Dague, his acting skills had improved a lot recently, and he didn't even need to draft his lies. Although he himself felt disgusted by this situation, in order to get back the money he had given and to take revenge on Chow Baihe and Feng Dague, Feng Dasheng had to continue to endure it and wait until he got the money. Chow Baihe was also very nervous. After taking a sip of soup, he said, "Ah Sheng, I have also borrowed some money. Can you help me invest it? This is a great opportunity. I also want to earn more like you and save money for our children." Chapter 72 Accident. Feng Ningnua knew a little about the grudges between Feng Dasheng and Chow Baihe. When Feng Ningnua saw Feng Dasheng and Wang Dali together that day, he had already guessed Feng Dasheng's conspiracy and considered how to deal with it. After all, what Feng Dasheng and Wang Dali did was a case of fundraising fraud, which was a criminal act. Feng Ningnua finally chose to report the case. He would not condone such a criminal fact, let alone help Feng Dasheng cover up anything. Even if this was Feng Dasheng's revenge on Chow Baihe and Yuan Dague, and he wanted to get the money back, it involved illegal and criminal behavior after all, and the matter could not be let go so easily. In order to prevent Feng Dasheng's actions from affecting the peaceful life of the three of them, Feng Ningnua chose to handle it this way, hoping to minimize the impact. However, it was not Feng Ningnua himself who reported the case, but Luo Yuanying who handled it. Luo Yuanying has signed a cooperation agreement with Feng Ningnua and started helping Feng Ningnua with the establishment and development of the company. This time, it involves some complicated relationships with Feng Ningnua, and Luo Yuanying specially helped to deal with these matters. After all, such matters involve a lot of consequences, and Luo Yuanying also hopes to minimize the impact. It would be best not to affect Feng Ningnua or their career development. In addition, Luo Yuanying and Wang Dali also have grievances between them. This time, Wang Dali brought such a big handle to his door, and Luo Yuanying would definitely not let Wang Dali have an easy time. Luo Yuanying remembered clearly how Wang Dali humiliated him and how he schemed and persecuted their family. Now that there's an opportunity, Luo Yuanying will naturally make Wang Dali fall into an irretrievable situation when he is in high spirits. Because the case involved such a wide range of people and a huge amount of money, and some behind-the-scenes protectors were exposed, the situation became very complicated. As soon as Luo Yuanying reported it, it immediately attracted a lot of attention. Of course, the case was reported to the other party. Luo Yuanying was very cautious and wanted to ensure that this case could be dealt with fairly as soon as possible and that the culprit Wang Dali would receive the retribution he deserved. Moreover, during this period, the relationship between Feng Ningnua and Feng Dasheng was also mentioned, and it would be properly handled to prevent Feng Ningnua and others from being implicated by Feng Dasheng in the future. Luo Yuanying still has some of his own connections, which can come in handy this time. The fact that the matter was able to attract attention so smoothly was also thanks to the wind-clearing and analgesic pills that Feng Ningnua provided to Luo Yuanying, which enabled Luo Yuanying to get a better chance to deal with the case and find another way out. The case also received attention from higher-ups at the first opportunity, making it very difficult for those below to get away with it and suppress the case. Now, Luo Yuanying's health has improved a lot, his ability to move has been restored, and he is no longer tormented by those illnesses. This is all thanks to the 2 wind-clearing and analgesic pills that Feng Ningnua gave him. With the help of Shufeng Jintong pills, it only took Luo Yuanying 1 day to recover from the pain. He regained his normal mobility and was able to start working for the company. Such a magical experience, plus the very high technical content of the materials Feng Ningnua showed him, deeply moved him. Luo Yuanying was completely convinced by Feng Ningnua, and he was particularly attentive to the things Feng Ningnua asked him to do, and tried his best to get them done. Especially after learning about Feng Ningnua's family situation, Luo Yuanying felt even more distressed about Feng Ningnua's past experiences. In this incident, he also hoped that Feng Ningnua and the others would not be affected by Feng Dasheng as much as possible. As for Feng Ningnua, he naturally made some other preparations as well. However, there were some unexpected changes that Feng Ningnua himself had not expected at all. When Feng Dasheng was preparing to leave Qingyu City alone with a large sum of money given by Chow Baihe and Feng Dage, he unexpectedly had a serious car accident, and his motorcycle flipped directly into the drainage ditch. Because it was a rainy day, Feng Dasheng was riding his motorcycle very fast while wearing a raincoat. When he fell into the drainage ditch, the raincoat got stuck on his neck and head, and he was crushed into the water, making it impossible for him to breathe. His feet were also tripped, causing Feng Dasheng to miss all chances of escape and drowned in the drainage ditch, losing his life. The drainage ditch is more than 1 meter deep. Under normal circumstances, it would not pose any threat to an adult like phone dashing. However, due to various factors, phone dashing's luck was extremely bad. When the car overturned into the drainage ditch, it presented a most complicated falling posture, which caused the raincoat to restrain phone dashing, making it impossible for phone dashing to break free and unable to escape. Phone dashing had originally planned to escape from Qingyu City and live a carefree life outside, but he ended up encountering such an accident and ending up with such a tragic end, which was beyond everyone's expectations. At that time, someone saw a raincoat and a motorcycle floating in the drainage ditch and realized that something was wrong. They called the police and eventually pulled Feng dashing out of the water, but his body was already swollen. Feng Ningnuo had never expected such a sudden change. She had originally prepared some measures to reduce the impact of Feng Dashing's affairs on their family. But before they were actually implemented, the bad news about Feng Dashing came. After hearing the news, Feng Ningnuo couldn't believe it at first. He thought it was a mistake, or that Feng Dashing was scheming to escape death in order to keep all the money he had defrauded for himself. But the news was true. Feng Ningnuo even went to the scene and confirmed that it was really Feng Dashing. All this made Feng Ningnuo even more dazed. The situation has changed dramatically and is completely different from what Feng Ningnuo remembers. In his previous life, the conspiracy between Widow Chao and Feng Degue was not exposed. Feng Dashing was immersed in the great joy of having a son to carry on the family line. He was in a very good mood and lived a good life. The relationship between Feng Dague and Chao Baihe was not exposed. Not long after, Feng Dague also had an accident, which cut off Chao Baihe's other escape routes. Chao Baihe had no choice but to continue maintaining her relationship with Feng Dashing. She did not make it clear or leave, and she still wanted to rely on Feng Dashing to raise her son and give her better living conditions. But now, the situation has changed, completely changed. After Feng Dashing's death, many things could be handled more easily, but Feng Ningnuo's mood became more complicated. Chapter 73, Despair. It had only been a few days, and Feng Dashing had lost his life. Everything was in vain. This incident surprised Feng Ningnuo and the other three. They just wanted to cut off their relationship with Feng Dashing and stay as far away from him as possible, but they never thought that Feng Dashing would lose his life. Of course, Feng Dashing's accident this time was purely accidental. Various unexpected factors came together and left Feng Dashing with no chance of escape. He drowned in the stinky ditch. Things have already happened, and they involve financial issues, and the matter has become a big deal. However, in this series of targeted calculations, Feng Dashing basically cleared himself of all blame, which made Feng Degue and Chao Baihe even more devastated. However, these things have nothing to do with Feng Ningnuo and the others. They did not participate in these so-called investment projects, nor did they participate in Feng Dashing's subsequent series of retaliatory activities, and they have nothing to do with Feng Dashing anymore. These days, Feng Ningnuo has been keeping an eye on the situation on Feng Dashing's side, but his main purpose is to avoid being harassed and shamelessly plotted against by Feng Dashing. After all, in his previous life, Feng Dashing was completely shameless and would do anything for money, causing them even greater harm. This time, although he had severed ties with Feng Dashing and moved out of Luolin village, away from those dirty things, Feng Ningnuo was still a little worried that the tragedies of his previous life would happen again, and he had been paying attention to the situation on Feng Dashing's side. If Feng Dashing showed any signs of causing trouble, Feng Ningnuo would deal with it immediately and would never let Feng Dashing affect their peaceful lives again. Life in Shangzhou village is very peaceful and stable, which is very rare. Feng Ningnuo and the others have begun to adapt to this new life and have new goals to strive for, especially his mother Ning Huilan, who is now ready to start making rag dolls and has begun to get over the pain of the past. Feng Ningnuo will not allow Feng Dashing to reappear in front of his mother Ning Huilan, affecting his mother's life and work. As a result, before Feng Ningnuo could do anything, Feng Dashing brought his own death upon himself. It was raining so heavily and Feng Dashing was eager to run away with the money, but such a strange disaster happened. When Feng Ningnuo received the news, he was also shocked. It was completely unexpected. Similarly, when Feng Ningnuo told the news to her mother Ning Huilan and sister Feng Ningyi, they also found it unbelievable and thought she was joking at first. Seeing the reactions of his mother and sister, Feng Ningnuo pursed his dry lips and said, "Mom, this news is true. A classmate from Luolin village told me about the accident, but the Fong family didn't intend to notify us to attend the funeral. They said that since the relationship had been severed, he and I no longer had any relationship with him, and we were not welcome to attend the funeral. The funeral was handled by his nephew, who was in mourning for the house and other money he left behind, as he was worried that we would go over and fight for the property. Fong Ningnuo knew all the little thoughts of those people in the Fong family. Since Fong Dashing had such an accident, the scandals of Chow Baihe and Fong Dague were also exposed. The remaining people fighting for the family property, namely Fong Dashing's brothers, cousins, etc., also had an ugly situation. Under such circumstances, the Fong family was even more reluctant to let them go back to attend the funeral, and even more reluctant to let them fight for the family property. Since the three of them had severed ties with Fong Dashing and left Luolin village, none of Fong Dashing's relatives were willing to notify Fong Ningnuo and the others. Because Fong Dashing had sent a report to the police station at the time, reporting Wang Dali and the protectors behind the scenes when Fong Dashing died, the handling of the case became more complicated. Such changes, especially the evidence from Fong Dashing's report, made the handling of the case smoother, and the subsequent handling of Fong Dashing also became more flexible. Fong Dashing and Wang Dali also used each other. When Fong Dashing saw that Wang Dali was actually planning to kick him away and take away all the money, he became ruthless and reported those people to make things difficult for them. With Luo Yuanying's efforts, Wang Dali had no way of escaping, and the investigation of the case also became much faster. However, as for Fong Dague and Chow Baihe, since the investment receipts were given to Chow Baihe directly by Wang Dali, and Fong Dasheng took Chow Baihe with him and asked Chow Baihe to sign the agreement and receipt directly with Wang Dali, it was considered that Chow Baihe and Fong Dasheng established a direct cooperative relationship. Therefore, Fong Dasheng's unexpected death prevented Fong Dague and Chow Baihe from continuing their subsequent conspiracy, but also disrupted all their plans. The point is, Fong Dashing's death and Wang Dali's sudden collapse made Fong Dague and Chow Baihe realize a more terrifying problem. They might not get their money back. Such a possibility made Fong Dague and Chow Baihe feel like their world was collapsing. They hurried to ask Wang Dali for money, but were told that Wang Dali had been arrested and asked to register their losses and wait for processing. Even what role they played in this case needs to be investigated. Since Wang Dali was a lone man and was preparing to flee, a lot of money had already been remitted abroad, and it would take some time to recover it. Chow Baihe's losses have only been registered for the time being, and she can only continue to wait for follow-up processing. It was at this time that Chow Baihe found out that Fong Dashing had not borrowed much money in the village. Instead, he made public the scandal between her, and Fong Dague registered all the money and property given to her, and let the creditors go directly to her to ask for the money. This situation almost blocked Chow Baihe and Fong Dague's livelihood in the village, especially after Fong Dashing's accidental death. The situation of Chow Baihe and Fong Dague became even worse. The money that Chow Baihe gave to Fong Dashing all passed through Wang Dali's hands and could not be traced back to Fong Dashing. With Fong Dashing's death and the evidence from the report, Wang Dali suffered a great loss, and it also made it even more difficult for Chow Baihe and others to recover their money. In just a few days, everything changed, and Chow Baihe became even more desperate. But all this had basically no effect on Fong Ningnuo and the others. Having severed ties with Fong Dashing long ago and not participating in these so-called fundraising projects, Fong Ningnuo and the others did not attend the funeral and continue to live their own lives. Chapter 74, Everything is going well. Chow Baihe and Fong Dague are having a very hard time now. They wanted to make a lot of money at the time, so they had borrowed a lot, even at high interest rates, and promised to pay it back in a short period of time. According to their plan, this investment earned enough profit to pay back the debt and make a lot more. Turns out, it was all a scam and the money is gone. Now, how they're going to repay the money has become a big problem. Even though the case is being processed and the losses are being recovered, it will take time. During this period of time, they need to pay back the money first, otherwise the interest will compound and they may be driven to death by debt collectors. Chow Baihe also considered seeking help in the village on the grounds that she was pregnant with Fong Dashing's posthumous child. Unfortunately, Fong Dashing had already made everything public, and everyone knew that the baby in her belly was Fong Dague's. This situation made Chow Baihe an object of dislike in the village. Feng Dague's wife did not endure it this time. Together with her family, she broke Feng Dague's legs and disfigured Xiao Baihe. She then divorced Feng Dague directly. Now, Grandma Bai and her people also hated Xiao Baihe, so they forced Xiao Baihe to marry Feng Dague and left the short-legged Feng Dague to Xiao Baihe to take care of. Everything was caused by Xiao Baihe. They couldn't vent their anger on Feng Dasheng, so they could only blame all the misfortunes on Xiao Baihe. In a short period of time, Xiao Baihe suffered all kinds of torture and became tired and haggard. Her face, which had been made round by Feng Dasheng, had quickly become thinner. However, Xiao Baihe now has to endure all kinds of insults and domestic violence, and is also being pressured by debt collectors. She had to sell her house and some jewelry to pay off her debts. Only then did she have a chance to breathe a sigh of relief. However, their plan was exposed, and Xiao Baihe and Feng Dague lost face in the village and became objects of everyone's contempt. They were unable to borrow money and could only find other ways. Unable to bear such torture, Xiao Baihe ran away when she went to the town to buy medicine again, without paying any attention to Feng Dague. But all this no longer has any impact on Feng Ningnuo and the others' lives. From a moment Feng Dasheng died unexpectedly, their last connection with Luolin village was cut off. Now, the three of them, mother and daughter, live a peaceful and fulfilling life in Shangzhou village. They have more things to do and their own careers and studies to pursue, so they have no time to care about what is happening in Luolin village. All the changes happened very suddenly and were beyond their expectations, but Feng Ningnuo knew that the good days for her and her two daughters had just begun. Seeing his mother Ning Huilan busy producing dolls in the factory, and his sister Feng Ningyi playing with the children in Shangzhou village, Feng Ningnuo finally felt relieved. Having gotten rid of all the entanglements in his previous life, the rest was smooth sailing. At this time, seeing Feng Ningnuo sitting by the bamboo forest, Li Jiwen also ran over, looked at her with sparkling eyes, and said in a baby voice, "Sister Noonyuo, my dad caught some big fish and asked me to call you. Come on, I'll pick the biggest and best one for you." Li Jiwen, who escaped death, is still very lively, but he especially likes to stick to Feng Ningnuo. Looking at the energetic Li Jiwen, Feng Ningnuo also stood up and said, "Okay, I'll rely on Xiaowen to pick the best fish."